A Grave Magic, The Shadow Sorceress, Book 1. Written by Belinda Sheehan. Narrated by Angela Daw. Chapter 1. The night beat against Andreas's skin, like a song he couldn't quite shake. The only other time he'd felt like this was when he'd still been human and getting high on the drug of the day. It was the buzz, a power that flowed in his veins, an addiction like no other, and this was no different. Chasing the high was the only thing that mattered, and he would do whatever he had to in order to get that hit. Except for this time. This time, it had been too far. There was one place he drew the line, and that was with kids. Snotty-nosed, spoiled red, rotten kids. Their constant need for attention, tears, and tantrums. It was all just too much, and there was no way he was getting paid enough to deal with this shit. Rolling his shoulders back, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was dark, heat pulsing against his icy skin, making him feel almost sticky as he crossed the floor to where she sat. Her dark hair had fallen across her face, covering her brown-black eyes, and for that he was glad. There was something about her eyes, something soul-sucking that gave even him, master of the city's vampires, the heebie-jeebies. "Did you get it?" Her voice made his very old bones ache, and he fought the urge to drop to his knees and grovel for her forgiveness. Master of the city didn't grovel for some upstart magical bitch, no matter how old her magic felt. "No, not this time. It was..." He trailed off. He needed to come up with just the right word. "Complicated," he said triumphantly. She hadn't been there. He was the one running around town doing her dirty work. For all she knew, it could have been impossible. Liar. Her voice was soft and filled with boredom. "Listen here, sweetheart. You wanted me to kill some random human and bring you the gift. What you failed to mention was that the gift was a friggin' kid." Straightening his spine, he eyed her carefully. How tough could she possibly be? She looked like a twig, one he could snap across his knee with both hands tied behind his back. She pushed up onto her feet. Scratch that. Breaking her across his knees had suddenly lost its appeal. There was something far better he could think of making her do. There would be a lot less breaking involved, but no less screaming. "You really think I would let you do those things to me? You think I would allow you to put your hands on me?" Again, her voice was soft, like a feather's caress, and the sound of it made things tighten and harden low on his body. "A pretty little piece like you, I don't think you could stop me. But if you ask me nicely, I promise I won't make it hurt too much." Power rolled through his body, the power that came with the responsibility of being master of the city. Every vampire who had threatened his reign over the last 400 years had met a painful and bloody demise. What stood before him was little more than a slip of a thing, but she was all woman, curves in all the right places, and the thought of sinking his fangs into some of her softest curves practically had him salivating. She was the source of the power, the source of the buzz he sought. If she could bestow such a high with the touch of her hand, what would her warm blood as it poured down the back of his throat do to him? The only thing Andreas was certain about was that he wanted to find out. Lunging towards her, uncertainty almost made him falter as she lifted her gaze, her soulless brown-black eyes meeting his. What the fuck was he doing? This was a huge bloody mistake. But he was already in motion, his preternatural speed preventing him in such close proximity from aborting his plans. She, however, didn't have the same limitations. His body crumpled in on itself, causing him to hit the dirt floor. Pain ripped through every shredded muscle and tendon, his bones snapping into smaller and smaller pieces, almost as though they planned on completely disintegrating inside him. She smiled at him, and it was a beautiful smile, a smile he could gladly get lost within. Crouching down next to him, he strained to reach towards her as she held her hand out to him. "I could have given you everything. All you needed to do was bring me that one snotty-nosed child." Struggling to open his ruined mouth, Andreas fought to speak, but what was left of his vocal cords could only gurgle and choke, refusing to form the words on the tip of his bloodied tongue. Her soft hand stroked down the side of his face as heat seared through the broken pieces of his body. Death had been a grand adventure. Dying, on the other hand. She smiled as the ruined mess of his body erupted into dust that slowly danced on the barely moving air. Chapter 2. Amber, what the hell are you doing daydreaming? You've got a mountain of reports to file, John said. My head felt as though someone had stuffed it full of cotton wool. The boredom of sitting at the same desk, hour after hour, reading case files, was slowly killing off every brain cell I had. I blinked up at him, surprise accelerating my heartbeat. I hadn't even heard him approach. What was wrong with me? Exhausted didn't even begin to cover how I felt. I opened my mouth to speak, but he shook his head in disgust and stalked away before I could even get the words out. What the hell was his problem? John hated me. There was no mistaking the emotion. He'd hated me from the moment I'd started working as the newest rookie. What exactly I'd done wrong to prompt such intense dislike was beyond me. But then, no matter what I did, it would never be good enough for Mr. Perfect. Blowing out my cheeks, the breath I'd been holding whooshed out of me as I dropped my face into my hands. Why did I have to be such a bitch? He was only trying to do his job. Of course, there was a huge difference between doing his job and treating me like a first-class fool. And anyway, I hadn't fought my way through the training to get stuck riding a desk for the rest of my life. I wanted to make a difference. No, scratch that. I needed to make a difference. Trying to push aside the flicker of uncertainty that lit within me, I cracked my knuckles. Bad habits were hard to kill. Now is not the time to let your cold feet expose who you are. What I was. Scooping up the first file my hand touched from the pile, I dropped it down on the desk in front of me. Flipping it open, I stared at the crime scene photographs and cringed. So much violence, gore, and blood. But then what did I expect? I'd known what I was getting into when I signed up to be one of the elite. Just get it over with. Brushing my finger against the glossy print of the picture, I cringed as images flashed through my head. The pictures were bad enough without my own gift giving me a blow-by-blow playback of everything that had happened. The man's face flashed into view for a second, and I slammed the file shut. This one isn't preternatural, I said to no one in particular, digging my nails into my arm in an attempt to clear the residual images from my head. Pain was the only thing that helped to control it, the only thing that cleared the clinging cobwebs after a... What was that, Morgan? I jumped, my train of thought dying as Graham spoke. What was with everyone sneaking up on me today? I was jumpier than a feral cat, but without all the cool sensory abilities. Swinging around in my seat, I stared up into his face and smiled. For some reason, he always called me by my surname rather than my given name. It had been jarring in the beginning, but I'd come to the conclusion it was just his thing, probably a residual left over from when he'd been a cop. After all, in the cop shows on TV, the detectives all called each other by their last names. It made them grittier, more real. And Graham fit right into that category. Tough, gritty city cop who'd seen too much. And maybe he had. But it didn't stop the name thing from being odd to my mind. And anyway, why would a successful cop quit the force and join the elite? We weren't exactly respected for the job we did. It didn't make any sense, and neither did Graham. He was tall, his graying hair flopping over into his pale blue eyes that now stared down at me with a mixture of curiosity and kindness. I was talking mainly to myself, I said with an apologetic smile. As the newest member of the elite preternatural force, I knew I was little more than a filing clerk. I was supposed to go through the cases and determine whether they were of a supernatural origin or if they were just run-of-the-mill human crazy. I was supposed to do all this with a cheery smile and be grateful John was even giving me the chance. I'd been doing it for months, and if John had his way, I'd probably never leave the confines of my cubicle. John didn't believe a woman's place was out in the field. You do that often? Graham said with a broad smile as he scooped up the file I'd been studying. Only when John chains me to the desk with nothing but grunt work, I said. The bitterness in my voice was unmistakable, and I could feel heat rising into my face. The last thing I wanted was for Graham to feel pity for me. But what did it matter? I'd worked damn hard to earn a place on the force, and spending my days cooped up behind the desk wasn't exactly my idea of fun. What makes you say this one is human? It has all the hallmarks of werewolf, Graham said, studying the pictures in the file. The man's face flashed through my head again. He wasn't a shifter gone rogue, I was certain of that. His was the special brand of crazy reserved only for the humans. See the wound patterns? I know it's not completely clear in the pictures, but if you flip to the back page, you'll see one of the coroner's own images after he cleaned the wound. Graham flipped to the back of the file, and there was a small furrow in the center of his brow that said he was concentrating really hard. Probably because he wasn't wearing his glasses. Yeah, I see them, he said, peering closer at the file. They're too perfect. They were done with a machine and not claws. Shifters don't leave wound patterns as perfect as that. Graham flashed me a contemplative glance over the top of the file, and then returned his attention to the pictures.
You know, I'd say you're right.
We can still send someone down there, but I think it's a waste of time. They'll only declare it a human kill. Graham snapped the file shut and dropped it back onto the desk.
That's your third human discovery this week, isn't it?
He asked, the curiosity in his voice making me uncomfortable. I fought the urge to squirm in my seat. If he knew what was giving me such crystal clear insight, he'd report me. I'd be out on the street faster than I could say I can explain. Is it? I hadn't noticed. Just dumb luck, I guess. I smiled and tried to keep my face as blank as possible. There was no such thing as dumb luck. Luck was real, but it wasn't dumb. It wasn't smart either. It just existed, and tended to swing wildly in the opposite direction of where you really wanted it to go. Graham smiled again, a thin-lipped twist of his lips that wasn't as warm as it had been.
I think it's about time you took that talent out into the wild.
My smile turned into a grin. This was my chance. If I could prove myself to Graham, then John couldn't keep me cooped up here for the rest of my life. That's what I want to do, but John... Graham sighed.
Yeah, he doesn't want you out in the field. In this day and age, I'd have thought the idea of a woman tied to a kitchen sink, or in this case the desk, was well and truly dead, but evidently not, he said, gesturing to me. I slumped back in the chair. Getting overexcited by the wrong thing was a stupid mistake. I'd been so certain he was about to ask me to accompany him out in the field that I'd forgotten that direct disobedience of an order from John would lead to disciplinary action. Disappointment flared through me. If I could just prove myself, then John's issue with me wouldn't count anymore. He doesn't approve of me anyway. It probably has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a woman, I said. Trying to cover up my disappointment was nearly impossible, but I tried anyway. You could be right there, but how about we put it to the test?
I fought the urge to hop to my feet and clap my hands in glee. Behavior like that wasn't going to endear me to the uptight ass that was John, and drawing attention to the fact that Graham was risking his badge by inviting me on a ride-along with him would only get me kicked back to the desk. Or worse, my opportunity to get out and prove myself would be over before it even got off the ground.
Meet me out front in 5 minutes, and don't forget to bring your weapons. This might be your first ride-along, but I'm not going to hold your hand through it, Morgan.
You won't have to. I'm more than capable of handling myself.
Well, hopefully you won't have to. This should just be a little recon, but it'll stop you from being so wet behind the ears.
I grinned up at him. He might have been a little odd, and his motivations for his career trajectory were all over the place, but that didn't change the fact that he was a really nice guy. A nice guy who was going to get me out of the bloody office and out onto the street.
5 minutes, Morgan, or I'm leaving here without you,
he said, a wry smile playing around his lips. I didn't answer him, allowing him to walk away as though we'd exchanged nothing but friendly chit-chat. I needed to be sneaky, give him his opportunity to clear the area before I... Screw it. Hopping up, I dragged open the desk drawer and tugged out my weapons belt. I fixed my gun onto the clip and slung it over my shoulder before turning for the door. John caught my eye and my stomach flipped. It was like he had radar or something, that even before I'd managed to do something, he was already onto me. Of course, if I was out the door before he caught up to me, then he wouldn't be able to stop me. I started for the door, my short stride carrying me forward as fast as it could without actually making it look as though I was taking part in the Great Escape. But then that's exactly what it was. The sound of John's office door swinging open had me throw all pretense to the wind. I sprinted for the door, slamming out through it into the warm autumn sunshine before he had the opportunity to call after me. It was childish. I could have turned around and told him where I was going, that Graham had invited me out. But then I also knew what would happen if I had. I wouldn't be trotting towards Graham's car, and that was for certain. It's more fun this way, the voice in the back of my head prompted. The voice was right. It was always right. Graham sat behind the wheel of his beat-up Volvo. As I sidled up to his car, he cocked an eyebrow in my direction, and the surprise on his face was genuine. Why was he so surprised? Tugging open the car door, I slid into the passenger seat, pushing aside the empty cans of soft drinks and the fast food wrappers to make room for myself.
You were quick. I thought I was going to have to go back in there for you,
Graham said, starting the engine and backing the car out of the space in front of the Elite building, just as John poked his head out the door. Busted, I said under my breath as John's furious gaze met mine. I could practically feel the heat of his anger coating my skin.
We're only busted if he stops us, and...
Graham pulled away, leaving John and his anger behind.
I'm pretty sure he can't stop us now.
Chapter 3. car wound its way through the busy streets of King City. Graham seemed utterly at ease behind the wheel, and I couldn't help but wonder if he'd been one of those badass drivers on the force chasing down the bad guys. I wanted to ask him, but just blurting the question out would probably be frowned upon, and I didn't want to piss him off. He'd done me a favor, and the last thing I wanted to do was ruin whatever goodwill he had towards me. "So, where is this recon thing?" I asked, watching out the passenger window as we left the city streets behind and the car pulled out into the countryside, the buildings and houses growing further and further apart as the road widened.
"Out in a town called Nickel, just outside King,"
Graham said, peering intently ahead through the windshield. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, finally giving up the pretense of being polite.
"Doing what?"
he said, turning to me with surprise and momentarily taking his eyes from the road. "Why are you helping me? Getting me out in the field and risking your neck where John is concerned. You and I both know he's going to be pissed over this."
"I know,"
Graham said, returning his attention back to the road. The car fell silent once more, and I fought the urge to start humming to myself. I didn't like silence. It made me nervous, and normally I dealt with it by humming. But there was something about this silence that told me I shouldn't be the one to break it. Whatever was playing on Graham's mind, whatever had made him risk the wrath of John, was something he needed to tell me when he was good and ready.
"I have a daughter your age, you know,"
he said, his voice soft as he switched gears and overtook another car. "I didn't know, actually." I kept my voice just as soft, my gut twisting nervously. I could tell from the tone of his voice that this wasn't a story I wanted to hear.
"Not many do. It's something I had to keep quiet. It wouldn't have made me popular among the other elite. A bit like your secret, really."
I swallowed hard and pushed my surprise aside. "I'm not sure I understand," I said, schooling my expression into one of confusion. He couldn't know my secret. I'd been careful. No one knew it. I was certain. Well, almost.
"Don't give me that, Morgan. I know what you are. I know where you come from. And I know what runs in your veins. Why the hell do you think I invited you out here?"
I dug my fingers into my thighs just above my kneecaps. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any secrets. I'm just like everyone else, and..." I began to rattle off my cover story, the one I'd practiced in the mirror a million times just in case a situation like this ever arose. Of course, I hadn't expected it to happen so soon, especially when I hadn't done anything yet. Not that I really could. A few blue sparks and the ability to make a room a few degrees cooler wasn't exactly what I would consider a power. For a while, my mother had even suspected I was a void, but my first vision had put paid to that theory. Graham slammed his hand against the steering wheel, and I jumped, biting down on the inside of my cheek to keep my fear inside. Whatever he had planned for me, I wasn't about to let him see how afraid I was. I knew what they did to witches in King City. They were outcasts. The moment something went wrong, they were the first ones the cops came to, and it wasn't for help. And I knew what the elite would do to a witch in their midst, and it didn't involve fluffy kittens and a party.
"I don't care about what you are. Well, I do, but none of that matters right now."
I shook my head, training my gaze on Graham as I wrapped my fingers around the dagger that sat in my weapons belt. A custom-made athame, the one my father had given me for my 12th birthday, right before he... I pushed the thought aside and focused on Graham. I couldn't allow my own mess of a head to get in the way of what was going on. Graham was dangerous. He was one of the best. His case-closed ratio was among the highest on the force, and his kill count was off the charts. He was a man who never missed his mark. And I was a witch trapped in a car next to him. Great. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean," I said, keeping my tone soft. I didn't want him to suspect that I was secretly preparing to stab him in the arm, or worse, if he so much as looked crooked in my direction.
"I need your help, and you need me to keep your secret."
His statement surprised me, and I almost lost my grip on the blade in my hand. "You need my help? Why would you need my help?" I trailed off, realization washing over me like a summer sunrise. "It's your daughter, isn't it?" He nodded, and I could see his knuckles whiten as his grip on the steering wheel intensified. "Do you need to pull over?" I said, glancing out the window. It seemed while we were talking our speed had increased, and the last thing I wanted was to die in a horrible car wreck.
"No, we need to go and walk the scene."
"So there really is a case?" I asked. This time I couldn't keep the surprise from coloring my voice. I'd honestly thought he was taking me out here to threaten me, to force me to help him.
"Of course. Oh, shit, you think..."
He trailed off, shame coloring his cheeks. He shot me a sheepish grin and shook his head.
I'm not going to hurt you, Morgan. I need your help, and the best thing I can do is bump you out into the field. You're no use to me chained to the desk.
Gee, thanks, I muttered under my breath, returning my attention to the trees whipping past.
You're angry with me,
he said, glancing surreptitiously in my direction. You think? Whatever gave you that impression? My voice was laden with sarcasm, and anger rustled down my spine. Who the hell did he think he was?
Look, I know I've done this the wrong way, but I'm pretty sure there isn't a right way to do it.
Do what exactly? You've said you need my help, but I'm gonna need a little more to go on than that, and an explanation as to why you think I'm gonna help you at all. He nodded and flicked on the indicator. The car never lost its speed as it took us up one of the many slip roads off the freeway. Staring out the window, I saw the sign that welcomed us to Nickel, population 1066.
I'll tell you everything once I know you can even help me,
he said. I'd never heard anything more cryptic, and I wanted to scream at him to just spill the beans, but that was typical of me, always rushing headlong into trouble instead of sitting back to see what would unfold. For once, I intended to take my own advice. Chapter 4. So why the hell are we out here? I asked, watching as Graham drove the car into the center of the small town. Well, it wasn't really small, but in comparison to King City, Nickel was practically a village. I couldn't help but compare it to villages I knew from home. Home being a place I could never let the elite know was my true home. Ireland was a beautiful country, but it was well known for its magical affiliations, and there were enough half-breeds and witches to make organizations like the elite wary of anyone who came from there. If they knew I was born there, it would have led to questions I couldn't answer, and they would have figured out my secret in no time.
Suspected vamp attack.
How come I didn't hear about it? I said, turning in the car seat to stare over at Graham. Every case file came across my desk. It was the only good thing about what John had forced me to do, and there hadn't been a vamp attack in any of the cases I'd looked over.
This one is different. They just called it in, asked for someone from Elite to come out and take a look.
Great, I muttered, dropping back against the seats and folding my arms across my chest.
Is there a problem?
Several, actually, I quipped.
And they would be?
Well, the cops here aren't going to be too pleased that we're on their turf, and if this is as new as you're saying, there's going to be blood.
How do you know there'll be blood?
He said, the curiosity in his voice unmistakable. They're vampires, Graham. Have you come across a scene where they're involved where there wasn't any blood?
Good point. I thought maybe you could see something.
I shot him a dirty look. How much did he know about me? His insight on what I could do seemed a little too close for comfort. I'd been careful to cover my tracks. It didn't seem possible that he could have figured all of this out just by watching me pore over case files at the desk. Where are you getting your information on me? I asked, suspicion lowering my voice.
I told you already. I'll clear everything up later, but we're here,
he said, pulling the car over to the curb. I stared out the window as the car came to a complete stop. The wood-paneled Gothic-style three-story house was painted white, the trims a glistening black. The lawn was perfectly manicured and sloped down towards the curb, and I could just make out the blood-red blooms dotting the rose bushes edging the comfortable porch. Everything about the house screamed upper-middle class. A quiet neighborhood. I could practically imagine the family, perfectly coiffed with matching sweaters. The only thing wrong with the scene laid out before me was the flashing lights of the police cars, the crime scene tape that cordoned off the front steps, and the forensic van that sat in the drive. How bad is this going to be, Graham? I asked. I'd been exhausted before, but now I wasn't sure I even had the energy to push open the car door and step out. The energy that vibrated from the house spoke of a horror I really didn't need to poke my nose into. The voice in my head told me to stay in the car, to lock the doors and refuse to get out. Graham couldn't make me. I wasn't even supposed to be here.
Bad.
His one-word answer had my gut churning. If I puked all over my first-ever crime scene, then I really would spend the rest of my life writing a desk. I don't know if I can go in there, I said.
Why not? You have to.
I don't know if it's a good idea. I stared up at the house as energy crept along my skin. If I did go inside, it was going to be painful, and I still hadn't gotten a real grip on putting up barriers between myself and what was going on around me.
You're not going to lose it on me, are you?
He asked, peering over at me. Well, it won't be intentional if that's what you're wondering, but I don't know. There's something wrong about all of this.
Wrong as in?
He probed. He was trying to get answers from me. It wasn't every day you sat in the car outside a crime scene with someone who could tell you how terrible the scene was without ever having to set foot inside the door. Let's just get this over with, I grumbled, pushing open the car door and stepping out onto the sidewalk. A wave of terror washed over me, and I took a staggered step back against the car. Whatever had happened inside had spilled out onto the street. Jesus Christ, I whispered to myself, fighting to steady my body as I stared up at the house.
I've never seen you so...
Graham trailed off as he came around the car and paused next to me. Freaked out? I volunteered.
Out of control. You're a little bit of a control freak around the office. Everything has its place and all that crap,
he said, humor creeping into his voice. He was trying to steer my mind out of the horror it was currently clinging to, and while I appreciated the effort, it wasn't something he could help me with. Trust me when I say everything really does have its place. The balance exists for a reason. Screw with it and everything will go to hell in a handbasket faster than you can imagine. Returning my attention back to the house, I started up the steps, my stride deliberate and purposeful. All I needed to do was go in there and walk the scene. The sooner I got it over with, the better for all involved. My eyes scanned the outside of the house. Whatever had done this was long gone, I was sure of that. The horror that remained was merely residual energy, enough residual energy to swamp me if I let it. My gaze came to rest on something up the side of the house. The two small bicycles thrown down side by side, one blue, one pink. My stomach lurched, and it was an effort not to grab onto the side of the porch and vomit into the flower beds. Sucking in a deep breath, I tried to get my dry heaving under control and turned to face Graham. What happened here, Graham? I'm not walking into that house until you tell me. He shook his head and stared sheepishly down at his heavy-duty army boots. They were a staple of his wardrobe.
I can't, Morgan. I need to know what you can tell me about it all. I need to know what you can do. It's important.
Shit, Graham, there are kids here. You never said anything about kids. Tell me they weren't involved, and I'll walk in that door. He didn't say a word. His silence was answer enough. It came for the kids, didn't it? I said, the dread of what lay in front of me coloring my voice. I'm not going in there. You can't make me go in there. There was an edge of hysteria to my voice. Graham strode up to me, pausing only once he was close enough to whisper furiously to me.
You don't have a choice. It's your job. This is what you signed up for.
Not for this. I didn't sign up for this. Jesus. It seemed hypocritical of me to keep invoking a deity I wasn't even sure existed, but it was my upbringing, and I was covering all of my bases. If he did exist, then how could he have let something like this happen?
Yes, you did. You did the training. You passed the exams and the interviews. You know monsters exist, and they do terrible things to good people.
I don't care. I tried to storm past him, but Graham's body blocked my escape. He wrapped his hand around my upper arm and pinned me in place.
You're all they've got. If you don't go in there and walk the scene, whoever did this...
You mean whatever? This isn't a person.
Whatever did this is going to get away with it. It's going to kill again and again until you put it down.
You can walk the scene, Graham. You know the spell. You've got the ingredients.
Amber, you're a natural-born witch. Anything I could do will pale in comparison to what you're capable of.
His use of my first name surprised me, and his voice was softer as he spoke. There was no disgust for my power, no fear or loathing. And he was right. I was the only one who could truly walk the scene. Theoretically, any of the elite could do it. They had the right spells, the right ingredients, and it gave them a rough overview of the crime committed. But they were human, borrowing power from nature. It was one of the elite's great hypocrisies. If they knew what I was, they would kick me from the force. I would be dirt in their eyes. But they could commandeer my magic, use the spells my ancestors created, and that was fine. In some ways, the elite were merely children playing at dress-up. My magic wasn't particularly strong, but if I did the spell and walked the scene, I certainly wouldn't be borrowing my power from anywhere.
If there's a chance they can be saved, you're it. And if anyone can stop this monster, it's you.
I let his words sink in. The voice in my head told me to run far away, that what awaited me was more than my mind could tolerate. The voice was never wrong. Fine, I'll do it. But we do it my way or I'm not going in there. Graham smiled, his lips curling up at the corners, but the expression never truly reached his eyes. Instead, there was a sadness within them, something that came from the depths of his very soul. Whatever had happened to him had marked him deep inside, and a stain like that would never come out, no matter how much good he tried to do in this world. he would never be free of it. Chapter 5. Shrugging out of his grip, I turned back to the steps. In the corner of my vision, I could still see the 2 bikes on their sides, the training wheels still attached. Gripping the edge of the porch railing, I dug my fingers into the rough wood surface and started up. Stepping in through the front door was like stepping into an oven. The heat from the energy that radiated through the house flowed through me, and my t-shirt stuck to my skin as beads of sweat trickled down my spine. Sucking the hot air in only increased the feeling of suffocation.
Are you all right?
Graham asked, stepping up beside me. He seemed utterly unaffected by the atmosphere that pervaded every pore of the house. You don't feel that?
Feel what?
This place is alive with energy. The walls are practically bleeding, I said, leaning in close to him to whisper. The last thing I wanted to have happen was one of the cops overhear just how disturbed I was by the entire situation. The elite weren't supposed to be moved by the scenes they visited. Indifference was part of the training, an integral part of the training. A tall, thin man stepped out into the hall from one of the doors leading off the main entrance hall.
Who the hell are you?
He barked. He was angry, probably not directly at us, but we were the ones standing in the hall of his crime scene.
We're here from Elite. We got a call to come down here and walk a scene,
Graham said. He sounded so sure of himself, so calm and in control. I would have given anything in that moment to have just a little of the calm exterior he was fit to portray to the world.
Great, the freak squad. I don't want you in here trampling all over my scene, contaminating evidence, and then stealing all the glory. You do realize if this is a preternatural kill, we have jurisdiction. It'll be up to us if you're invited in or not.
The tall man spluttered, his complexion turning red beneath the glow of his tan. The color spread up to his salt and pepper roots, making him look almost cartoonish in his anger, and I felt some of the tension I'd been feeling dissipate as I tried not to crack a smile.
Don't give me your bullshit, Lance. You and I both know this isn't a preternatural kill. Up until last year, you and I didn't even believe in this bullshit. And then that thing with your daughter happens, and the next thing the guys down at the station know is you've pulled the plug on being a detective and are going to work for those bastards down at the Elite. Don't bring my daughter into this. The only thing that changed is that I realized I couldn't make a difference in this world as a cop. How can I protect the people of King if the department are blind to what's going on around them?
I coughed politely into my hand and shuffled in place. There was obviously history between the 2 men, but my standing next to them as they did their little grandstand seemed completely pointless. The only interesting thing I'd heard was the mention of Graham's daughter. I had a sneaking suspicion that everything that was going on somehow came back to her, but until he decided to share with me, there was no point in me wasting my energy on it.
Who the hell is this child? She's barely out of high school, Lance, and you brought her here?
Anger had me curling my fists by my sides. Who the hell did he think he was? I thought Graham was bad. The presumptions were a pain in the ass, but at least I knew Graham. This asshole was nothing to me, and yet he'd decided he could pass judgment on me without so much as a by your leave. This child, as you so eloquently put it, is the one who's going to walk that crime scene of yours and put down the monster that caused all this, I said, my voice dripping with acid.
Like hell you are. Having the Elite here at all is bad enough, but I'm no fool. I'm not gonna let a slip of a girl go running in there and screw all of this up. Lance, she's not stepping foot across the...
I didn't wait for Detective Asshole to continue. If he wanted to stand there and argue the toss with Graham, they were welcome to each other, but I had work to do. This house wasn't something I wanted to hang around in. The sooner I could do my job and get the hell out of Dodge, the better. A strong hand wrapped around my upper arm, jerking me back off the stairs. Turning, I stared up into the fuming gaze of Detective Asshole. It was his hand burning through the fabric of my jacket. Get your hand off me if you plan on keeping it, I warned, my voice dropping several octaves as my hand inched toward the dagger in my weapons belt. I focused in on him, my gaze holding his.
You're not going up those stairs. I'm in charge here, and I say...
He cut off. His voice suddenly choked. His pupils dilated, and his eyes widened suddenly. He stumbled away, his back slamming into the wall as he clutched at his throat, small gasping sounds leaving his wide-open mouth. I could still feel the sting of his hand on my arm, and I knew what I would find branded onto my skin if I slipped out of my jacket. But I didn't have time for that now. He wasn't going to remain distracted for very long. Graham watched me carefully, his expression closed as he helped prop the detective up against the doorframe. I couldn't meet his gaze. I didn't want to meet it. The last thing I needed to see reflected in his eyes was fear. Even though he'd brought me here under false pretenses, and I knew he wasn't telling me the truth about why he was even doing this in the first place, I still liked him. It did mean I could trust him, though, but then that was just the story of my life. There weren't that many people in this world I could trust, and I wasn't about to just forget how I had learned that lesson to begin with. Chapter 6. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, I left Graham behind to deal with the fallout of what had happened. He was either going to blow my cover or not, but I had a sinking feeling that he wasn't done with me and would keep what I was a secret. Reaching the gallery at the top of the steps, I stared around at my surroundings. My skin felt clammy, and the shiver that ran down my spine certainly didn't help matters. Instinct took over, and I let it. I wasn't particularly powerful, at least not by the standards of the family I came from, but my mother had ensured I learned at least a few tricks to keep me safe. Tricks like the one I'd pulled on Detective Asshole downstairs. When he finally managed to cough up the hairball lodged down the back of his throat, I was hoping to be long finished with what I needed to do. I allowed myself a small smile. It was a pretty neat trick. Disgusting, but neat nonetheless. I crept along the landing as it curved around on itself. The crime scene tape blocking the doors was a dead giveaway about the direction I was supposed to take. And yet, something else drew me forward. I could practically feel the curl of power, like a thread connecting my heart to whatever had happened here. Reaching the first door, the bloody handprint on the frame flipped my stomach. Slipping beneath the tape, I stepped inside, careful to keep to the elevated pads the forensic investigators had set down on the floor. And for good reason. I'd been right to think there would be a lot of blood. The carpet was painted with the stuff, a small corner of beige on the other side of the room telling me what color it was supposed to be. Shit, I muttered under my breath, catching sight of the first body. He was draped across the bed, his hand outstretched towards me. Another cold shiver raced down my spine as I stared into his eyes, his glassy and clouded eyes. Death had taken his focus from him. Whatever it was he'd been reaching out to wasn't here anymore, but I could feel it as though it still was. I felt his terror, the urgency still in his body. What little I could do with barriers wasn't enough to hold back the threatening flood of emotion, but I couldn't waste my power on what had happened in this room. This wasn't the main focus. Retracing my steps back to the door, the sound of raised voices floated upstairs to me. Crossing the hall, I paused outside the next door, the planes and butterflies painted across the white wood churning my stomach. I really didn't want to go inside. There was another bloody handprint on this door, the same one from the master bedroom. Stepping beneath the tape, I kept my eyes down as I took my place on the first elevated disc on the floor. The room still vibrated with the energy of what had occurred within. Biting down on my lip, I dug my nails into my palms as I balled my hands into fists and lifted my gaze. My brain refused to make sense of what it was seeing. It looked like someone had taken a few cans of paint and sprayed them around the room. There was a body draped across one of the tiny beds in the corner of the room, her body far too big to fit into it. It was her handprint on the door frames. She'd come to protect them. I knew it instinctively, without ever having to use my power. The love of a mother was a power not to be messed with, and this mother had loved her children. Small drawings covered the walls, childish depictions of happy times, and my heart hammered in my chest as the energy of the room washed over me. Her screams flooded my mind, and I slammed my hands over my ears, but it wasn't something I could block out. She was in my head, and there was no escaping it. She was on her knees, her children crying at her back as she pleaded with the man in front of her. I pushed an edge of power into the vision, and the scene flared to life, color and smell making me feel as though I was the one on my knees. My chest ached, and I knew it had happened as I'd tried to escape from the vampire. He'd slammed my body so hard into the wall. My ribs were broken, and my breathing was shallow and noisy. "Mommy! Please, Mommy!" The little blonde girl behind me clutched at my neck, holding on to me as though her life depended on it. And it did. "Don't hurt them. They're innocent. Please, not my children," she pleaded with the creature in front of her, and I suddenly wasn't sure if the words had left my mouth or hers. I watched as he tilted his head to the side, cold and calculating, the movement of an animal, a predator. "Joanna, you brought this on yourself. You knew the rules." He reached out and she jerked away from him. But one look into his eyes and she was lost. I felt her limbs go limp, her body no longer protecting her children. He'd rolled her. A vampire's gaze was something humans were incapable of protecting themselves against. But he'd known her name, and I'd felt the recognition within her. What the hell was going on? Why was a suburban housewife palling around with a vampire? None of it made any sense. "Mommy!" the little dark-haired boy shouted, his voice hoarse from crying, and the sound seemed to snap the woman out of her trance for a second. "Joshy, take your sister and hide," she said, and the vampire growled in frustration. He was new, too new to have complete control of everything that was going on. The little boy grabbed the little girl and dragged her away as the woman launched herself against the vampire. He caught her easily, and a wave of familiarity washed over me once more. It was something I couldn't quite put a finger on, but there was no mistaking it. He snarled, ripping into her neck, and still she fought against him. The sound of him feeding on her was too much to bear, and I fought to pull out of the vision. I didn't need to see any more to know what had happened. The magic binding me to the vision tightened around me, and still I fought it, but it refused to budge, and I was forced to watch on as he fed from her. The sounds of her bones breaking and the wet sounds of his mouth on her body made me sick to my stomach. He flung her down on the bed, his eyes lost to the darkness of what he was as he crouched over her. I slammed my eyes shut as soon as I realized he was playing in the wound he'd gouged into her abdomen. When had that happened? Was the shock of seeing everything so clearly making me slow, causing me to miss things I should have seen? I was so used to working from a case file and photographs that actually being in the same room as Joanna's body had completely overwhelmed me. I fought to unravel the magic. A cold shudder rolled through me as the ghost of the vampire strode from the room, straight through the place I was standing. I stared at the scene in front of me. The magic connecting me to the scene still coated the air, but the vision was done at least. A long breath escaped me, my shoulders slumping down as I stared at what he had done to her. My heart ached for her. She was just protecting her children. The body on the bed moved. And I blinked, scrubbing my hands across my vision. I was seeing things. Bodies didn't move. It moved again. Awkwardly at first. The limbs jerked at angles that weren't humanly possible. I watched as it lifted its head. The ragged, chewed skin around its neck glistened as the light from the windows hit the blood. Her eyes were open, but unfocused, the grayness of the color telling me she was still very much dead. This wasn't a newborn vampire rising. If it was, her wounds would have healed, and the sunlight would have burned them like a son of a bitch. Often not enough to kill, but certainly enough to cause them to think twice about coming out in daylight. What was left of Joanna dropped onto the floor and out of sight behind the bed in the middle of the room. I strained to see her, to see what she was doing, but I knew it was going to require me stepping around the bed, and the voice in my head told me that wasn't something I wanted to do. Wet, slurping sounds met my ears and my stomach churned, the urge to vomit washing over me in an overpowering wave. Pulling my gun from its clip, I stepped around the bed, pushing the voice that was now screaming inside my head aside. This was my job. I was a member of the elite, and I didn't run away from the monsters, even when those monsters had been the victim of a horrible crime just moments before. I stepped across the elevated platforms carefully, my boots making no sound as I kept my gaze trained on the floor and where I knew Joanna was supposed to be.
What the hell is going on here? What have you done to my crime scene?
I jumped, my gaze swinging from the floor to the crime scene technician that had appeared in the doorway. The wet slurping sounds had stopped, and the silence in the room had the hairs across the back of my neck standing to attention.
The monster's gone, miss. Or is this your first crime scene and the sight of so much blood has you...
He spoke as he strode past me, his steps purposeful as he moved around the bed. I grabbed his arm when he came level with me, the movement forcing me to take a one-handed grip on my Glock 19.
Get your hands off me. I don't need...
He trailed off as Joanna launched herself out from behind the bed and latched onto his neck. His words were lost in the scream that tore from his throat as she dug her bloodied fingers into his shoulders and rode his body to the ground. "Shit," I said, grabbing the gun properly and aiming the barrel squarely at her head. She glanced up at me, her blue eyes still gray with death, but there was something intelligent lurking in the depths, and I knew she saw me. Somehow she was staring directly at me, despite the fact that I knew Joanna was dead. I pulled the trigger and she ducked to the side, the bullet grazing her shoulder as she scuttled across the floor back behind the bed, taking the still screaming crime scene technician with her. Dead bodies didn't scuttle, and they sure as hell didn't duck incoming bullets. Zombies didn't have that ability, they were simply dead, a primal magic driving them to feed an urge they had no control over. The technician screamed again, the guttural noise ripping through the air. The sound of his bones crunching spurred me into action. I dived around the side of the bed, raising my gun. The woman who had been Joanna raised her face and stared at me once more. There was a confusion in her dead eyes, as though she didn't understand why I was still coming for her. She dug her fingers into the thigh of the tech once again, and he howled in agony as he tried to kick and fight his way free. "Joanna, let him go," I said, putting as much authority into my voice as was humanly possible. She cocked her head to the side. Still she wore a confused expression. Could she hear me? Could she understand me? They said the last thing to go with a dying person was their hearing, but I'd never thought to question what would happen to their senses if they came back. She lifted her hand to her mouth, sucking the technician's blood from her fingertips as she continued to watch me with her empty, dead eyes. Someone stepped into the room alongside me, but I didn't want to take my eyes off Joanna. I wasn't going to make that mistake a second time.
"What's going on, Morgan?"
Graham's voice was hushed, and I could feel his tension as it hummed along the edges of his body, telling me where he stood in the room. "It's the mother. She's back," I gritted out from between my teeth, keeping the gun trained on Joanna.
"A zombie?"
Graham asked, covering the small distance between us and coming to a dead stop beside me.
"Shit, that's not a zombie,"
he said. His voice held a slight tremor. "Nope, but I don't know what the hell she is," I said, taking a small step forward. Joanna continued to watch me, licking each finger until it was clean and glistening. "Joanna, you need to let that man go," I said, keeping my voice soft as I addressed her. I didn't want to startle her. Who knew what she would do if I did, and it wasn't a risk I was willing to take. One thing was for certain. The Elite's training squad didn't prepare you for shit like this. Joanna rolled her head to the side as though all the muscles and bones in her neck weren't connected anymore, and as I stared at the gaping hole where the front of her throat should have been, I knew they weren't. What was animating her? She rolled her gaze down to the man sobbing in front of her. He was bleeding heavily from the wounds she'd given him. This entire situation was nothing but a giant shitstorm, and the paperwork that would come after something like this would make life unbearable. But if she killed him... I shuddered. How could someone go from protector to killer in just a few hours? I watched the hunger roll into her gaze as she stared down at the rich blood bubbling up out of the wound on the technician's leg. "Joanna, don't do this. You let him go," I said again, raising my gun and aiming it squarely at her chest. She had the ability to duck a bullet to the head, but the chest was a much wider area. Even she, with her speed, would find it difficult to escape that. She snarled, the sound ripping from her throat rather than her mouth, and I watched as her exposed vocal cords vibrated. The second she moved, I opened fire once more, my first bullet tearing through her chest as she launched herself at my face. But it didn't stop her, and she kept coming, her body colliding with mine as she drove me to the ground. A shock ricocheted through my body as she landed on my chest, the skin-on-skin contact of our bodies causing my power to spike. I sucked in a deep breath as power coursed in my veins. Whatever was animating her was strong and powerful, far more powerful than I'd ever felt before, and I was drowning in it. The world seemed to slow down as Joanna perched on my chest, her gray eyes staring down into mine. I could hear Graham swearing somewhere above me, and the sound of gunfire filled the air. My gun was gone, knocked from my grip when she barreled into me, but my fingers had already closed around the athame my father had given me. "Why?" Joanna asked, her gurgling voice surprising me. "Why what?" I asked, her weight pressing me down into the blood-soaked carpet. "Why fight what we are?" She didn't finish the sentence, but turned with a snarl towards Graham. She started to move towards him, but I brought my arm up, driving the blade into the gaping hole the vampire had left in her chest and abdomen. The knife sank through her flesh and came to a jarring halt against her broken ribs. The creature that had formerly been Joanna screamed and scrabbled at the blade lodged in her chest. I knew what it was doing to her, burning through the flesh, singeing the bone. I drove my arm up further, pushing past her broken ribs and straight into her heart. She returned her attention to me, and for a split second, the gray of death was lifted from her eyes, and they were a perfect clear blue. "Thank you," she whispered before she slumped over me, whatever had been controlling her body disappearing in the blink of an eye and leaving me buried beneath the dead weight, gasping for air. Chapter 7.
"What the hell was that?"
Graham asked, dragging Joanna's body from on top of me. I fought my way free and climbed to my feet. The blood coating the carpet had soaked in through the back of my jacket and was causing my hair to stick to the back of my neck. I needed a shower, but there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of that happening after what had just gone down. "Your guess is as good as mine," I said, dragging the athame from the now unmoving corpse.
"Well, what happened up here? One minute I'm downstairs dealing with Detective Brody getting carted off to the hospital, and the next I'm racing up the stairs because of all the screaming.
Graham turned his attention to the crime scene technician. I didn't dare even breathe as he crouched down over the unmoving man and pressed his fingers against the side of his neck.
Still got a pulse here, but it's weak,
he said, climbing back onto his feet and assessing the scene.
Are you all right? Hurt anywhere?
I shook my head, but it was a lie. I was scratched up pretty badly, and every time I sucked in a deep breath, my ribs ached like a body had just been dumped on me. In a way, that was exactly what had happened.
Go and call for the paramedics. I'll stay with this guy and see if I can't patch him up a little.
I didn't answer Graham. I didn't want to continue hanging around in the room. I needed out of there, and I needed air fast. Reaching the doorway, I gripped the frame as the room spun in sickening circles. Do not pass out. Don't you dare pass out. I repeated the words over and over in my head until the dizzy spell passed and I was fit to start moving again. Graham's eyes bored holes in my back as I stepped out of the room. I could feel his attention on me, and I knew what he was thinking. The only problem was that whatever he was thinking was wrong. The thing that had taken over Joanna wasn't me. I didn't have that kind of power, and I'd felt the power that had coursed through her corpse, animating her and giving her the superhuman strength she'd displayed. Whatever had brought her back was incredibly powerful, and it was like nothing I'd ever seen or heard of before. How was I supposed to work for the elite if I didn't even know what could do something like that? Making my way down the stairs on legs that felt like jelly, I dragged my cell phone from the inside pocket of my jacket. The screen was cracked, but I couldn't be sure if it had happened when Joanna had jumped me, when I'd collided with the floor, or when she'd sat on my chest. Crap, I said, reaching the bottom of the stairs. The hall was filled with police officers, their eyes watching me expectantly. They'd all heard the commotion. I could tell from the fear that lurked in their eyes that they knew about what had gone on upstairs, or at least as much as they could know from the downstairs hall. Someone call an ambulance. My phone is busted and one of your tech guys needs medical assistance. I didn't hang around to see if they obeyed my orders. They might have been cowards when it came to the monsters, but they sure as hell wouldn't ignore a plea for an ambulance. I pushed out past the crowd of gathered officers and broke out into the afternoon sunshine. At least it wasn't nighttime. The children. In the vision, I'd watched them run when their mother had told them to, the little boy's hand wrapped around his sister's as they'd ran from the room. If they'd escaped, where had they gone to? They weren't in the house. If they had been, then they'd have been found by now. The place was crawling with cops. I crossed the front lawn, following it around the side of the house that led to the back garden. Something kept me stumbling forward until I reached the end of the green lawn, the shrubs and trees half obscuring the fence from my view. Following the line of the fence, I paused at a particularly dense area of shrubbery and pushed through the foliage. My legs hit the edge of the wall before I even realized what it was, and as I pushed aside the last of the tree branches, my heart sank in my chest. There was a reason I was drawn here, and it wasn't going to be good. The well was hidden from view, and the wooden cover sat propped against the rounded stone wall that rose up around it, the mouth of the well open to the sky. A family with young children wouldn't go to the effort of covering the well and then not keeping the lid on it. Gripping the edge of the well's wall, I peered down into the darkness, but my eyes couldn't pick out anything in the gloom. Reaching inside my jacket, I drew out the torch I carried with me and flicked on the switch. The beam lit up the inside stones of the well, and as I let the shaft of light drift down, my hands shook. The beam lit a small, pale hand, and bile crept up the back of my throat. Joshy lay at the bottom of the well, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and his eyes wide and staring. I flung myself backwards, away from the well and out of the bushes, falling to my knees before I even had the chance to take more than 2 proper steps away from the shrubbery. My stomach decided to purge itself of the lunch I'd forgotten to eat, the bottle of water I'd consumed that morning crawling its way up my throat. Tears dripped down my cheeks as I dug my fingers into the dry dirt of the backyard. From the corner of my eyes, I could see the abandoned swing set, and it only served to make me retch harder. He'd killed the boy, an innocent child. There was just something about kids that really bothered me. They didn't even have the chance to start their lives before it was snatched away from them. Innocence lost. But if Joshy was at the bottom of the well, then where the hell was his sister? I'd dreamt about getting out in the field, of making a difference in the world, but I'd never imagined my first ride-along would end like this. Burying my face against my hands, I let my tears flow free. The day couldn't possibly get any worse. Chapter 8.
You all right?
Graham asked. It was at least the 1,000th time he'd asked me that same question since I'd found the body of the Sidwell son. No, I answered him honestly. What was the point in lying? He'd only see straight through it anyway. The shock had soaked into my bones, turning my blood to ice, and my teeth had started to chatter. How was I supposed to do my job if I couldn't handle something like this? For that matter, how did everyone else handle it and not fall apart? Graham gripped my shoulder and squeezed gently, the look in his eyes one of pity and sorrow. How do you do it? How do any of them do it and not get bothered? We found a child's body in a well in his backyard, a 7-year-old child, Graham. He nodded and dropped his gaze away from me and down to the floor.
It's just something you learn to deal with, Morgan. Something you have to.
But how? I asked, my voice cracking over the words. I didn't want to be weak, and I sure as hell didn't want to break down for a second time, but I couldn't help it. I'd seen death before, but not like this. I knew monsters existed. I'd known they existed for my entire life. My first clear memory as a child was of my mother slaying a demon. It was a part of who I was, and yet I'd never experienced something like this. Children were supposed to be protected from all of this.
It bothers me, but if I don't keep it together, if I allow myself to feel the fear and the pain of that child's loss, then how can I do my job? How do I hunt down the thing that killed him? How do I save his sister?
You think she's still alive? I didn't want to feel hopeful, but I couldn't stop it from creeping into my voice.
I don't know, but I've got to believe she is. If I don't, then...
He trailed off and I nodded. I knew what he meant. I might not want to feel hopeful. It seemed so wrong as I watched the coroner and his team fish Joshie out of the well. But for his sister's sake, I needed to hope. I needed to believe we would get to her on time. I could save her.
I'm sorry, Morgan,
Graham said, his voice gentle, and I turned to face him with surprise. Sorry? What for?
For this. If I'd have known, I wouldn't have taken you. This shouldn't be anyone's first ride-along.
I think we can stop pretending it was a ride-along. You needed to see what I could do, what I was capable of, and now you know, I said, my voice devoid of any emotion. Earlier, I'd been so angry. He'd tricked me, made me think that he wanted to help get me out from underneath John's thumb, but it had been nothing but a pack of lies. Just like everyone else in this world who knew what I truly was, he wanted to use me. Spill it, I said, meeting his gaze square on, pushing aside the shock and pain I'd felt over the case we were standing in the middle of.
Not here. We still have far too much work to do, and John is on the warpath.
I could just imagine what John would be like, and I knew full well who was going to get the blame for everything. We should head back, so, I said, flipping my hair back over my shoulder. Most of it was stuck to my neck, and it was a pointless gesture, but it was one I was so used to doing that I still did it. Cracking my knuckles, a wave of satisfaction rolled over me as the bones crunched into place.
The cops are still pretty freaked out. Are you sure it's a good idea to just leave?
Graham asked. I cocked my head to the side. Why was he asking me? He was the senior member of the elite. I was nothing more than a rookie, and asking me to make the decision made about as much sense as asking one of the cops milling around to take over the case. There's nothing more we can do here, is there? I asked.
Did you get anything off the scene before Mrs. Sidwell woke up and started chewing on the tech guy?
She knew her attacker. I watched as Graham's expression flipped over into surprise.
That's not possible. How could she have known her attacker? It was Vampire. And from everything I've gleaned so far, she wasn't a vamp groupie.
I don't think so either, but she still knew him. He called her by name, and she pleaded with him. There was a familiarity between them that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Graham's expression turned thoughtful, and I had the urge to pester him with questions. He'd obviously thought of something, but he wasn't sharing it. Glancing back over my shoulder, I watched as the coroner zipped up the small black body bag that housed the remains of Joshie. The name his mother had called him still swirled around in my mind. It was an odd sensation. I could still feel what she had felt for him. Her love was mixed in with my own emotions, making it almost impossible for me to differentiate where her maternal feelings ended and my own emotions began. Stalking away, I made my way to the car. Whether Graham was coming with me or not, I wasn't going to hang around the Sidwells' house any longer. There was too much I didn't understand, and too many things I needed to get my head around before I could just get back to work. Facing John was going to be hard enough, and with my emotions in such turmoil, I just wanted to get it over and done with. Graham caught up to me and dropped into an easy stride alongside me.
I've never seen you so eager to get back to John,
he said lightly. Well, I've never been involved in a shitstorm of this magnitude before. Graham nodded and cast another glance over his shoulder at the scene unfolding at the house.
No, that makes two of us.
I'd stopped listening to him when we reached the car, my gaze locked onto the man standing on the other side of the road. He was leaning nonchalantly enough against one of the trees lining the street, but his intensity spoke of more than a passing interest in the scene taking place. His jeans were scruffy, the black leather jacket he wore over his tight white t-shirt lending him a bad boy vibe that told me he was all kinds of bad news. But he wasn't a boy, and as I watched him, I felt my interest in him peak. He hadn't shaved in a few days, and his dark stubble was anything but designer, and yet there was something about him that told me he wasn't living on the street. I caught his eye and he smiled, a wide grin that seemed to light up his face and make him look much younger than I'd initially thought.
Morgan, what the hell are you staring at?
Graham's voice cut through my observation of the guy on the other side of the street, pulling my attention away for a split second. Doesn't he look a bit suspicious to you? I asked, gesturing across at the guy.
Who?
Graham said, and I flipped my attention back to the now-abandoned tree. Shit, I said with a growl of frustration. How the hell had he done that? People didn't just up and disappear. At least nobody human. Never mind, I said, sliding into the front seat. Slamming the door, I closed my eyes and leaned my head back onto the seat. But my head was a jumble of everything I'd seen, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't clear it out. There was only one thing that would help sort out the mess the case had created in my mind, and that was to solve it. Catching the bastard who had created so much pain and terror in the lives of these people, that was the only way I was going to be able to close my eyes and not see Joanna's dead ones staring back at me. Chapter 9. What the hell do you mean I'm off the case? I said, my voice going up several octaves as I hopped to my feet. The smug expression on John's face only made me curl my fists against my sides. I wanted nothing more than to wipe the smile clean off him. What would he do if I actually punched him? The thought crossed my mind, and I pushed it aside. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't punch him. He was still my boss. If I dragged him across the desk and hammered some sense into him the way I wanted to, then I would very quickly find myself in handcuffs and out of a job. You and I both know, with a case as high profile as this one, the mayor wants someone with a little more experience handling it, John said, his tone grating across my already frayed nerves. After the things I had seen this morning, the last thing I wanted to hear about was what the mayor wanted. Last time I checked, the mayor wasn't present this morning when I put down Joanna Sidwell, or at least whatever was wearing her meat suit, I spat, anger fizzing in my veins, sending my blood pressure soaring. Control it, Amber. My mother's voice spoke in the back of my mind. It wasn't really her, but she'd seen me like this, and my mind knew she was the only thing that could control my rage. If I didn't control it, then what little magic I did have was going to slip out, and I couldn't afford something as disastrous as that happening in front of John. Sucking a deep breath through my nose, I unclenched my fists and rubbed my hands against the side of my jacket. An unassuming gesture, but one that allowed the magic that was sparking inside me to harmlessly discharge against the fabric. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't have a loose cannon like you running around calling Mrs. Sidwell a meat suit. She was a person, Amber, and that's something you need to remember. Whatever was controlling her wasn't human, and how do you know she wasn't a newborn? Vampires have rights, and without the proper lawful intervention, we cannot put them down. I snorted a bitter laugh that seemed to both shock and disgust John in equal measure. You can't be serious. She wasn't a vampire, she was reanimated, and very much nothing more than a meat suit. The soul that had made Joanna Sidwell the loving and caring mother she had been was long gone when that thing attacked the crime scene technician, and then me. John sighed, but it was forced. His expression one a long-suffering parent might wear when dealing with a particularly difficult child. Amber, you're new here, and you don't know how— I cut him off with an angry wave of my hands. Look, do whatever in hell you want, John, because it's not going to matter what I say or do. I'm telling you what happened, and you're willfully ignoring me. If you're that bothered, ask Graham what went down. I'm sure he's experienced enough for you and the mayor. Sharply turning on my heel, I started for the door. I needed to get out of the room, to get away from the fame-hungry toad sitting behind the desk before I did something I would regret. Where are you going? I'm going home to get a shower, I said. Or do you and the mayor not approve of me doing that either? Slamming the door open, the glass panes of John's office rattled with a vibration. Part of me wished I could use my power. The sparks could at least shatter glass, and watching the shock crumple his face as every piece of glass in his office imploded in on top of him would seriously be worth it. but I needed to remember why I was here. If I revealed what I was, then it was over, and his sacrifice would have been for nothing. "Amber, wait!" John called after me, but I kept going. I wasn't going to stop for him, not now. Pulling me from the case was a mistake, and he would realize it sooner or later. I might not know what had taken control of Joanna, but I had an idea of where to get answers. But that wasn't the only thing bothering me. Joanna had launched herself at me. Watching the way she'd snapped the bones of the crime scene tech and dug her fingers into his flesh as though his thighs were nothing more than chocolate pudding, it didn't make sense why she hadn't attacked me. She'd had the time and the opportunity, so why hadn't she taken it? Instead, she turned on Graham. It didn't make sense. Neither did the fact that I'd seen some sort of intelligence lurking in her eyes when she'd stared at me. Reanimated corpses didn't have intelligence. The spark that had made them human was gone, swallowed by their death. But Joanna had been different.
"Where are you going?"
Graham asked, catching up to me as I shoved out through the main doors of the elite building and into the setting sunshine. Nightfall was coming. I could taste it on the air, but I still had a good hour before the sun really went down. It would give me time to swing by my apartment and catch the shower I wanted. "Home, Graham. I need to get cleaned up before I lose my mind completely."
"Did he pull you from the case too?"
I paused and spun around to face him. "What do you mean? He didn't pull you as well. He wouldn't dare." I cut off and nodded, another bitter laugh escaping me. Of course he would. Graham gave me a wry smile and pushed his hand back through his salt and pepper hair.
"I took a rookie out into the field without pre-approving it."
"That sounds far more polite than John would manage," I said.
"Yeah, it was more along the lines of blatantly flaunting my disregard for authority, and my arrogance that endangered the lives of the police officers involved by taking such an unstable and volatile rookie out to a live case."
He said that? He said I was volatile and unstable? The choice of words surprised me. I knew John hated me, but this was something else altogether. What the hell had given him that impression? I was pretty sure I hadn't done it. This was our first real altercation, and he'd spoken to Graham first. No, it didn't make any sense. A sense of uneasiness unfurled in my gut.
"You're not really going home to get a shower, are you?"
Graham asked, cocking an eyebrow in my direction. "Have you taken a good look at me? If you'd wrestled with the dead, wouldn't you be heading home for a shower too?"
"And afterwards?"
I bit down on my tongue. I couldn't tell him where I was going. He already knew far too much about me, and I didn't want him involved any deeper than he already was. "Just go back inside and file your reports, Graham. I'm tired, and I really don't want to play this game now."
"Don't then. Tell me where you're going, and I'll come too."
"Listen, I don't owe you anything. In fact, if I'm remembering correctly, you're the one who owes me answers. And after the little stunt you pulled today, even if you had a really good reason for it all, I still wouldn't take you with me. So the sooner you accept that, Graham, the better for both of us." He studied me for a moment, and then his expression hardened.
"I'm not someone you want to make an enemy out of, Morgan."
"And neither am I. Or are you forgetting already what I am?"
"Oh, I haven't forgotten. But what you're not understanding about me is that I'm a desperate man. I have nothing to lose, and that makes me dangerous."
"You've still got your life, haven't you?" He nodded, and I smiled, but it wasn't an expression of friendliness. "Then you've still got something to lose, and to the monsters, that's the only commodity they're interested in." I stalked away before he could question me further. This wasn't an argument I wanted to get into, and I certainly didn't want to have it on the side of the street outside the elite headquarters, where anyone could hear it. Catching sight of my car, I picked up my pace, and relief washed through me. At least he wasn't following. On a day as crappy as this one, I was going to count that as a win. Chapter 10. Turning the temperature of the water in the shower up to the max, I leaned against the wall and let the blistering heat scrape the blood from my skin. The day really had just gone from bad to worse, and there was nothing I could do to fix it. John had clearly made up his mind. He wasn't going to let me back on to work alongside whatever other elites he decided could handle the limelight that a case as gruesome as this warranted. But this wasn't just something I could let go. I wouldn't let it go. I'd stared into Joanna's dead eyes. It had been me she'd whispered her thanks to, and I'd had the vision about the truth of the matter. That wasn't something I could ignore. I'd witnessed her suffering, and a part of me now understood that I needed to see it through to the end. I couldn't let her killer get away with it. He hadn't just murdered her and her family. He'd desecrated her body and stolen her daughter. That wasn't something I could let stand. Digging my nails into my palms, I tried to push aside the urge to hop out of the shower and immediately start hunting down clues. The emotions were still overwhelming. It wasn't something I had expected. Why did I feel so connected to Joanna and her family? Why was the urge to defend and avenge so strong within me? It just didn't make any sense. Closing my eyes, I stood beneath the spray and imagined my magical barriers. My mother had always told me I should see a white light surrounding me, and I'd pretended she was right. It didn't really work like that for me, and as I closed my eyes and searched within myself, the shimmering blue barrier of light snapped around me. It sparkled against the water, making me shiver. There was something about it that was cold, icy in fact, and it never ceased to amaze me that this was the true color of my magic. It wasn't supposed to be blue and silver. I was a white witch. I'd come from a long line of white witches, and their magics had always been an angelic white. Sucking in a deep breath, I searched along the edges of my barriers for a sign that they had been breached, but I couldn't find anything. The magic glistened in my vision, and I sighed. Cold and beautiful, but utterly useless. My inability to perform magic like the other white witches in the family was probably somehow connected to the color of my magic. White was pure, and mine wasn't pure. I was nothing but a disappointment to my mother and her desire for a daughter with the same white witch power as her own. Letting the shield sink back through my skin, I pushed away the dark direction my thoughts had taken. I was a disappointment, but she still loved me, and it was that love that allowed me to be here, to hunt those who had hurt us. Switching off the flow of water, I stepped out of the shower and wrapped my blue towel around my body. Twisting my long, damp tendrils of red hair up into the second, smaller towel, I balanced it on top of my head and peered at my fogged reflection in the mirror. I could do this. I would succeed, and nothing was going to stand in my way. The fact that John had kicked me off the case was nothing. I could do my own investigating. In theory, it seemed like a good idea, but where was I even supposed to begin? The thought of where I had to go once the sun went down filled me with dread. Going in alone wasn't going to be easy, but it was just something I would have to do. It seemed the price of getting back my peace of mind rested with solving this case and finding the Sidwell girl. My stomach churned once more. The vampire had reduced Joanna to so much raw meat. His brutality was something I wasn't used to witnessing. I wasn't particularly familiar with vampires, but I was almost certain they weren't into chewing on their victims like a feral dog with its favorite bone. Stop trying to talk yourself out of this, Amber. Suck it up and get dressed. Now is not the time to mope around. You've got work to do. I did have work to do, and no time to hang around either. Moving away from the mirror, the faint sound of a floorboard creaking made me freeze. I'd locked the door on the way in, and yet I knew for a fact that that floorboard didn't creak unless someone stepped on it. Someone or something. I'd tucked a little hex bag beneath it, ensuring that no matter what, if something crossed over it, I would hear it. I wasn't powerful, but I had some useful spells, and this was definitely one of them. Grabbing the athame from my weapons belt, I crept to the door and peered into the bedroom. It looked empty, but the floorboard creaked once more, and I tensed my body before creeping out into the room. The thought of confronting something while wrapped in nothing but a towel didn't thrill me. It was an accident waiting to happen, but then perhaps the intruder was a prude, and me being naked would shock them into submission. It was a long shot, but I was willing to take any shot. Reaching the bedroom door, I flattened my back against the wall and slid the door ajar, my gaze darting around the empty hallway. What the hell was going on? The apartment really wasn't that big. It wasn't possible that someone could hide so completely in such a tiny space. Stepping out into the hall, I paused, my ears picking up a faint sound. I swung around and brought the athame up, jabbing into the intruder. His calloused hand closed around my wrist, knocking the blow away, and his body collided into mine, ramming me back against the wall and knocking the air from my lungs before I could scream in frustration. The towel slid away from my skin, and the cool air from the open window in the hall wrapped itself around my body. But the man was gone, nothing but the lingering musky scent of his aftershave to let me know I hadn't imagined him. The front door burst open, and Graham appeared in the hall, his gun unholstered and aimed in my direction. "Whoa, Graham, aim it at the ceiling," I said, raising my hands in mock surrender. Color flooded his face, and Graham swung away.
Jesus, Morgan, I'm sorry. I did. I thought you were...
He trailed off. Opening my mouth, I started to ask him what the hell his problem was when the cold breeze from the still open window made me flush. Dipping to the floor, I grabbed the towel and hastily wrapped it tight around my body before diving back into the bedroom. "Sorry, I was caught a little unawares," I said, my voice doing little to hide the embarrassment that flowed through my body. "Just make yourself at home. I'll be out in a few minutes." Why was he here, and how had he known there was someone in the apartment? I had been so certain that he hadn't followed me, but obviously I'd been wrong. Whatever was going on, Graham had a lot to answer for, and I was done waiting. Chapter 11. Exiting the bedroom a few minutes later, I spotted Graham sitting on the couch, his gun holstered as he kept his gaze trained on the ceiling. My damp hair trailed down my back, slowly soaking through the thin fabric of my gray t-shirt. "What the hell are you doing here? I thought I left you back at Elite?" I asked, my tone less than polite.
It really was something I was going to have to work on, but right now wasn't the time. Who was your friend?
He countered, his eyes still trained on the ceiling. "Graham, seriously, you can look at me, I'm dressed." I was exasperated. The day had not gone in the direction I'd hoped for, and it seemed like my hope that it couldn't possibly get any worse had been a false one. He dipped his head and met my gaze, his expression tense, as though he half expected me to have told him lies. "Now you first. Why are you here?" I said, crossing my arms across my chest.
"I was worried about you. I took you out in the field this morning. What happened was my fault."
"Unless you were in control of the vampire that murdered the Sidwells, how can any of this be your fault?"
"Not that, but bringing you out there. It was wrong of me, selfish. I know how hard it is to walk a scene, but I can't imagine what it's like for someone like you."
"A witch, you mean?" I couldn't keep the accusation from my tone, and Graham had the good grace to look ashamed.
"I didn't mean it like that."
With a sigh, I dropped down onto one of the well-worn, comfy armchairs in the living room. The springs were long gone, and I sank into the cozy warmth of the cushions. "I know you didn't."
"What happened to your arm? Did he do that?"
Confusion slowed my mind to molasses, and I glanced down at the place on my arm where Graham had gestured. The angry red handprint stood out against my pale skin, and it took me a second for my brain to catch up and register where it had come from. "No, that happened earlier," I said. It wasn't exactly a good idea to elaborate on the subject. The mark was my punishment for what I'd done to Detective Asshole back at the house. It'd take days to fade, and anyway, how did you explain something like that to anyone outside the coven?
"The Sidwell woman did it. How's that even possible?"
"No, look, it doesn't matter," I said. I wasn't even supposed to talk to him about what I was, but he was making that more and more impossible with every question he asked. "Look, Graham, I've got things I need to do, and..." He gave me a pointed stare and folded his arms across his chest.
"Don't give me that crap. We both know you're up to something. You have no intention of letting this case go any more than I do,"
he said, his voice heavy with suspicion. But it was his statement that surprised me. Why would he want to keep investigating? What was he hoping to get out of it all? "I don't know what you're talking about. John kicked both of us off the case, and that's it."
"And you do everything that creep tells you? This morning you couldn't get out of that office fast enough just so you could defy him, and now at the final hurdle, you're just gonna throw in the towel?"
I couldn't exactly lie to him. Everything he'd said was the truth, and he seemed utterly determined to endanger himself no matter what I said anyway. Could I tell him? If anything happened to him, then it would be my fault, on my head. Was that something I was willing to risk? Was it something I could live with? "Why are you doing all of this, Graham? I think it's about time you spilled your side of all this. It's not fair one of us holding all the answers, particularly if we're going to be partners." It was a cheap shot, especially when I hadn't even made up my own mind about it yet. But I knew it would have the desired effect, and a small pang of guilt hit me square in the stomach as I watched his face lighten.
"You're not just saying that? You'd really work with me, out in the open, no more secrets?"
Biting down on my cheek, I nodded. As long as I didn't promise aloud, then I still had options.
"You remember I said I had a daughter?"
He started, and my heart sank. I'd had a feeling that it was personal for him. He was in over his head because of love. But wasn't I in the same boat? "Yeah."
"Well, she got in with a bad crowd. Started hanging around with them last year, staying out late, not coming home until sunrise. And then there were the marks."
He trailed off, and I could tell from the pain in his eyes that whatever he was thinking took him to places he would be better off forgetting. "Graham, I'm sorry." He shook his head and smiled, but it was melancholic and it hurt my heart. The monsters didn't care what they did to their victims. Their only desire was to fill their own sick needs, whatever they might be. And most people only ever thought of the victim and whatever horror they were forced to suffer. Most people didn't think of the toll on those closest to the victim, the ones left behind to pick up the pieces, the people forced to relive the horror of their loved ones over and over. There was no relief for them. Many victims were released by death, the tragedy of their lives cut short, a stain on society. But the ones left behind, there was no release, no oblivion to sink into. They carried their grief, their guilt, and the constant wish that they had done more, intervened sooner, taken a closer look at the situation, or just told them they cared more. I knew what that was like, and it wasn't something I would wish on anyone.
You don't have anything to be sorry about. I was the one who let her down. I should have insisted she cut ties with them, but Jessica was so headstrong, so determined that she knew the path she was meant to take.
Was it vampires? I asked, keeping my voice low.
She was obsessed with them, one in particular. Jess was letting him...
Graham's voice became choked, as though whatever he was thinking was too terrible to even share with me. She was feeding him, I volunteered, and Graham nodded, burying his face in his hands. He went too far, didn't he? Graham shook his head and raised his face to mine.
A group of hunters did a raid on the house where the vamps were nesting, cleaned the whole place out, and Jess got caught in the crosshairs. Or at least that was what they told me.
My brain struggled to come to terms with what he was telling me. I'd always known hunters existed, working outside the law, hunting down the monsters, but I'd always assumed they worked with the elite for situations that involved carrying out executions. I'm not sure I follow you. You're telling me hunters went in and killed civilians and no one did anything about it?
They burned the place to the ground. One of them dropped by the house that morning and gave me back one of Jess's hoodies. He said there was no choice. She tried to defend her vamp lover. I wanted to bring him in, but they're different to the cops. The minute I tried to grab him, well, let's just say I couldn't keep a hold of him.
Graham said, the regret in his voice palpable. So that's why you joined the elite?
No. I quit the force because of what happened. What was the point in working for the law when there were people out there working outside it?
I knew what he meant. I'd thought the same thing myself after my father's death. What was the point in following the rules when there were always those willing to work outside them, no matter the cost? How did you end up working for Elite?
I saw Jess. She's not dead. The hunter was lying, or he was just plain wrong. Jess is alive, but she's still with the vamp.
They survived? I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice. How was that possible? It didn't seem logical that the hunter could be so wrong. There was a reason they worked outside the law, and they were damn good at their jobs. The fact that I'd heard nothing of a nest of vamps getting destroyed was simply testament to how thorough they were. So how was it possible that a human and her vamp lover had escaped, especially if the hunters knew of their existence?
I'm pretty sure that was the exact same expression I had when I saw Jess, when I believed she was dead.
It just doesn't add up.
Nope. But then I've come to realize since I started in this job that most things don't add up.
When did you last see her? Graham went silent, and I watched him swallow hard. He was just as familiar with the statistics as I was. His reticence to tell me how long it had been since he'd set eyes on Jessica told me his fears.
13 months.
And you've had no contact with her at all in that time? He shook his head and buried his face in his hands again.
You don't need to remind me. I'm aware of the statistics, Morgan, but I saw her. I saw my baby girl when I thought she was dead. I'd just given up on her, accepted the hunter's word as truth, and I let her down. I won't do that a second time. Until I find her, until I know the truth, I won't rest.
So you joined the elite, hoping it would give you the inside track on everything monster-related?
Isn't that why you did it?
He swallowed hard again, as though nervous of what I might do to him for knowing the truth. My reasons for joining the elite are my own, Graham. It's none of your business. I tried to soften the edge to my voice.
I just want your help to find her, to bring her home. If anyone can do it, it's you.
You do realize you sound completely insane. How can I bring her home? I know nothing about her, and I'm a rookie. I'm not one of the seasoned veterans who know how to track people. You're barking up the wrong tree. Pushing up onto my feet, Graham mirrored my actions. The fear lurking in his eyes and the tension in his shoulders made me nervous. I understood his position more than I cared to admit, but that didn't mean I could help him. I so wasn't the right person for the job. That had been proven when the only way I could think to help Joanna Sidwell had been to sink a knife between her ribs and up into her heart. Everywhere I went, I brought death and destruction, and if Graham couldn't accept that, then he would learn the hard way. He darted towards me, and I blocked his advance, but I'd been wrong about his intentions. He didn't want to hurt me. Well, not in the literal sense. Instead, he shoved something small and delicate into my hands. The cold press of metal made me recoil, but it was too late. Gasping, the first vision rocked me to my core, my knees buckling beneath me as my reality fizzled away, and hers came into focus. Chapter 12. The emotions Jessica had experienced, the sights and smells, washed over me in one overwhelming wave. I didn't even have the opportunity to brace my barriers for the invasion. I'd been so intent on ensuring Graham didn't physically hurt me that I hadn't seen it coming. The silver chain link slipped through my fingers. The feeling of the metal as it brushed against my fingers gave me the urge to throw it away, to throw it as far from my sizzling flesh as I could. My mind hopped from one image to the next, never staying long enough on one in particular for me to get a clear read on the situation. Was I searching for something? Someone. The moment that realization hit me, his eyes swam into view. I could feel his brown gaze boring into my own, the press of his cold, dead fingers against the side of my face as he tilted my head to the side, and pain and pleasure roared in my ears, two emotions vying for equal control of my body, a war neither side seemed to win. Where did I end and he begin? Confusion swamped me. These weren't my emotions. I wasn't really feeling a mixture of pleasure and pain. All I could truly feel was pain. I wasn't in love with the creep holding me down, feeding from my neck, and I wanted no part in his twisted games. I released my grip on the necklace, the vision's hold on me broken as soon as the last tiny link slipped through my grip. Graham peered down at me, his dark eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. "Get the hell away from me," I said, ramming my hands against his chest, sending him sprawling away from me. There was no way I was in the mood for his crappy games and sob stories after the stunt he'd just pulled. There had been a moment when I'd pitied him, where my resolve to turn him down flat had wavered. The last shred of pity I'd felt had washed away as soon as the chain had hit the floor.
"You're bleeding,"
he said, gesturing to my face. "Shit," I muttered, lifting my hand and gingerly pressing my fingertips against my nose. It wasn't the first time a vision had left me with a physical calling card of its presence, and it sure as hell wouldn't be the last. My fingers came away, dotted in the bright flash of fresh blood, and I swore again, this time under my breath. This wasn't what I needed right now. "I want you out of here," I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous level. "I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know how else I was supposed to get your attention." "You had it. You didn't need to do this. How am I supposed to trust you when you pull crap like this?"
"I did it because I was desperate. I have to know if she's still alive or not."
He studied my face, and I knew he was searching for something, anything that would tell him the fate of his daughter. "Get out, Graham," I said with a sigh. My head was beginning to ache, a telltale sign that I had done far too much with my ability to get visions. Most of the witches in my family relied on other methods for having visions. They used a medium, water or fire being the normal procedure. I didn't have to do any of that. For some reason, when it came to souls connected to death, I became the conduit through which their final moment passed. They were only ghosts of what had passed. I certainly hadn't gotten any glimpses into the future, and my ability to have a vision through the medium of water or fire was severely impaired. Just another reason my mother was disappointed in her only daughter.
"Amber, please, just hear me out."
"I don't want to. You have no idea what you're messing with. All you've done today is use me for your own selfish needs, and now you want me to just overlook your latest stunt? If I had any sense, I cut myself off before I gave him any ammunition to use against me. I was doing enough to him, removing his chance at finding his daughter, or at least removing what he thought was a chance at finding her.
"I saved your life earlier. Does that count for nothing?"
In case you haven't noticed, I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. I don't need you or anyone else, thank you very much." My tone was acerbic, and I jerked my arm towards the front door. "Now get the hell out before I make you." Blue sparks danced along the edges of my fingers, and Graham's eyes widened in response. I might not have been particularly powerful, but he didn't know that, and I wasn't going to enlighten him anytime soon. He hesitated for a moment longer before swallowing back whatever words danced on the tip of his tongue. Turning away from me, he strode towards the door before pausing with his hand on the doorknob.
"You'll help me, Morgan. One way or another, you will help me."
Dragging open the door, he disappeared out into the hall and let the door slam shut behind him. It didn't stay closed, but bounced open once more. Crossing the floor, I stared at the remains of the ruined lock and sighed. Yeah, I'd been wrong to tempt fate by believing the day couldn't get any worse. Chapter 13. Pausing outside the pharmacy, I popped the painkillers and swallowed them dry. The disgusting powdery residue that coated my tongue and the back of my throat instantly made me regret my decision to skip a bottle of water, and I winced. It was a small price to pay if it meant the crushing migraine descending on my brain cleared before it got its black claws into me. It was the same every time I exerted myself where magic was concerned. I was weak, or at least that was what I'd been told. weak and incapable, a shame to the coven. Heat burned along the edges of my cheekbones, and I rammed the thought as forcefully as I could out of my head. Thoughts like that wouldn't help. They definitely wouldn't help me, considering where I planned on going. If Madeline got a hold of the doubts swirling in my head, she'd have a field day with him, and that wasn't something I could risk. She was trouble enough without her finding a way to burrow beneath my skin. Sliding the packet of painkillers back into my pocket, I quickly crossed the street and made my way down the nearest alley. Madeline's wasn't an establishment with any set location. It was simply in the nearest out-of-the-way corner one could find, unless Madeline barred you. And as far as I was aware, I wasn't banned. Reaching the end of the alley, I stared at the blank wall ahead of me. There was nothing to indicate there was anything of importance beyond the brick, yet I could feel the magic pulsing along the edges of my skin, shimmering in the corners of my vision, lifting the hairs on the back of my neck. Trailing my fingers against the edge of the bricks, I traced the rune Kenaz across the stones. It wasn't technically accurate. Runic study, along with a multitude of other aspects of being a witch, wasn't my strong point. But it meant knowledge and revelation, and that was exactly what I needed from Madeline. The symbol glowed for a second, a deep, shimmering red that lit up the bricks and obscured my vision. When the light disappeared, the alley was gone, and I was standing in the entranceway to Madeline's club, Sanctuary. The Fae had a twisted sense of humor, and Madeline was no different. She'd been banished from Fairy thousands of years ago. No one knew the real reason she'd been exiled, but suffice to say it would have to be pretty bad. "Name, please?" A female voice dragged me back out of my own thoughts, and without thinking, I tightened my grip around the hilt of my athame. "I need to see Madeline," I said, forcing myself to keep my voice level. "Name," the woman repeated, keeping her gaze trained on the enormous book open in front of her. "Amber Morgan," I answered with a sigh. There was no point in trying to hold out. She probably already knew my name before I'd even opened my mouth. "Sign here, please," she said, turning the book to face me. I could feel her gaze on me beneath the heavy fringe of midnight hair that fell across her face. Picking up the pen, something sharp bit into me, my blood welling in the wound and trickling down the shaft instantly. She wanted me to sign my name in blood. Shit. This was bad. There was power in a name, power in blood, and to combine the two together was something I made a point to avoid. "Don't you have a normal pen, or—" I trailed off, and the woman behind the desk lifted her face to mine. Her eyes were barely discernible through her heavy hair, but I caught glimpses of them, and they gave me the shivers. Madeline was screwing around with demons now. It was her business, but there was no way in hell I was going to sign my name in blood for a demon. "Sign or get out," she said, her voice menacing as she continued to watch me. I suddenly understood how the mouse felt when it realized it was being stalked by a cat. "I told you, I need to speak to Madeline, and I'm not leaving until I do." It whipped its hand out, the fingernails extended into talons, the tips edged in black. This wasn't just a possession. This was a full-on blood-borne demon. One of its parents had been human, normally the mother, but not necessarily. The other half of the relationship had been something straight from hell. I'd always wondered how it could work. I mean, there was absolutely nothing sexy about the smell of sulfur and dripping tar. The hellspawn sank its claws into my hand, and I gritted my teeth. If it thought I was going to scream for it, then it was messing with the wrong witch. "Lowly witches do not make demands, they take them." Its eyes had darkened, the black of its pupils sweeping outwards to swallow everything surrounding it. Whipping my athame from the back of my jeans, I brought the blade down hard, the silver passing easily through the demon's human shell and pinning its arm by the wrist to the top of the desk. It screamed, a long, wordless sound that had the hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. It writhed on the end of the blade like a butterfly on a pin. It would get free, there was no question of it. It was just a matter of it working its arm free, and when it did... The demon broke free and hurled its body over the top of the desk. I dodged its first blow, but it moved faster than my eyes could follow, and its claws caught me square across the chest, shredding the fabric of my shirt and drawing blood. "You're not really a big fan of making friends, are you?" The voice made me jump, and I glanced back over my shoulder as the demon paused. The man standing behind me was familiar, something about his leather jacket. And then it hit me. "You were creeping around at the crime scene earlier. Are you following me or something?" "Or something," he said, stepping up past me and scooping the blood pen from where it had fallen into the center of the book. He didn't flinch as it dug its spines into his finger, the blood dripping down onto the page as he signed his name in an eligible flourish. Dropping the pen, he jerked his thumb in my direction.
Amber here is with me, Flora, all right?
The demon studied him for a moment, a petulant expression on her face, and I knew she was contemplating kicking up a fuss. Instead, she lifted her hand and sucked the blood from the tips of her claws. My blood. Fine. But if she causes trouble, it's your head, she said, gesturing to a door off to her left. It swung open, heat and music swirling out to greet me. I'll remember you, Amber. It's only a matter of time before I get my way, and when I do, witch, you're mine. The demon named Flora winked at me. Brushing off her threats, I caught up to the stranger, crossing through the door and into the club after him before the door slammed shut and disappeared once more. Chapter 14. Her name can't really be Flora, I said, catching up to him. He shot me a confused look.
Why not?
What self-respecting badass demon calls itself Flora? I asked, falling into step beside him as we moved deeper into the club. The place was cavernous, and instinctively I knew the place wasn't a part of the human realm. However Madeline had managed it, she'd placed her sanctuary into an alternate realm. It couldn't possibly be fairy, and as far as I was aware, it wasn't hell, but I hadn't explored enough of the place to know anything for certain. The stranger grinned at me, his smile revealing a deep dimple in his left cheek and a wicked sparkle in his dark gray eyes.
Maybe she has a sense of humor?
He volunteered, smothering the laugh that threatened to steal his words. I stared up into his eyes and took a small step towards him. There was something so familiar about him, something that went beyond the glimpse I'd had of him standing outside the crime scene.
See something you like?
He asked, his voice dropping to a sensual growl. It crept over my skin, and I could practically feel his hands sliding up underneath my shirt. Nope, I lied, dragging my gaze away from his and returning my attention back to the club. His laugh sent a flurry of excitement racing through my veins, and it was an effort not to melt and throw myself into his arms. Where the hell are we, anyway?
This is Sanctuary. I thought you knew. You seemed so adamant to see Madeline,
he said, rambling on. No, I mean, where is Sanctuary? This isn't the mortal realm. It feels too... I struggled for the right words, but I couldn't find them. There was something about the place that felt off.
She won't tell anyone where it is. She claims it's her way of ensuring the Sanctuary's safety, but I'm not entirely convinced. But hey, her house, her rules, right?
He was right. It was up to Madeline whether or not she wanted to share the location with everyone, but I still wasn't entirely convinced, and meeting Flora at the door had made me even more nervous. Madeline was one of the Fae, banished from the royal line, or at least that was how the story went. It still didn't explain why someone like her would mess with something so dangerous. Demons were not known for their restraint, so how was she keeping them in check? There was so much about the situation that didn't add up, but that wasn't why I was here. You seem to know your way around. Spend much time here? I said, instantly regretting my choice of words. It sounded way too much like a bad chat-up line. He grinned once more, flashing me the dimple for a second time, and my stomach flip-flopped in response. What the hell was wrong with me? I wasn't normally so susceptible to the charms of handsome men. You've got a job to do, Amber, and getting sidetracked by someone as sexy and generally drop-dead gorgeous as this stranger isn't on the agenda. He'd gotten under my skin, so much so that I couldn't even give myself a proper pep talk without concentrating on all of his substantial attributes.
You're asking me if I come here often? I didn't realize we'd reached that stage already,
he said, the strain on his voice telling me he was getting it hard not to burst out laughing. Great. Not only had he saved me, but I'd given him no reason to believe I was capable of doing my job. In fact, I was pretty certain I'd done the exact opposite in the very short amount of time we'd spent in each other's company. It had to be some sort of record. I should write a book, How to Make a Complete Tool Out of Yourself in 4 Easy Steps or Less. It would be a guaranteed bestseller, and it would mean I wouldn't have to witness the type of horror I'd experienced earlier. You know exactly what I mean. You're deliberately making this awkward, I said darkly, picking up my pace.
Jeez Louise, are you always this touchy? Lighten up and learn to see the lighter side of life. In this line of work, it's the only thing we can do.
He caught up to me and caught my arm, swinging me around to face him. He crushed me in against his chest. I tried to fight his grip, but it was a half-hearted effort, born of the fact that he'd surprised me by grabbing me. Dipping his face, his lips met mine, and my body went limp. The urge to wrap my hands into the front of his jacket was overwhelming. Drawing him in closer seemed like a good idea as he slipped his hands around my waist, cupping my body against his. His tongue caressed my lips, and I opened to him automatically, the kiss deepening, and a small whimper of need rushed out of me. He released me as quickly as he'd grabbed me, and I stumbled backwards, my legs refusing to cooperate with my brain's commands. I was supposed to berate him, slap him, but what for? I'd enjoyed it. Goddess help me, but I'd liked it.
Thanks, that was a little too close for comfort,
he said, darting a glance back over his shoulder to the retreating back of a particularly large and nasty-looking bald guy. What? I said, finding my voice buried beneath the knot of desire he'd created in my core. Without thinking, I lifted my hand and brushed my fingers against my lips. I could still feel the pressure of his kiss, the ghost of his touch emblazoned on my skin.
I needed something to hide who I was. I helped carry out an execution against half of that guy's crew last week. A particularly nasty nest of vamps.
He trailed off, his mouth dropping open.
Oh, you thought...
I didn't think anything. The only thing I want to do right now is find Madeline and talk to her. Heat flamed across my cheeks, and I was beyond relieved that the lighting was so poor. That, at least, would keep my embarrassment to a minimum.
Look, I'm sorry. I didn't think, and...
he said. Listening to him apologize only made me feel worse. It's fine, don't worry about it, I said, trying to brush the topic off, but he caught my arm again and stared down into my face.
It's not that I didn't want to, because believe me when I say I really want to.
His voice dropped to an appreciative growl, and if the kiss had never happened between us, I might have been tempted. Hell, who was I kidding? Even though the kiss had happened, maybe even more so because it had happened, I was tempted. But he didn't need to know that. I'd already made enough of a fool out of myself. I didn't need to keep it up now. I said forget it. You just surprised me is all, I said, keeping my voice light. He studied my face for a few seconds more, but I shrugged out of his grip and straightened my jacket before flipping my hair back over my shoulders. His expression was confused, and I couldn't help but feel a sliver of triumph. The more he believed that I wasn't in the least bit bothered by what he'd done, the better. But if you do that again, I will gut you with my knife and not think twice about it. He smiled, but I kept my expression steady. It wasn't an idle threat. I wasn't here to be used for his convenience. He'd saved my life, but I didn't know him. I hadn't asked for his help, and it certainly didn't entitle him to anything from me. The smile wilted around the corners of his mouth, and it seemed to dawn on him that I wasn't playing around. With a nod, I twirled away from him and slammed straight into the broad chest of one of the ugliest demons I'd ever set eyes on. It glowered down at me, its shiny black skin a mess of cracks, and as it sucked in a deep breath, I watched each crack actually glow red like the glowing of a burning coal. The heat that rolled from its skin forced me back a couple of steps, but it reached out and wrapped one huge clawed hand around my shoulder, lifting me as though I weighed nothing at all. Pain flared through my body as the heat from the lava flowing below its skin seared into me. Get the hell off me! I fought against its grip, but it was like struggling against a marble statue. I had the same chance of shaking it loose as I did of winning the lottery by using my magic. Impossible. The pain continued to ebb and flow as I hung from its grip. Gritting my teeth, I slipped my athame from its position at my back. I would just have to wait for my opportunity, and once I had it, all I could do was hope and pray the dagger would be enough to cause the creature to think twice about messing with me. If it didn't, I was more screwed than I cared to imagine. Chapter 15. It carried me through the club, weaving its way in and out of the groups of people and creatures, passing tables of vampires enjoying their latest conquests. The moment it paused near the back wall, I took my opportunity and swung my blade up, slashing at the shining skin. The sound of metal on the rock-like substance it appeared to be made of grated on my ears. Sparks flew beneath the blade as I tried to cut it. It dropped me, and my elite training kicked in, telling me to bend my knees beneath me to absorb the impact. Landing on my feet, I stayed low, out of its reach. My shoulder itched and burned where it had held me, and the urge to examine the damage it had done to me was overwhelming, but there was no way I was going to make that mistake. The stranger caught up to us, the slight widening in his eyes the only indication that he was concerned about the demon. Just who the hell was he? How did he know about Madeline? Why had he been at the crime scene, and why wasn't he more disturbed by the lump of volcanic evil standing between us? "What do you want?" I said, addressing the demon. It didn't answer me, but I could see the flicker of hatred in its glowing red eyes. I didn't know it, but for some reason, the way it was staring at me suggested that it knew me.
"I've found the pure ones aren't big on the whole chatting thing,"
the stranger said, meeting my gaze around the girth of the beast.
"It's a waste of our time. It's something petty humans take comfort in."
The beast spoke, its voice reminding me of the way my blade had scraped against the hard rock of its skin. I longed to slam my hands over my ears just to block out the sound of its voice, but it would only take that as a sign of weakness. Why did you grab me?
You wish to see Madeline. I was merely obliging.
Despite the pain its voice caused, it was a surprisingly eloquent speaker. The two things seemed such a contradiction, but the fact that a fae was doing dealings with purebred demons was a contradiction in itself. There was something majorly wrong, something that I couldn't quite pinpoint. The only person who could possibly give me some of the answers I sought was Madeline, but whether she was willing to spill her secrets to me, well, that was an entirely different matter. You could have just said you would escort me to her, I answered, the pain in my arm still smarting. I was going to have to put some sort of aloe gel on it the second I had the chance, or it was going to leave a pretty nasty scar. The demon smiled, a white, toothy grin that sent a shiver racing down my spine. Its mouth was filled with a combination of jagged fangs that resembled broken glass and long, needle-like spines. I'd seen what a demon bite could do to something human, and I pitied anyone who ended up on the wrong end of its jaws. An image of my father trying desperately to fight off a demon digging around in his guts filled my head. I could still hear his terrified screaming.
Are you all right?
The stranger's voice cut through my thoughts, and I snapped my attention away from the demon and its weaponized mouth. I'm fine. I'll be happier when I get away from this thing, I said. My tone was judgmental, but I couldn't help it. I didn't just hate the demon because one of its kind had killed my father. I hated it because it was my job to hate creatures like it. Vampires, werewolves, and the Fae might have had a citizen pass, but demons, purebreeds and hellspawn, did not. They were considered abominations capable of only one thing: death and destruction. Well, fine, that was two things, but as far as I was concerned, they meant the same thing.
Through there,
the beast said, pointing beyond my shoulder. Turning slightly, I noticed the edge of a shimmer, the universal telltale sign of magic. Don't we need a key? I asked, giving the demon my full attention once more. It grinned at me again, and my stomach flipped nervously. Whatever it had planned, I really wasn't going to like it.
I am the key,
it said, lashing out with one of its clawed hands. The clawed hand collided with the center of my chest, the impact driving the air from my lungs as the blow knocked me from my feet. I fell backwards and straight through the shimmering magic that covered the wall. The mark of the beast across my chest tingled and burned as soon as I hit the magical barrier. Without the beast's mark, I would have been toast. The magic used to ward Madeline's private quarters was obviously extremely powerful. Whatever she was hiding, she didn't want just any Tom, Dick, or Harry wandering through. Hitting the ground on the other side of the magical door, I curled my body in on itself, allowing myself to roll forward and come up on my feet. Staying low, I peered around at my surroundings, but in the gloom there wasn't much to pick out. Finally, we get to meet. A female voice rang out on the air, but I couldn't tell from which direction it came. In the cavernous dark, it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I didn't realize you were waiting to meet me. In fact, I didn't even know you wanted to meet me. Of course I wanted to meet you. Do you take me for a fool? Her words baffled me. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I had no intention of letting her know that. Everything I know about you, everything I've been told, tells me I shouldn't be here, that I should stay away from someone like you. And now that I've seen the inside of Sanctuary, I know why. And yet here you are. Do you like it, by the way? What I've done with the place, I mean? I'd like to know where the hell we are. Well, I can tell you we're not in hell. It's not heaven either, and it certainly isn't fairy. There was a bitterness to her voice that tainted the air, turning it sour. So where is it, then? She laughed, a high-pitched tinkling sound that could have caused glass to shatter if there were any nearby, but in the darkness there was just nothing. Peering into the darkness, I caught sight of something as it moved. I couldn't even describe it as movement, not really. It was more a ruffling of the darkness, but I tensed up nonetheless. The darkness shifted again, and something moved closer, coming into focus with each step it took. Madeline paused ahead of me, the dark swirling around her as though it was drawn to her body, as though she had control over its very existence, and it knew this. It swirled around her the same way a playful kitten might dance around the ankles of its owner. I thought you were Fae, I said, catching a glimpse of her eyes. Fairies had a very distinctive appearance. Their eyes were one of two colors, blue or violet. The closer they were to the royal line, the brighter the violet color, and then of course there was the little matter of their wings. They could of course glamour them, concealing them from human eyes, but all the accounts I'd ever heard, it was more than a little difficult to keep up the glamour. It was one of the reasons the Fae weren't much of an issue to the elite. They tended to stay behind their veil in fairy, and we were more than happy for them to keep it that way. Madeline was like no fae I had ever seen. Her eyes were red, purple lines running through the ruined iris, and as she stepped out of the darkness closer to me, I took a trembling step back. It was a sign of weakness, a mistake. I knew I'd made it the second I saw the smile curl on her lips, but I didn't care. Everything I'd heard about her had been a lie. Christ, moving away from her wasn't a mistake. It was a natural instinct. Madeline's wings unfurled from behind her, their leathery appearance sending a thrill of revulsion through me. There was nothing beautiful about her. Every account I'd ever read about her discussed her beauty, how she was one of the most radiant of all the fae at the royal court. What stood before me now was nothing like the woman I'd read about. "What are you?" I asked, staring at her, my expression of shock and disgust refusing to cooperate with my brain's commands. If I pissed her off, what was she capable of? I had no idea what she could do. If the records were this out of date, then I could only imagine everything they'd written about her abilities were also behind the times.
I'm still fae, if that's what you mean. But this is what happens when you're exiled. This is what you become when you're forced to live in a place where you don't belong. I've adapted to my surroundings. Don't you approve?
There was humor in her voice, but I couldn't see the joke. But how?
They did this to me, the royal court. Said I wasn't fit to be like them, that I was the one who wasn't truly fae. They said I was dark.
She cut off, her blood-red eyes slightly unfocused, as though she was watching something unfold before her. "I'm sorry," I said quietly.
What for? You didn't do this. You might have power, Amber Morgan, but even this is beyond your abilities.
I didn't say anything to her. What was the point? Correcting the only dark fae in the room seemed like a suicide mission, and that wasn't what I was here for. "I need answers, and you're the only one I could think to come to. My mother said if I ever needed guidance, then..." It was my turn to trail off. I wasn't being strictly honest. My mother hadn't exactly told me to go to someone like Madeline if I needed help. In fact, if I was recalling the conversation correctly, it was completely the opposite. Under no circumstances was I to involve myself or the Coven with an abomination like Madeline.
You're a terrible liar, Amber. The same as your mother. How is she, by the way? Still practicing white magic?
She's none of your concern. Will you help me or not? Madeline laughed, the sound echoing off the invisible walls and bouncing back, magnified. The sound cut at my ears, and it took all of my strength to stand my ground and not flinch.
You can have your answers, if I possess them. But I require something in return from you.
The thought of making a bargain with whatever in hell she was left a foul taste in my mouth. It was a mistake. If I agreed, she could ask me for anything at all. What choice did I have? Fine, what do you want?
Just a favor, something I can call upon from you anytime I please.
There was an eagerness to her voice that caused uneasiness to coil in my gut. Just a favor?
A tiny one. You'll barely know I asked. Simple and straightforward.
Is anything ever straightforward with your kind?
Stop being tricky, Amber. You want to ask me your little questions, and I want a favor. Do we have a deal or not?
It was strange she'd accuse me of being tricky when she was the one being evasive. The fact that she wouldn't tell me what the favor was before I agreed to it worried me even more. Whatever it was, it would be bad news. "We have a deal," I said, swallowing back my unease. There was nothing I could do about it. I needed somewhere to start, and if anything was going to have the answers, it would be Madeline.
Come here, then. Let's seal it with a kiss.
I grimaced and shook my head. No offense, but you're not really my type. She took a step towards me, and something reptilian slithered across the floor. Great. She's got a bloody tail, too. What the hell is she? Madeline moved out of the darkness and crossed the small gap between us, giving me a clear view of all the changes that had happened to her since she'd been exiled. The black leather dress she wore did little to conceal her body, not that it really mattered. All the important parts of her body were covered in snake-like scales, their shimmering black color picking up what little light there was in the room and reflecting it back like a prism. Her black hair was streaked with red and piled high on her head, exposing the scales that climbed the side of her neck. Her face was untouched. The skin glowed with an inner alabaster light that hurt my eyes if I stared at her for too long. But her eyes, well, they were even more terrible up close. The red that I had thought was just her iris had bled out into the white of her eye, and the violent purple veins that crisscrossed through the red seemed to spark and flare with their own light. Was that the part of her that was still Fae? Purple and violet were practically the same color.
You don't have a choice, Amber. Seal it, or there is no deal.
Can't I just sign a contract or something?
I am the contract.
She smiled, a curling of her blood-red lips that revealed glimpses of her rows of razor-sharp teeth. She leaned in closer, and I could pick out the trace scents of sulfur and smoke. If this wasn't hell, then why was she starting to seem more and more like the queen of hell? She lifted one hand. The black scales had crept down and covered some of her fingers, whilst leaving others untouched. Her fingers brushed against my cheek, a feather-light touch.
Just one kiss,
she said, leaning closer. It wasn't something I was going to get out of, and a kiss was just a kiss. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Yes.
That one word slithered across my skin as her tail wrapped itself around my booted ankle. It climbed my leg, winding in ever-tightening circles before pausing as it reached the top of my thigh. Her hand slid down to my neck, gripping me tight enough to make breathing a little harder. I didn't move as her lips brushed mine, keeping my mouth closed and my eyes open. The kiss was a chaste one, until I felt something tug at my core. I tried to jerk out of her grip, but she had a hold of me and I couldn't shake her loose. She bit down on my lip, drawing blood, and I opened my mouth to protest. Magic coiled up from within, magic I had never felt before, never even knew I possessed. It curled up through my body, heat flowing through my chest as I felt it spill up my throat. I felt Madeline smile against me, and it dawned on me why it had all been such a mistake. This had been her plan all along. She wanted to steal my power, steal my very essence. Under normal circumstances, I would have found it funny to think someone like Madeline would need power from someone as pitiful weak as me. I wasn't powerful. I wasn't something to be feared, not the way she was. Hell, I could barely light a match with my gift, and I brought my family nothing but disappointment. Yet there was no denying the power that surged up through me. I felt it touch my lips, a cold, icy wave before it poured out of me and into Madeline's mouth. There was a moment of nothing, where the world itself seemed to hang in suspension. Time paused and unmoving as it waited for the balance to be restored. Madeline's eyes widened. I watched as the blood-red ruin that was her iris seemed to pulse, as though everything inside her had its own separate heartbeat. She flung me away from her, sending my body spinning up into the air and backwards into the darkness as the magic she had tried to steal crammed itself back down my throat and into its hiding place deep within. Madeline howled, the sound shaking the very foundations that made this place. I hit the ground, stunned, my body aching as though something had tried to rip out my insides. In a way, that was exactly what had happened. Chapter 16. What the hell did you try to do to me? I demanded, climbing to my unsteady feet. Madeline glared at me, her red eyes still a little wider than they should have been.
I just wanted a taste, but you...
She jerked her finger in my direction.
You come into my house and insult me in that way, I should strip the skin from your body.
I shook my head and gripped my athame, the feel of its sturdy hilt in my hand giving me more confidence and steadying my nerves. You can't be serious. You cheated. You and I both know that, Madeline. She opened her mouth to protest, but I shook my head. Don't try to deny it. You screwed up. What happened is simply payback. You don't mess with someone else's magic. As a fae, you should know that only too well. She didn't try to deny it, but I could practically feel her anger pulsing against my skin. She wanted me dead, hated me because her plan to steal my power had somehow been thwarted. I wasn't sure how it happened, but I certainly wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Ask me your questions and then get out.
What murdered Joanna Sidwell?
A vampire,
Madeline answered, her tone filled with boredom. But she came back. She wasn't a vampire, and she wasn't a zombie. I'm not even positive I know what she was.
It was a zombie,
Madeline said, sounding utterly convinced. The only problem was I'd seen Joanna. What had animated her was more than some sort of zombie voodoo. Why did it take her daughter? Madeline grinned and shook her head.
Now that is something I won't share with you. You finding out the truth for yourself will be far more entertaining.
You said you'd answer my questions, I reminded her, tightening my grip on the athame.
I said I would if I had the answers. I don't have the answer to this.
Why not? If it was a vampire, then you would have the answer.
The one who holds him doesn't want someone like me interfering too much in their business.
There's someone else involved?
I'm bored now and done answering your inane questions. All you are, Amber Morgan, is a child wandering in the dark, and you have no idea what lurks out there waiting for you to trip up. And you have no idea of the plans some have for those of your kind.
Her words weren't making sense anymore, but she was still the best chance I had at getting the answers I sought. I couldn't let her walk away now, not when this might be my one and only opportunity to get to the bottom of the matter and get Joanna's daughter home safe. "Madeline, you're oath-bound to answer my questions," I called out to her, but her laughter rang out, sending shivers of fear racing up and down my spine.
Only the light fae are oath-bound, Amber. I am dark. I owe you nothing.
Her voice caressed my skin like a lover's fingers, and I tried to jerk away from it, but no matter where I turned in the encroaching dark, I couldn't escape her touch. Darkness swarmed around me. I'd been so caught up in getting my answers that I hadn't noticed it creeping in closer, and Madeline herself was gone from view. I spun around as something tangled in my hair, the athame out in front of me.
Get out,
Madeline said, appearing in front of me out of the darkness. She lashed out with her arm as I tried to slash at her with the dagger. Her blow hit me, and I was no longer sure if it was physical or if she'd sideswiped me with her magic. Not that any of it mattered. It all ended up in the same way. Darkness closed in around me as the ground rushed up to meet me once more. Pain flared in the back of my head, and the last thing I heard before the darkness swallowed me whole was the grating sound of her laughter ringing in my ears. Chapter 17.
Wake up.
The voice filtered down through the pain-filled fog of my mind, the pressure of someone's hand against my shoulder letting me know that I was at least, for now, still alive. "Get off me," I said groggily, forcing my eyes open. The alley I'd entered through was gone, replaced by an alley just like it, only this one smelled a hell of a lot worse. Madeline, it seemed, had a sense of humor after all.
"So you're alive then?"
the familiar male voice said to me, and I turned and stared up into the stranger's gray eyes. "It would seem so," I said, pushing up onto my knees and grimacing as I realized exactly where I was lying and why it smelled so bad. "Shit, she just had to dump me out in the garbage," I said, picking my way gingerly out from among the black bags and spilled food waste.
"I wouldn't take it personally. This is the back door,"
the stranger said, eyeing the alley carefully. "Who the hell are you, anyway, and how do you know this is the back door of Sanctuary?" I said, climbing onto my feet and brushing the dead banana skin bits from my hands. He grinned at me and straightened up.
"I'm Dominic, or Nick, as my friends like to call me."
"Why don't they call you Dom?" I said.
250 Shades of Grey, and that's not my style,"
he said with a slow smile. "So, you know about Sanctuary how?"
"All the hunters do. It's where we get most of our work and our best leads."
I felt my eyes widen a little. I'd never met a hunter before, but there was a first time for everything, and it really had only been a matter of time before I'd met one. But I'd never imagined a hunter to be anything like Dominic, or was I supposed to call him Nick? When I thought of hunters, I pictured them older, with more scars, not young, muscled, and drop-dead. I cut my own train of thought off. There I was, going again, letting my mind run away with me when what I needed to do was concentrate on the case in front of me.
"You've never met a hunter before, have you?"
he said, a smirk playing around his lips. "Nope, and I don't particularly want to meet one now either, so beat it." I started down towards the mouth of the alley, but Nick caught my arm and twisted me around to face him.
"What's your problem?"
he said, the smile gone from his face. "I have no interest in spending time with someone like you," I said, and quickly regretted my words. How was he supposed to know what my true problem was? He wasn't a mind reader, and I was being beyond unfair to him. He had, after all, helped me get inside Sanctuary. Without him, I would have been forced to sign my name in blood or leave empty-handed. Not that I'd truly learned a whole lot from being in there. Well, the only thing I'd really learned was that Madeline wasn't to be messed with. But I'd already been warned about her, so it hadn't come as a surprise to find out it was true.
"Someone like me?"
he parroted back to me.
"And what is that supposed to mean?"
"Look, you don't know me, and—"
"I know what you are, and I haven't turned you in yet,"
he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. What is it with everyone knowing what I am? Do I have a neon sign flashing above my head or something, advertising it for the world to see?
"No, but it'd be kinda cute if you did,"
he said, this time with his smile firmly back in place. "Listen, Nick, you must agree that you and I hanging around together is a bad idea. If you know what I am, then you know we don't mix, and for good reason."
"I know my kind hunt your kind,"
he said, but there was something in his voice that made me take extra notice of what he was saying to me. There was no joy in him over what he had revealed, no pride. and that was something I hadn't expected. Every hunter I'd ever read about back home took their jobs seriously, loved their jobs, and the only thing that would prevent them from carrying it out was their untimely demise. Most of them didn't make it to collect their hunter pension. "Then you know why I want nothing to do with you," I said.
I'm not like the rest of my kind. Fine, yes, I hunt, but not without reason, not without cause. I wanted to join the elite, but the family business kind of prohibits that.
"You tried out for elite?"
Yeah, they turned me down as soon as they found out who I was. You see, you think you're the one who has it so hard. You think being what you are stops you from doing everything you'd like to do. But it does the same for me.
"Being a hunter doesn't mean you have a secret to keep that your life depends on," I said, the bitterness in my voice unmistakable. I would have given anything in that moment to be able to hide it, but I couldn't. I wasn't fit to, and I knew why. I was in King City for a reason, and it wasn't because my lifelong dream had been to become an elite. I was here to find out what had murdered my father, track it down, and take its heart. Unlike the rest of my family, magic wasn't my forte, but I could fight, and I was good at it. It had been one of the ways I'd managed to ace my elite entrance exam. But in order to do that, I needed to make sure my cover with elite stayed intact. If I was compromised, then it was all over, and the promise I had made to my mother, to my dying father, would all have been for nothing. I would have failed. Again.
You'd be surprised what it means,
he said, and he sounded just as bitter as I was. "I have to go," I said, giving a pointed look at the grip he had on my arm.
"You should let me help you,"
he said as he released me. "No can do." I turned on my heel and fled from the alley as fast as my legs would take me. There was something about him, something that got beneath my skin and made me want to forget the real reason I was here. And that was something that at all costs I needed to avoid. Chapter 18. Hurrying down the street, I contemplated calling Graham. What little I had learned about the case I could share with him. Despite what he had done and the anger I'd felt at the time, he could help me. The only problem was that we were both off the case. Officially, of course, but it didn't mean I couldn't do my own out-of-hours legwork. Scooping my cell phone from my pocket, I stared down at the screen. It would be so easy to call him, to let him apologize and to accept it. He'd endangered me. There was a limit to my abilities, and the last time I'd allowed myself to become completely burned out, I'd very nearly lost my own life. It would have been easier if the magic had taken me. It certainly would have been easier to deal with. Well, there wouldn't have been any dealing. I'd have been dead. Pausing across the street from Elite, I stared up at the building and swallowed back the bitter memories that fought to surface. The last thing I needed to do right now was let my masquerade slip because I was too emotional. The tight rein I had on my emotions needed to remain very firmly in place. Shoving the cell back into my pocket, I crossed the street and pulled open the front door. The offices were quiet and very empty. Glancing down at my watch, I swore silently. The offices were quiet because there was no one here. They had all gone home, the thing I should have done as soon as I finished with Madeline. The evening had closed in and cast odd shadows across the walls as I crept through the silent office towards my desk. Dropping down into the swivel chair, I flipped on the computer screen, the glow lighting up my workspace as I rifled through the files. The Sidwell case hadn't been a random vampire attack. That I was now positive about. I'd been pretty certain before. What I had seen in the vision when I'd walked the scene had set off alarm bells in my head. The only problem was that what the elite could do with their spell to help them walk the scene and what I could do with a vision, well, the difference between the two may as well have been chalk and cheese. I couldn't very well come and say that the vampire had known Joanna by name. If I did that, then they would know there was more to me than just rookie officer. However, I couldn't ignore it either, and I needed to find something, anything, that might point me in the right direction. Typing Sidwell into the search bar only brought up the crime scene photos, not that I needed to see them again. The memory of Joanna and her family was seared into my brain. The blank look on Joshy's face. Pushing aside the memory, I continued to search. Madeline had mentioned that the other person involved had a hold over the vampire that had murdered Joanna, but from everything I'd learned about vampires, nothing could control them. Not like that, anyway. A hand clamped down on my shoulder, making me jump, and I spun around on the chair. John stared down at me, his expression a mixture of irritation and something else I couldn't place.
"What are you doing here so late? I thought you went home hours ago,"
he said, his eyes studying my face carefully. "I did. I came back. I'd forgotten to input my report properly," I said, silently praying under my breath that it would be enough to make him go away.
"I think perhaps we need to have a little chat,"
he said with a sigh. His hand fell away from my shoulder, and he grabbed another chair from behind one of the empty desks next to mine.
Why did you join the elite, Amber?
I stared at him. I'd been working here for months. Wasn't it a little late to be asking me those sorts of questions? I want to make a difference, to help both the humans and the non-humans that need it. He nodded thoughtfully and steepled his fingers up in front of his face.
And what do you think of them?
Them? I said, shaking my head. I'm not sure I follow.
Oh, you follow all right. You think they're monsters, don't you?
I shook my head again and dug my fingernails into the palm of my hand. No, I don't. When they commit crimes, when they murder each other and humans, then they're monsters. But they're no worse than humans who murder each other.
Amber, I know what you really think of them. You don't need to hide it from me. You and we're more alike than you realize.
Sir, I don't think... He placed his hand on my thigh, cutting my words off. He'd lost his mind, officially let all of his cheese slip off his cracker. This was the man who hated me, at every turn made my life as miserable as he possibly could, held me back from entering the field.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I said, my voice dropping several dangerous octaves. I'd had enough with people and things manhandling me today to last me a lifetime. If he thought I was going to let him put his hand on my leg and do nothing...
I've tried to protect you from them, but I know now that was wrong of me. I heard about what you did to Joanna Sidwell. I know you finished her off, that you're capable of looking after yourself out there against them.
Get your hand off my leg, I said, gritting the words out from between my teeth.
Don't be coy, Amber. I've seen the way you watch me. I know you want to get out into the field more. I know you want to get back on this case, and...
I didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Grabbing his hand, I twisted it around, pushing him up and back, forcing his hand up higher, bending the bones in directions they weren't made to move in. He went with me, the expression on his face flipping to one of pain as he struggled in my grip.
What are you doing? Ah!
He trailed off with a howl of pain as I jerked his hand up again, bending his fingers back on themselves. I am nothing like you, and I have no interest in being blackmailed into getting back on a case. You thought wrong, John, I said, taking a sliver of satisfaction from the expression on his face as I twisted his arm a little harder. Now this is going to go one of two ways. I can either twist your arm around until it snaps like a twig, or, he said, gritting his teeth, or you can let me and Graham back on the case, no questions asked. John nodded, the first couple of tears beginning to trail down over his cheeks. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard that, I said, tightening my grip.
Fine, you're back on the case. I'll inform Mo and Julian,
he said, his voice taking on a higher pitch. I released him suddenly, and he collapsed backward over the swivel chair he'd been sitting on. The urge to hop around the place and punch the air was almost overwhelming, but I held it inside.
You've made a huge mistake here, Amber,
John said, his beady-eyed gaze never leaving my face as he nursed his arm from his position on the floor. I don't think so, I said, gathering up my stuff from the desk and stepping over his legs.
The other women knew their place, Amber. They knew when to bend.
They knew that making friends was a far better plan than making enemies, and I promise you now, you have made an enemy of me. His words made me sick to my stomach, not because he was threatening me, and certainly not because he was declaring me his enemy. It was what he had insinuated about the other women on the force. The elite was made up predominantly of men, and it was very much a man's world. There had never been any question about it. The other women on the force always had to work twice as hard, be twice as tough, and twice as smart as their male counterparts. That was the world we lived in. Not a fair one by any stretch of the imagination, but it worked in its own lopsided, off-kilter manner. But to think John had been using his position of authority to bribe other women, that he had been using his authority to manipulate and coerce the other female rookies, it left a nasty taste in my mouth, and it took all of my strength not to bend down and break his arm just for sharing the information with me. I could have you kicked off the elite for what you've shared with me, I said, staring down into his pain-filled face. Who the hell is going to believe you? You're just a pretty face. I've been here the longest, and I'm in charge of this division. Turning on my heel, I made it as far as the door before he called out to me once more. I'm going to make you wish you'd taken my offer, Amber, and before I'm done with you, if you're very lucky and beg very nicely, I might just take pity on you. His words sent a flare of revulsion and anger ruffling over my skin. Who the hell did he think he was? Fine, the elite was mostly a man's world, and fine, the majority of them seemed to have their asshole-meters turned up high, but John was in a whole league of his own. He was a dangerous creep, and something needed to be done about him, I just needed time to come up with a suitable punishment. Chapter 19. Standing outside Graham's apartment, I stared up at the drab gray exterior. It looked more like a den for drug addicts or rogue preternaturals, and yet it was the address the elite had on file for him. Starting across the street, I climbed the front steps that led up to the porch and peered at the grid of apartment numbers with tiny buzzer buttons next to them. Picking out number 57 took longer than I'd wanted, but when I found it, I sat my thumb across the button.
What?
Graham's gruff voice pierced through on the speaker, and I released the buzzer. Graham, it's Amber. Can I come up?
I thought you wanted nothing to do with me.
His voice was filled with suspicion, and I could practically see him pushing his hand back through his hair. I changed my mind. Let me in, all right? There was silence, and for a second I considered the possibility that he'd walked away. What if he didn't want anything to do with me? He was a desperate man. He wanted his daughter home, but that didn't mean he would choose to work with me after the way I'd treated him. I'd been unnecessarily cruel. I hadn't listened to what he had to say, and the sound of the door clicking open made me jump. Pushing the door open, I paused in the entryway and stared around. The light was broken, and as the door swung shut behind me, the darkness crowded in around me once more. It was the perfect spot for something nasty to launch an attack, but as I tensed up, nothing moved in the dark. The elevator stood at the opposite end of the hall, but from the way its steel door was bent and half-shredded open, I figured it probably wasn't working. Stairs it is, then. I took them two at a time. Graham's apartment was on the 5th floor, and the sooner I got up there, the sooner I would be out of the encroaching darkness. As I climbed the stairs, it reminded me of the darkness surrounding Madeline, the way it had crowded around her as though waiting for her to do something interesting. But wherever Madeline had built sanctuary, the laws of magic were different from what could be achieved here. In the mortal realm, shadows didn't have substance, and they sure as hell didn't have form. They were nothing but shadows, and by themselves there was nothing to fear. A doubt niggled at the back of my mind, and I picked up my pace, gripping the railing as I swung around the banister onto the 5th floor. 57 was at the end of the hall and right on the corner of the building. Graham's door already stood open, and I pushed through into the warm yellow light that had half spilled out into the hall. Graham stood in the center of the room, his gun drawn and aimed squarely at my chest for the second time that day. "Graham, seriously, put the gun away," I said, raising my arms above my head, the irritation in my voice unmistakable. He lowered it slowly and eyed me carefully.
Just needed to be sure it was really you,
he said, his voice heavy with suspicion. "It's definitely me. Who the hell did you think it was?" I asked, kicking the door shut behind me. He shrugged and put the gun back in the weapons holster hanging from the back of a high-backed kitchen stool.
In this neighborhood, it could have been anything. I've had mimics at the door before.
There was so much I didn't know about him, so much I wanted to find out about him, but if I allowed myself, I'd ask him so many questions there wouldn't be time for anything else. "Mimics, that's a new one," I said instead, trying to keep a lid on my curiosity.
"Demons,"
he said, dropping down onto the couch. Glancing around the apartment, surprise had me suck in an audible breath. Graham glanced up at me and smiled, but it was a weary one, and not at all like the man I'd come to know at work.
"Not quite what you expected, eh?"
There were pictures everywhere, many of them family photographs, happy memories of times gone by. But others were of places, almost like surveillance pictures. "How long have you been doing this?" I asked, moving slowly around the room, drinking in the details in the pictures. There was an entire wall dedicated to me, and my gut twisted in response to some of the images. This was how he knew what I was. He'd been following me, snapping pictures and keeping a record.
"A few months. It was entirely by chance. I was taking an extra course at the elite training grounds when I saw you. You'd lost your temper over something, I don't know what, but I saw it. The spark of your magic along the edges of your fingers. You fought so hard to control it. You've gotten better."
"Why would you do this? If anyone sees this—" I cut off, the hurt and anger in my voice wrapping around each of my words. I wanted to hit something, to let go of the careful control I'd developed over my power, but I didn't. Swallowing it back down, I turned to face him once more, and all of the anger I'd felt washed away. Graham sat on one of the kitchen stools, his face buried in his hands, and I could see his shoulders as they heaved up and down. He was crying. Actually crying.
"I thought you could help me. I thought if I couldn't convince you to help me find her, then I could blackmail you, but—"
He trailed off, his voice lost beneath the emotion that swamped him.
He was a broken man. The loss of his daughter had very obviously ripped his life apart. How could I hold this against him? All he wanted was my help, and, well, I knew I wasn't particularly easy to convince of anything. Graham, What was I supposed to say to him? My secret was important to me. My life depended on it, but I couldn't blame him for what he had done. Desperate people went to desperate lengths to get what they wanted. What wasn't I willing to do to catch the one who had murdered my father?
I know. And you're right. I'll burn everything, I promise you.
I'll help you, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. The vision I'd gotten from Jessica's silver cross was still fresh in my mind. There was no denying what I'd seen, what I'd felt, and I wasn't altogether convinced that she was still alive anymore. The way the cross had burned my hand. It was normally an indication. The connection I forged with the victim was a powerful one, and the connection with Jessica had been a fleeting one, disjointed and filled with fragments. What I was supposed to make out of it, well, I had no clue, but it didn't mean I couldn't help Graham get some closure over his daughter and what had happened to her.
What?
He said, spinning around on the stool to face me. There was a look of pure shock and disbelief on his face.
You mean it? You'll help me?
I can't promise anything. The vision I had... I trailed off, and Graham swallowed hard, but it didn't dampen the look of happiness that flooded into his gaze. I'll help you find closure. I'll find out what happened to her.
Why are you doing this?
His question caught me off guard. Why was I doing it? I could just as easily have stormed out of there, cut him off from the case, and refused to have anything to do with him. But unlike John, Graham was one of the good guys. Granted, his actions didn't paint him in that light, but I was willing to overlook them as the actions of a father who would do anything to protect his child. There was no way I could hold that against him. Because I want something in return, I said, folding my arms across my chest.
Right.
The suspicion I'd heard in his voice earlier was back. I want you to help me with something. I want you to help me find something.
What is it?
Well, it's more of an it, really. It murdered my father, and I want to find it. Graham had the good grace to look shocked before his expression clouded over with sympathy.
I didn't know that.
He said, No, it's not something that would come up in your surveillance of me. I'm not exactly from around here.
Where are you from?
Ireland. Graham's mouth dropped open, and I couldn't help but smile. He knew the implications of what I was saying. As a member of the elite, he knew what it meant to be from that country, and the suspicion it would have raised had I admitted the truth.
How did you hide that one?
He asked, the shock registering in his voice. My mother had some good friends who swapped over my passports, sorted out my necessary papers. Plus, I moved over here when I was 13, cultivated my accent. He nodded as though everything I was saying made perfect sense.
And no one ever suspected you were Irish?
Not until you, and, well, now I know just how careless I've been. It's something I'm gonna have to work on, I said with a smile.
Right. So where do we get started?
I knew how uncomfortable he was, and if we were going to work together, it wasn't something that could exist between us. Graham, what is it?
It's nothing,
he said defensively. It's not nothing, so spill it. We can't have this awkwardness between us. Everything has to be normal.
Well, you're a witch, and you're an Irish one.
Yeah? It dawned on me then. He'd been fine with the thought of me just being a witch. The only real gift I'd displayed any ability for was visions. But now that he knew I was an Irish witch, it changed everything. There was a reason the elite treated us as though we were boogeymen. It was the Irish witches that had brought about the birth of the shadow sorcerers, powerful beings capable of mass death and destruction with their magic. They'd been hunted to extinction because of what they had done, and it had created a distrust between any Irish witch and the rest of the world. How could we guarantee we weren't one of the shadow sorcerers? We couldn't. It was that simple. Places like King City, on the other hand, had taken it to a new level of extremism. Witches were not welcome citizens. It was an odd predicament in a world where vampires, fae, and werewolves had citizenship, but to be born a witch was something no one could tolerate. You've seen the spark of my power, right? Graham nodded, and I could see the wariness that lurked in his eyes. That's it. That's all I've got. I can do visions, but only of the past. I failed to mention the power Madeline had tried to suck out of me earlier in the night. I didn't understand it myself. The last thing I needed to do was confuse an already nervous Graham. If he thought I was dangerous, then I knew what he would do.
But you're an Irish-born witch. How's that possible?
I shrugged and did my best to school my features into a completely neutral expression. I'm a disappointment to my family. They're all white witches and pretty powerful in their own right. For some reason, it skipped me. Maybe it's karmic payback for something I did in a past life.
Can that even happen?
I smiled then, a wide, genuine grin. Graham, there's an Irish-born witch standing in the middle of your living room in the center of King City, and she's a member of the elite. Aren't you starting to realize anything and everything is possible?
Even finding Jess?
There was an ache in his voice, and it hurt my heart to hear it. Maybe even that, I said. So, are you in, or?
I'm in. But what are we gonna do with everything that happened? We were kicked off the case, and
I cut him off. I'm pretty sure I've got that covered. Chapter 20. Sitting in the passenger seat of Graham's car once more, I stared out the window at the passing car headlights. This was the last thing I wanted to do, but we needed somewhere to start. I would help him find his daughter, but I needed to find Joanna's daughter first. There was something niggling in the back of my mind that told me it was important. She was just a kid, one that needed protection, and if I could, I would give her mine. The car came to a halt outside the large dark house, and a shiver raced down my spine. Was this the same scene the vampire had witnessed the night he came for Joanna and her children? Had he felt a tingle of excitement at the thought of what he was about to do? I didn't wait for Graham to kill the engine. I pushed open the car door and stepped out onto the drive. The crime scene tape fluttered in the soft breeze, and there was a chill in the air that raised goosebumps along my arms. I didn't want to be here. The thought of hopping back into the car and having Graham drive me home seemed like the best idea I'd ever had. I could be home before midnight, curl up beneath my soft duvet and close my eyes. But the things I would dream about, well, I already knew what awaited me, and it wasn't a peaceful night's sleep. This was where I needed to be, doing the things only I could do. Climbing the steps up to the front porch, I paused and waited for Graham to catch up to me.
Explain to me again how you made John change his mind.
Graham asked. He was beginning to sound like a broken record. It had been the same question over and over from the moment I'd told him about John's sudden and fortunate change of heart. I'd left out the bit where I'd nearly broken the boss's arm. Graham didn't need that kind of pressure or guilt. And I definitely left out the part where John had come on to me and insinuated that every woman on the force had had to put up with his creeping. Graham, it really doesn't matter. We've got the case back and we have a job to do. No point in questioning the boss now, is there?
That ass,
Graham said.
I question everything he does.
I smiled and gestured to the door. Care to do the honors? Graham moved past me and slipped his pick into the lock. It was the one skill I hadn't yet managed to master, and despite being eager to get started on it, I wasn't in the mood to experiment with it, considering what was hanging over my head. It took Graham a couple of seconds before he let out a satisfied sigh and pushed the door inwards. There wasn't a sound as it opened, the house itself as silent and dark as the grave. I'd obviously lost my mind. This was the last place I should be. What I was about to do, well, it wasn't going to do anything for my ability to sleep, and that was for certain. Stepping into the hall, I paused and tried to gather my courage. Right at that moment, part of me wished I was stepping into a vampire's nest. It would have been easier to deal with the physical violence of their presence, rather than this.
What are we looking for?
Graham said, the closeness of his voice in the stillness of the house making me jump. I need to go to the little girl's room. I didn't elaborate. There was no point. He wouldn't have understood it anyway. Trying to explain magic to someone who had none was a bit like trying to explain astrophysics to a baby. The comprehension level just wasn't there. I moved for the stairs, and a sudden vision of the man who had murdered Joanna shook me to my very foundation. My hand closed around the banister, and I froze. Why hadn't I seen any of this earlier? I'd been here, touched all the same things. What was so different this time to make me see more than before? He wasn't alone, I said, more to the silence around me than to Graham.
He had a partner? Why didn't you know any of this earlier?
I could ask myself the same question. I don't really know, but I'm saying it now. Graham didn't press me further, and for that I was grateful. I'd missed something important. I didn't need anyone else to make me feel guilty over it. I was more than capable of doing it myself. I took the first step on the stairs, and a vision of the vampire filled my head. He was young, an immature creature, still far too attached to everything that had made him human. Her hand slipped into mine. The feel of her fingers, icy to the touch as they clasped mine tight, sent a thrill through me. Baby, this is all ours, I said as she moved up beside me, her heart-shaped face coming into view. The feel of Graham's hand on my shoulder snapped me out of the vision, and my body trembled. Shit, there was something about being here at night that amplified everything. Maybe it was the fact that this was the time it had all occurred at? Was it possible that the closer we got to the hour the atrocities had been committed, the more pronounced the vibrations became, strengthening the visions to the point where I was getting it harder to separate myself from the vampire? There had been something so familiar about the woman, a niggling thought in the back of my head that told me I knew her. But it wasn't possible. I didn't know any vampires in King City, and this was my first case. Had I seen her face in the file of another case? Was she involved in more than one crime? It would make sense, but I couldn't place her.
Are you all right? Are you fit to continue?
There was a level of concern in Graham's voice that I honestly hadn't ever expected to hear from him. He knew what I was, and whether he admitted it or not, it frightened him. And yet he was concerned about me. It didn't add up. I'm fine, Graham. Let's just get this over with. Picking up my pace, I climbed the stairs and paused on the landing. My legs didn't want to cooperate. I could just claim I wasn't capable of doing it. I could always come back in the morning. Of course, it wasn't going to work as well then. If I was going to do it all, then this was my best opportunity. Suck it up, Buttercup. One of my favorite phrases, and one I tried to always take to heart. It had been one of the only things that had gotten through to me after my father's murder. It had been one of the only things that had actually meant something. I wasn't weak. I wasn't incapable. I could do this, no matter what my mother or the rest of the coven had thought of me. Squaring my shoulders, I strode down the hall and ducked beneath the crime scene tape. My steps faltered the second my eyes adjusted to the room. I picked out the pale pink, pony-covered duvet cover, stained in blood. The drawings across the walls of happy times. The scribblings of children who were well loved. But what had happened to ensure Joanna and her family were murdered? All of them, bar one. What made Christina special? What made her chosen, spared her the fate of her brother? He hadn't suffered at the hands of the vampire, but he'd still met his demise at the bottom of the well. From everything I'd seen of the report, the coroner hadn't been able to tell what had caused the broken neck. Was it the vamp, or was it the fall? Graham moved into the room behind me and paused. I could practically feel the tension humming through his body as he stared around at the scene.
What do you want me to do?
He asked eventually, breaking the silence in the room. Honestly, there's nothing you can do, I said, pulling the small bag of pre-mixed ingredients from the inside of my jacket pocket. If I couldn't do the big spells the way my mother or the rest of her coven could, then I was just going to have to stick to the basics. Eyeing each of the stuffed animals on the built-in window seat, I dismissed each one of them out of hand. They all had that untouched, unloved vibe about them that suggested they were more for show than anything else. Christina certainly hadn't spent any time with them, and I needed something she had loved. Dropping onto my hands and knees, I crawled towards the small pink-covered bed in the corner of the room and peered beneath the frame. Shoeboxes and other items normally hidden from view greeted me, a few broken crayons that had rolled into the darkness. She'd probably been too afraid to go after them. And then I saw it. Up against the wall, as though it had simply fallen down the side of the bed while she was sleeping, the teddy bear lay discarded. Even from my position on the other side of the bed, I could see he was a well-loved bear, his stuffing poking out the sides of the restitched seams and both eyes missing. Sliding underneath the bed, I grabbed its soft arm and dragged it out into the open.
What are you going to do with that?
Graham asked, but I was only half listening to him. The bear hummed with an energy all of its own. It wasn't going to take much for it to spill its secrets to me. Laying the bear out in the center of the floor, I carefully positioned him away from the bloodstains. This in itself was nearly impossible. The vast majority of the floor was made up of bloodstains. The last thing I needed was Joanna's blood interfering with what I was about to do. Having her jump me once was certainly enough. I didn't need her ghost following me home. Opening the pouch, I lifted it over the bear, but Graham's hand clamping down on my shoulder made me pause.
What are you doing?
He repeated. This time there was no denying the uncertainty in his voice. I need to know why they wanted Christina. I need to know what it was particularly about her that had them take her instead of tossing her in the well after her brother. Graham studied my face for a second, his eyes darting from my face and then back down to the bear. He didn't trust me. And perhaps he never would, and how could I blame him? Everything he'd heard about my kind told him to be wary, to turn us in, that we were dangerous and unpredictable. Graham, if you don't want to be a part of this, you don't have to. I won't think any less of you if you want to go and wait outside. He shook his head and released his grip on me before taking a small step backwards.
No, you do what you gotta do. I'll be right here in case you need me.
With a smile, I returned my attention back to the teddy. There was no point in questioning his insistence on remaining in the room. If that was what made him happy and comfortable, then so be it. I poured the contents of the pouch out onto my hand and sprinkled it down over the bear. The powdered herbs glittered as they poured through my fingers and into the moonlight. Sucking in a deep breath, I closed my eyes and let my head clear. I focused everything I had on the bear. Everything that made me who I was, I poured it into the tiny body of the bear until there was no space left within it. Opening my eyes once more, I stared down at the well-worn toy. What exactly I was expecting to see there, well, I wasn't too sure about. All I knew for certain was that the powder, when used properly, would reveal the true nature of a situation. Nothing happened. The powder had settled onto the stomach of the bear, and the air was still.
Isn't something supposed to happen?
Graham asked, leaning in over my shoulder. Like what? I asked, keeping my gaze glued to the bear.
I don't know, like the bear should go poof, or maybe talk.
He volunteered helpfully. I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't shake the disappointment I felt. Graham was right about one thing. Something was supposed to happen, and yet there was nothing. Nada. Zip. How was I supposed to help Christina? How was I supposed to stand a chance of saving her when I couldn't even perform the most basic of magic? Reaching down, I scooped the bear up from the floor, the powder falling from its fur down onto the carpet. The powder began to glow once more, but this time it was obvious. The glow increased, and I took a shuffling step backwards on my knees as the powder seemed to multiply on the floor, spreading out from where it had landed on the carpet. The distinctive smell of burning fabric tickled my nose, and I vaguely heard Graham swear somewhere behind me. But none of that mattered. My gaze was trained on the floor and the pattern that was beginning to emerge from beneath the carpet. There was something etched into the floorboards, something I couldn't quite make out. The powder died, leaving behind a small hole the size of a fist, exposing the floorboards beneath. Gripping the edges of the carpet, I pulled it upwards, ripping it away to reveal the pentagram hidden beneath. Nothing like the ones I'd seen my mother use in some of her rituals. There was something about this one that was dangerous, something so terribly dark that it made the air harder to breathe.
What the hell is that?
Graham said. I turned and stared up at him, a small portable fire extinguisher in his grip. This, I said, gesturing to the markings on the floor. This is really bad news. Chapter 21.
What do you mean it's really bad news? I was sure the body count was proof enough the news was already bad.
Graham said, the panic in his voice audible. This is worse, I said, glancing down at the bear. I jumped, my grip tightening on it as my eyes came into focus. I wasn't holding a bear anymore. Christina lay across my arms, her tiny body limp, her blonde hair hanging loose over the arm that cradled her head. The front of her nightshirt was soaked in blood, and I could just make out the top half of a runic symbol etched into her chest beneath her nightshirt. Her blue eyes were wide and terrified, but there was no life in her. They were frozen that way, staring accusingly up at the sky, letting the world know that her final moments on this planet had been terrifying. I'd failed her. I didn't have visions of the future, only of events that had already come to pass. But then what did I expect? I was weak, powerless, nothing like the line of witches I had come from. Everything about me screamed failure, and everything I touched turned to crap. Tears of anger and frustration welled in my eyes, and I let them flow. What was the point in holding them back? What was the point in any of it anymore if I couldn't do my job and help those who needed my help?
Amber.
Graham's voice cut through the thoughts swirling in my head, snapping me out of the moment. My vision cleared and Christina's body turned to sand, slipping through my arms and onto the carpet.
Sweet Jesus, what was that?
Graham said, his panic unmistakable. Pushing up onto my feet, I faced him. What did you see? I asked. My visions were normally my own. I'd never shared one before, but this had felt different. I just hadn't realized how different it was until Graham had spoken.
The girl we're looking for, the one from the pictures. She was right there in your arms, but...
He trailed off and stared down at the floor. I knew what he was thinking. Emotions swirled across his face, generally a blend of disbelief and shock, and I couldn't blame him for that. If I'd been in his shoes, I'd have felt exactly the same way. But I wasn't. I was the one who was supposed to understand the laws of magic and how it worked.
but in this instance I was pretty much lost. Whatever we'd done had been so far outside my remit, I wasn't even sure where to begin with it all.
How did you do that?
He asked, staring back at me, the disbelief and shock mingling together to create fear. I don't know. I don't think I was really in control of it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I wasn't. Doubt crept into my voice.
Then how is it even possible? You're the only witch here, Morgan. You're the only one capable of doing something like that.
I don't know, I repeated with frustration. All I ever seemed to feel was angry and frustrated. Nothing I wanted went in the way I imagined it would, and there didn't seem to be anything I could do to stop it. This isn't an exact science, and this is all still pretty new to me. The best I was hoping for out of that spell was a sign. Instead, what I got... Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what I got.
She was here. It looked like her, but she was dead. Does that mean...
I turned for the door and paused dead in my tracks. Christina stood in the doorway, or at least an echo of her. She scanned the room, her expression terrified, before something took her hand and spun her around. She disappeared down the hall, and I followed her, moving quickly and silently to the bedroom door. I watched her pause at the top of the steps. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I went after her as she reached back to me, her hand outstretched as though I could grab her and pull her back to safety. But none of this was real. At least now it wasn't. It had already happened, and Christina was long gone. Racing down the stairs, I watched as she disappeared in through the living room door, her small feet making no sound against the tile floor. Reaching the doorway, I spotted the double patio doors at the back of the house stood wide open, and without knowing why, I knew that was where she had escaped to with her brother. A scream pierced the air, one that chilled me to my very core, and I ran, covering the ground between me and the door in a few short bounds.
Morgan, wait!
Graham called after me, but I couldn't wait. I needed to know what had happened. I needed to see who had taken her. It was our only hope of finding a clue to follow. Pausing in the garden, I watched as something dark and shadowed held Christina back. She struggled against the hold it had on her, and I followed her line of sight. Joshua, or Joshi as his mother had called him, stood near the edge of the shrubbery, directly in front of the place where I knew his body had been hidden. The vampire that had murdered his mother advanced on him, slowly, toying with him. Christina bit down on the hand of the woman who held her, and breaking free of her hold, she bounded across the space between her and her brother. The vampire lashed out, his hand connecting with Christina's face, sending her tiny, fragile body crashing backwards onto the ground. Josh's face was screwed up, tears trickled down his cheeks, but I could see the anger that filled his gaze. He went to move towards his sister, his attention momentarily distracted from the vampire that circled him. "No!" I screamed, the sound ripping from my throat as the vampire grabbed Josh. The sound of his neck snapping filled the air like a gunshot, and I dropped to the ground. The female vampire watched me, her gaze odd as she seemed to focus on where I kneeled on the ground. It wasn't possible. This was nothing but an echo, a memory of what had occurred, and yet I knew without a shadow of a doubt that the vampire had seen me. She scooped Christina up in her arms, cradling her unconscious body in against her chest as she continued to watch me. Her eyes didn't really fit her face. Something about them told me that whatever was going on, it wasn't the vampire who was truly watching me. Madeline had mentioned someone else, someone they were working for.
Morgan! Morgan!
Graham's voice filtered through the darkness in my head, and I tried to blink it away. He crouched over me, his hands gripping my shoulders as he shook me. The grass was wet beneath my head, and I struggled to my knees. Why was I lying on the ground? I could remember dropping to my knees when they'd killed Joshua, but the rest was a blur. Something had watched me, something old and inhuman from the vampire's eyes. Were they the reason my spell had worked so well? Was it their magic I was riding the coattails of? It was entirely possible, but I'd never done it before.
What happened? In one minute you're running out here like your life depended on it, and the next...
What did I do, Graham?
You dropped to the ground. It was like someone had shot you. I've only ever seen it happen in people who died. You dropped like someone had cut your strings.
The headache I'd had earlier was beginning to return, and I winced as I gingerly held my head in my hands before climbing slowly to my feet. The coroner can relax. It was the vamp that snapped Joshua's neck before dumping him into the well.
And the girl?
They took her with them. They need her. Graham's expression shifted, his horror growing as my words sank in.
What would they need with a little girl?
I shook my head.
I don't honestly know, but I have a feeling they're not the ones calling the shots. They're working for someone else. And they need the girl?
I shrugged, but the movement was enough to send my head spinning once more.
I really don't know. I presume so.
You sure you're all right? Graham asked, grabbing my arm and holding me steady.
Yeah, I just need something to eat and some sleep.
It was his turn to nod, and he kept a tight grip on my arm as he led me back through the house and out the front door.
How are we going to explain the hole in the carpet upstairs?
We don't. We'll tell them it was like that when we got there. The elite don't particularly understand magic. They're not going to know what caused it. They'll believe whatever we tell them. Graham grinned as he locked the front door behind him once more.
You know, I never had you pegged for being such a rebel. If I'd known sooner, I'd have partnered with you before now.
Turning away from him, I hid my smile. All I'd wanted since I'd started working for the elite was a way to help people, to figure out what had killed my father and get my revenge. And now I had a way to do both, and it was because of Graham. I was grateful to him, but it didn't change the fact that he was afraid of me. Probably always would be, no matter how many times I proved myself to be on his side. The fear was embedded too deep, and no amount of protesting on my behalf would change that. Chapter 22. Graham pulled his car to a halt outside my apartment building, and I slowly opened my eyes once more. My head was really starting to pound, and all I wanted to do was crawl underneath the duvet and bury my head. Hiding from the world was the only solution. "Thanks for everything," I said before I climbed from the car. He called after me, but I ignored him. I needed time to try and put the pieces of my head back together. What I'd seen tonight had been too much. I was new to all of it. Most cops, most elite officers, had time to grow a thicker skin to the cases they worked on. I couldn't help but feel as though I'd been dumped in the deep end and I was drowning. I couldn't walk away from it, and I wouldn't, but in the meantime, I needed to make sure that when it was all over and done with, I was going to have enough sanity to walk back to my own life and my own vendetta. Reaching the apartment door, I slid my key into the lock and pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, and I moved confidently towards the bedroom, sliding out of my leather jacket before I even reached the door. The weapons holster was the next thing to go, and I unclipped it carefully before removing the gun and placing it in the drawer next to the bed. Pausing, I stared down at the gun sitting in the bottom of the drawer. I could always keep it under my pillow. Feeling the solid piece beneath my fingers would certainly bring me a sense of peace. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a bad idea. It would only invite disaster. I was prone to nightmares, and putting a fully loaded weapon in my hands during one of them, well, it just wasn't a good idea. Slamming the drawer shut, I tugged off my jeans and slid beneath the covers. I hadn't even bothered to put the lights on. Knowing the apartment like the back of my own hand made it easy to do things in the dark. Closing my eyes, I let the tiredness wash over me. If I could just get even a little sleep before the nightmares started. A faint noise in the darkness woke me. My body was drenched in sweat and was stuck to the sheets like a day-old piece of chewing gum. Untangling myself, I lay back in the dark and let the cool air circulate around my waist and legs. Why was I awake? Glancing over at the blinking red light of the alarm clock, the small screen glared back at me, the angry red digits reading 3:10. The nightmares had been there again, just like they always were. Could I really call them nightmares anymore when they were so familiar to me? Nightmares were supposed to scare and terrify. Mine, whilst forcing me to relive the most horrific night of my life, were now like old friends. They always started the same way. The smile my father had given me, the look of pride on his face as he'd watched me receive my Scholarly Achievement Award, the warm hug he'd given me after I had climbed down from the stage. Even now, when I closed my eyes, I could still remember the distinctive smell of his cologne as he'd wrapped his strong arms around me and dragged me in close for a bear hug. And while every night I was happy to see him, I knew what was coming next. I knew his screaming intimately, the look of terror that filled his eyes as he fought against the demon. I'd swung my backpack at its solid back, but it hadn't deterred it from its savagery. The wet sounds as it feasted on him. Bile crept up the back of my throat, and I struggled to blink back my tears. If I'd been the witch I was supposed to be, if I had the power my mother did, that our ancestors did, then he wouldn't be dead. Instead, I'd stood by and watched it rip him apart, and when it had turned on me... That part of my memory was still hazy, but my mother had told me the story often enough to fill in the blanks. She'd stepped in and saved me, sent the demon back to hell where it belonged.
Swallowing back the pain, I rolled onto my side and paused. There was that noise again, like something scratching in the dark. Reaching noiselessly for the locker beside my bed, I slid open the drawer and felt around for the gun I'd placed in there before bed. My fingers scrabbled across smooth timber, but there was no gun. Adrenaline flowed through me, kicking my body into gear as I peered into the darkness. There was something in the room with me. Something had taken the gun.
You know I'm here, don't you?
His voice sent a trickle of icy fear trailing down my spine. I knew his voice, recognized it from the visions I'd had of him murdering Joanna. "What are you doing here?" I said, fighting to keep my voice as steady as I could. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of thinking he could frighten me.
You know what I've done. You know what I can do to you. And yet still you're sitting there trying to think up some way to escape.
Something rustled in the darkness, and then I felt the end of the bed shift beneath his weight. I tensed, but he didn't come any closer. I was trained for this, trained to fight, but he had the upper hand. He was stronger, faster, and he could see in the dark. He was the perfect predator.
You should give yourself to me. I'll turn you if you ask me nicely enough,
he said, his voice closer this time. "I'd rather send you to hell." I spat the words into the dark. His laughter raised goosebumps across my arms and down my neck, and the bed shifted again.
The only one going to hell tonight, bitch, is you.
The sound of the springs groaning was the only warning I had that he was on the move. He didn't make a sound, but I instinctively knew what he'd done. I rolled to the side, sliding out the opposite side of the bed, taking the other locker drawer with me. I smashed it against the floor, but he was already on top of me, his weight pressing me down onto the slippery wood floor. He had no breath, but his grunt gave me a gauge as to how close his face was to me. I jerked my arm up into his face as my other free hand searched through the broken pieces of the drawer. He bit down on my arm and I screamed, anger and pain mingling together, making me sound more like a banshee than anything human. Power boiled in my veins and my hand closed around a large piece of wood. Lashing out, I sliced at his face, stabbing him with the wood where I thought his eye might be. It was his turn to howl, the sound reverberating through the apartment. "You whore!" he screamed, wrapping his hands around my throat as I tried to buck him off. But even though I'd wounded him, he was still stronger, and trying to shift his weight from on top of my body was like trying to deadlift a car. He pinned me down, his grip tightening to the point where I knew my windpipe would crush beneath his savage grip. "You're not going to die like this. You have far too much to do. Save Christina!" The voice in the back of my head piped up, and without thinking, I planted both hands against his chest. Raw power, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, flowed through me. Flames erupted across the vampire's chest, momentarily blinding me and startling him enough to release me. Rolling away from him, I scrambled in the dark for my weapons belt, my fingers closing around my father's athame. The vampire stood in the center of the room, beating at his body as he attempted to extinguish the flames that covered him. Pushing up onto my feet, I crossed the space between us and drew back my leg to kick him. The blow sent him reeling backwards across the bed, the flames that covered him catching the duvet, causing the room to light with an odd orange glow. He growled and launched himself back towards me, sending us both careening onto the floor in a tangle of limbs. I stabbed him with the blade, catching him square in the chest, but as the blade sank home, he twisted to the side, his fist crashing down into my face, sending the world spiraling into darkness. Chapter 23.
"Sweetheart, wake up! You need to wake up!"
My father called out to me, his voice dragging a pained sob from my lips. It had been so long since I'd heard him. I'd forgotten what he sounded like, and even in my dreams I couldn't recreate the tone of his voice. It had been lost to me. Until now.
"Amber, wake up!"
There was an urgency to his voice, and I struggled to open my eyes, but my body felt tired. My lungs were on fire, and each breath I took didn't bring me the relief drinking in a large mouthful of oxygen normally did. My eyes fluttered open, and I stared around at my surroundings. Nighttime shouldn't have been so bright, but everywhere I looked, the room was cast in a weird orange glow. The vampire. The fire. Everything came flooding back to me, and I jerked awake. The room was on fire. The flames had spread from the bed and were making steady progress across the floor to where I lay. Dragging myself onto my hands and knees, I started to crawl for the door.
Keeping low to the floor, I fought my way forward across the hot floorboards. I had to get out. Moving only made it harder to breathe, and each little bit of progress I made only made the tiredness close in around me faster.
Amber!
A voice called out, and I gripped the athame tighter. A figure appeared in the doorway. The cloth he held over his mouth obscured most of his face, but I still recognized him. The hunter from earlier. It seemed he just couldn't leave well enough alone. He stepped into the room, and I tried to crawl past him, but he scooped me up into his arms, crushing my body to his as he carried me out into the smoke-filled hall. He staggered down the hall, and I clung to him. It was a sign of weakness, but in that moment I didn't care. I wanted out of the fiery death trap that my apartment had become, and there was no way I was going to find my way out through the hall on my own. Bursting out into the hall, he collapsed against the wall and drew in a long, shuddering breath. Pressed so close to his chest, I could feel his heart as it hammered against his ribcage, and it was soothing.
We need to get out onto the street,
he said, starting down the hall and away from the apartment door.
How did you know?
I asked, my voice hoarse and utterly alien to my own ears. He ducked his head and his face from view, color spreading across his face and up into his hairline.
Nick, how did you know?
I said again. This time my voice was a little stronger.
I left something in your apartment. Something that allowed me to keep an eye on you in case something went wrong.
But how? You've never... I trailed off, my mind replaying the moment where someone had been in my apartment. The press of his body against mine. The familiar smell of his aftershave as he had pinned me to the wall.
You,
I said, my voice cracking with rage. Anger spread through my body like a white-hot heat.
Put me down,
I said, gritting my teeth.
No, we need to get out of here.
I said, put me down! The white heat prickled in my fingertips and danced along the edges of my skin. Nick's steps faltered, and he glanced down at me, his eyes widening slightly.
Look, if you're gonna go nuclear, you can just can it. I'm not interested, and you can't afford to lose control of your abilities in public.
He carried me out into the street, and the cold night air was an immediate affront to the rage that coursed in my veins. A sudden coughing fit washed over me as I drank down a mouthful of clean, crisp air, and I struggled in his grip until he set me safely on my feet. His hand never left my arm as the hacking cough bent me double, and I coughed until my eyes watered.
Do your eyes always do that?
He asked when I'd finally paused, going enough to draw breath. Do what? I said, scrubbing at the tears streaking down my cheeks. The sound of sirens in the distance drawing closer made me suddenly aware of just how little clothes I was actually wearing and how cold the night air was.
Go all sparkly and midnight blue when you're pissed. Because I've got to say, if that's the case, I'm surprised there isn't more people who know about your abilities.
His statement surprised me, and I jerked my head up to meet his gaze. I could feel him studying me, his eyes scanning me from head to toe until they came to rest on my arm.
Shit, what the hell happened to you?
He grabbed my arm and twisted it around to get a view of it in the streetlight. I fought his grip. Jerking my arm back from him, I cradled it to my chest. It hadn't actually started to hurt until he'd drawn my attention to it and reminded me of what the vampire had done. It started to throb in time with the beat of my heart, and I glanced down at the ragged wound. It could have just as easily been my throat. And if the vamp had had any say in it, it would have been my throat. He'd have happily ripped it out like a rabid dog. I don't want to talk about it, I said, watching him suspiciously. He sighed and pressed his hands back through his dark hair. The look of exasperation he gave me might have been funny if the circumstances had been different. And of course, if he hadn't just admitted to having broken into my apartment to plant a device just so he could keep an eye on me. I wasn't stupid, and I could smell a rat a mile away.
Amber, this isn't the type of situation where you get to discuss it later. Now tell me what did that to you.
Why do you want to know? I said, irritation coloring my voice as I turned away from him to hide the fact that my teeth were beginning to chatter.
Because if, for example, a shifter or werewolf bit you, then what do you think would happen to you?
I know what would happen. I'm not stupid.
Then you also know what will happen if that bite came from a vampire,
he said, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper as he moved up behind me and draped his jacket over my shoulders. As far as I was aware, nothing was going to happen to me just because a vampire bit me. I hadn't shared any of the vampire's blood, and I wasn't on the verge of death. It was just a bite. A very irritating and rather painful one, but still just a bite nonetheless. The worst it could be was that I would need to check and make sure all my shots were up to date. That was so not an appointment I was going to enjoy keeping. The nurse and doctors at the clinics had perfected their disapproving stares, gotten them down to a fine art, so now, whether you had anything to be ashamed about or not, they had the power to make you feel ashamed. Nothing is going to happen to me, I said.
We should get you to a hospital, get you checked over by a doctor,
Nick said, his voice trailing off. Hospital was the last place he was going to want to take me. Hunters and hospitals weren't exactly the best mix. I'm fine, I said, watching as the lights from the fire trucks pulled onto my street, the sirens blaring as they came racing down towards the apartment block. Tilting my head back, I caught sight of the smoke billowing out through the window of my apartment just as the world started to swim in sickening circles and my knees turned to jelly. Maybe I should sit down for a few minutes. My voice choked off as my legs buckled out from underneath me, and the world went dark for the second time that night. Chapter 24. Ms. Morgan, can you hear me? A voice called out to me, but it wasn't one I recognized. Opening my eyes, they were immediately assaulted by the stark white of my surroundings. Great, you're dead. The only problem with that thought was that I knew there wasn't a chance in hell of me going to heaven, and I was pretty sure white wasn't demonic enough for hell. The woman who had called my name leaned in over the bed and peered down into my face. Can you hear me now, Miss Morgan? Where the hell am I? I said. My throat was raw, like I'd swallowed a whole packet of razor blades, but I knew that wasn't true. The fire. The vampire. Nick. He was the one thought that didn't immediately bring me a feeling of anger and the urge for vengeance. Of course, he had broken into my apartment, but how could I stay mad at him? If he hadn't done it, then I wouldn't have made it out of the apartment and the fire alive. The thought of dying in a fire was enough to send a shudder of revulsion through me. Even smoke inhalation wasn't the kind killer they made it out to be, and the after effects of it sure weren't making me feel peachy. You're in Constance Memorial. You were brought in about 20 minutes ago. Quite a nasty bite you have there. I could tell from the tone of her voice and the suspicious way she was watching me that she was concerned. I couldn't blame her. Rogue shifters and werewolves were a real problem. The first time they shifted, the newbies tended to get a little rowdy. If there wasn't a sponsor there to get them through the rough patch, well, people tended to die. Horribly. And then the rogue had to be put down. It wasn't their fault. The human body wasn't really built to withstand changes like that, and when it happened, well, there had been several cases where the defense had tried to claim temporary insanity, but the judgments were all the same. Without a sponsor to control the situation, there was only one outcome. It's a vampire bite. You can relax, Doctor, I said with my best professional smile. It was the smile the elite taught us to use in any situation that involved civilians, the don't worry, everything is under control smile. It was usually utter bullshit. You lost quite a lot of blood. The bite nicked one of the deeper veins in your arm. A little longer, and the outcome might not have been in your favor. What little blood I had left, I felt drained from my face. I'd been stupid and careless, and without knowing it, I had been close to dying. Was that the vamp's plan all along? To turn me? To make me like him? It didn't make a whole lot of sense, and I couldn't see a good reason why he would want to turn me. We've treated the wound and started you on a short course of antibiotics just to cover you. If this wasn't a planned bite, then it's better to be safe than sorry. And we've put some stitches in the arm. I lifted my hand and stared down at the bulky white bandage that covered my arm from above my elbow down as far as my wrist. The combination of stitches and the bandage really wasn't going to make my job any easier. Would I still be able to draw my gun? I shuffled to the edge of the bed and swung my legs down onto the floor. The world ran in brightly colored streamers, and I dug my fingers into the thin, sterile mattress beneath me. If I fell out of the bed, then I definitely wasn't going to be allowed to leave. Miss Morgan, what are you doing? I must ask you to get back into the bed. You've suffered a severe trauma tonight. You need to rest. The panic in the doctor's voice made me smile, but it didn't stop me. Nope, I need to leave. I slid down to the floor, keeping a tight grip on the bed as I let my body adjust to its new upright position. I must insist, she said, placing her hand on my good arm in an attempt to guide me gently back into the bed. I'm a member of the elite. I'm not getting back into bed. I'm working on an ongoing investigation, and I do not have time for rest. I put as much emphasis as I could on the word rest without trying to make it sound as though I was mocking her. But none of it was a lie. I had work to do, and hanging around in a hospital bed wasn't going to get me anywhere. Of course, I wasn't really going to get anywhere tonight anyway. There were no leads to chase down, no tracks to pick up. Most of what I would do could wait until the morning. Well, the couple of hours left until morning anyway. The clothes I was wearing when I came in, where are they? I said, scanning the bare hospital room. We got rid of them, it's our policy.
So what am I supposed to wear when I leave? I asked, shooting a confused glance in her direction. You're not supposed to leave yet, but when you're discharged, we can call someone to bring you some clothes, and... I cut her off with a wave of my hand. There is no way I'm spending the night in hospital. I just won't do it. I told you already, I need to get out of here to work my case. I don't have time for this, I said, gesturing to the room around me. Is there somewhere I can make a phone call? She nodded and pointed out the door to the nurse's station across from my room. You can call out from the desk. Thanks, I said, wrapping the loose-fitting hospital gown a little tighter around my body. The world did not need me flashing my ass in its face. Crossing the hall to the nurse's station, I lifted the receiver on the public phone that sat on the edge of the high pine workstation. Staring down at the buttons, I sucked in a deep breath and dialed Graham's number. It was one of the perks of working in a small office environment. I didn't know his private number, but I did have the emergency line number and his extension. Standing in the hall, I pressed the phone tight to my ear and listened to it ring and ring. When he finally picked up, Graham's voice was almost unrecognizable. He'd been asleep. Yeah, he said groggily. Graham, I need you to come pick me up from Constance Memorial. What happened? His voice snapped back, and suddenly all the grogginess of sleep was gone, replaced by an alertness that only a cop could manage. It's a long story. I'll explain when you get here. And Graham, I said. Yeah. Bring me some clothes. If I have to spend one more second in a goddamn hospital gown, I'm gonna lose my mind. His muffled snort of laughter did nothing to ease the knot of tension in my chest, and I slammed the phone down. Naturally, the sight of the white hospital gown fluttering beneath the air conditioning unit did absolutely nothing to help my mood. If Graham didn't get his ass over here pronto, I was going to flip. Chapter 25. So, are you gonna tell me what happened, or do I have to guess? Graham asked, standing behind me as I filled out the discharge form. I could still feel the female doctor's disapproving glare boring holes in my back as I scribbled my name across the bottom of the sheet, and for the millionth time readjusted the elite jumpsuit Graham had brought in for me. It was several sizes too big, but it was clean. So clean I'd had to rip it out of the packaging before I could pull it on. I slipped my arms into the sleeves of Nick's jacket. It was the only thing the hospital hadn't confiscated, and for that I was more than a little grateful. A vamp bit me and set fire to my apartment, I answered in as bored a tone as I could muster. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that I was willing to explain to him that I had caused the fire, especially when I still hadn't fully wrapped my own head around it. I'd been angry, but the sudden flames had been something else altogether. That and the rush of power. I'd felt it, just like I had when Madeline had tried to take it from me, whatever it was. Power like I'd never experienced before. Magic so strong. Well, it just wasn't something I wanted to think about. I had way too much on my plate as it was without adding complications like that to it. Graham shook his head, but he didn't continue to question me, and for that I was glad. I knew he had more questions. I could practically feel them beating at my skin like bats, but he was keeping his mouth shut on them for now, at least. Stalking down the corridor, I made it as far as the elevator before the female doctor who had treated me called out. You're making a mistake, Ms. Morgan. If something goes wrong, this is on your head. She was just trying to scare me, trying to force me to stay in a place I had no intention of hanging around in a moment longer than was necessary. But there was something else about her words. It wasn't intentional on her behalf, but it did have the ominous feeling of a warning. There was no mistake where leaving the hospital was concerned, but I was making a mistake in something else. Had I missed something important? Something that could crack the case? I just wasn't sure, and my head was pounding so hard it felt as though something was trying to beat its way out through my skull. She's cheery, Graham said with a smile as he pressed the button in the elevator for the ground floor. I wanted to smile, to nod and agree with him, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. There was something at stake, something more to Joanna's death, more to the two vampires taking Christina, and a hell of a lot more behind the vamp attack in my own apartment. The question wasn't whether I was smart enough to solve the case. It had become, would I be capable of preventing whatever was coming, and survive it at the same time? Graham pushed open the door to his apartment, and I followed him inside. You can take the bed. I'll get some clean sheets and... Graham, don't worry about it. The couch is fine. I probably won't do much sleeping anyway. You go back to bed. He studied me for a second as though a protest was right on the tip of his tongue. Whatever he saw in my face made him change his mind, and he nodded. If you're sure, then. I am, I said, dropping down onto the couch and pulling one of the folded-up blankets from the back of the sofa over myself. And, Graham, I said, causing him to halt in the doorway to his bedroom. Thanks for this. And thanks for not asking too many questions.
I watched the emotions go to war on his face.
He wanted to know the truth. He wanted answers, reasons behind the vampire attack, and that was something I couldn't give him. It was something I didn't have myself. Finally, he smiled and disappeared in through the bedroom door without another word. I lay on the couch and stared up at the ceiling as the car lights from the city streets below passed by. Morning was coming. I could practically taste it on the air, but I didn't want to move. Lying on the couch, buried beneath the blankets, seemed like a much better use of my time. My arm was beginning to really ache, the pain spreading up into my shoulder and neck, and the smoke I'd inhaled still caused my lungs to hurt each time I sucked in a long, deep breath. But I was alive. Another thing I could add to my list. Survived vampire attack and setting own apartment on fire before being knocked out and left for dead. I could put it with the other near-death experience I'd had. Surviving a demon attack wasn't something just anybody did, but it wasn't as though I could really claim credit for it. Sitting up, I wrapped the blanket a little tighter around my shoulders. If I was honest, I couldn't claim any credit this time either. It had been my father calling out to me that had woken me in the fire. Without him, I would have been toast, the type that wouldn't taste good with butter. With a sigh, I pushed up onto my feet and padded across the floor to the pictures lining the walls. The last time I'd been here, I'd seen them, but I'd been too caught up in the surveillance footage Graham had taken of me misusing what little magic I had to pay any real attention to them. Following the pictures along the wall, I stared at the progression of happy family photos. They were nothing at all like the ones I had. One picture in particular caught my eye. Graham in his police dress uniform, the hat covering most of the top of his face from the sunshine that beamed down on him, and the young girl standing in front of him. There was something so utterly familiar about her face, but I couldn't figure out where I had seen her before. I studied the picture a little harder, taking in the way her dark hair fell about her shoulders and her wide blue eyes. Where did I know her from? Moving down the wall, I continued to scan the pictures. Each time I saw her, she seemed a little more familiar. And then she disappeared. It was like she was no longer a part of the laughing, smiling family that existed on the wall. Moving to the next wall, I froze, the blood in my veins turning to ice as I found what I was looking for. I did know her. Not in reality. We'd never actually met before, but still I knew her. Her cupid bow lips were done up in a scowl as she stared at the camera, and Graham stood next to her once more, beaming into the camera lens. They were complete opposites of one another. And yet the closer I looked, the more I could see the resemblance. Why hadn't I seen it before? Because you weren't looking for it. The voice in the back of my mind piped up, reminding me of the truth. The girl in the pictures, Graham's daughter, was the same young woman I'd seen in my vision, the one who'd taken the male vampire's hand as they climbed the stairs together, the one he'd called Baby, the one who'd held the struggling body of Christina and forced her to watch her brother's neck getting broken. Graham's precious missing daughter was the other half of the sick couple that had murdered the Sidwells. How was I supposed to tell him that his daughter was dead, that she was a vampire, that she was one half of the murderous duo we sought? He had so much hope, so much resting on the idea that he would get her home, that she could be saved if only he could get her away from the one who had taken her. But if all that was true, then Graham had been right when he'd said he'd seen his daughter. She had survived the vamp's nest getting burnt to the ground, and the hunter that had turned up at Graham's door had been wrong. It seemed unlikely that he would be so wrong about the situation. There had to be more to it than I knew. There had to be a reason why he would lie so blatantly, but what could it be?
Can't sleep?
Graham asked, his question in the stillness of the apartment making me jump.
Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you,
he said sheepishly as I turned to face him. I couldn't keep my emotions from my face. I'd just figured everything out, and I wasn't a particularly good liar. The fact that nearly everyone who knew me seemed to also know my deep, dark secret was testament to that.
What's the matter?
Graham said, crossing the room to pause in front of me and the pictures on the wall. Nothing, I lied, fighting to keep the truth hidden from him.
Did you have a vision or something? Do you know something about Jessica? Is she hurt?
There were so many questions, and his voice was filled with so much worry and concern that I turned away from him. It was the only way I could guarantee that I didn't just blurt the truth out to him. I don't know anything about her, Graham, you know that. Everything is too fragmented.
Bullshit, Morgan. I'm not a fool. I was a cop for 25 years before I joined the elite. I know when someone is lying to my face.
I don't want to talk about it. Jesus, why can't you just mind your own business and stop constantly poking your nose in places where it doesn't belong? Morgan. He grabbed my arm and spun me around to face him. This is my daughter we're discussing. This is my business. And I'm telling you, I don't know anything about her. I don't believe you. I could see the pain in his eyes as he searched my face, the hope that flared deep within him still flickering after all this time. If I told him what I knew, I would kill that piece of him, that part of him that still cared about things, that still fought. Believe what you want, I'm leaving, I said, crossing the room and grabbing Nick's jacket from where I'd left it over the end of the sofa. Please, Morgan, just tell me if she's alive. His voice was low and pitiful. It pained me to hear it, and I paused with my hand on the doorknob. She's not gone, Graham. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. I pulled the door open and stepped out into the hall. I could feel him gearing up to ask me more questions, and without thinking about what I was doing, I picked up my pace and started to run. I raced to the stairs and practically flung myself down them in my haste to get away, to escape the pain and the anger that coursed through his veins. We all had our crosses to bear, but I refused to carry someone else's. I didn't want it, and I sure as hell didn't need it. I had my own problems to deal with, and just because one of them was somehow connected to his daughter didn't mean jack squat. Grabbing the front door, I flung it open, letting it flop back against the stone brickwork of the apartment block as I drank down long gasps of cool morning air. My first day out in the field might have been over, but it had sucked far more than I ever could have expected. Chapter 26. Taking up a steady pace, I jogged down the road as the first of the early morning commuters started up their days. The looks I received from them would have been enough to make a self-conscious person want to crawl away and hide, but I didn't care. I knew I looked like hell, but the day they fought off a vampire and survived an apartment fire, in that order, was the day they could come bitching to me about fashion sense and perfect hair. The crisp air made my lungs hurt even more than they had inside, and each step I took was harder than the one before, a nasty combination of exhaustion and smoke inhalation. Reaching my own street, I paused. The emergency vehicles were gone, but I could see the city's fire investigation truck pulled up outside the apartment block, and my heart sank. If they were here, it would mean only one thing: questions, and lots of them. I could just keep walking, walk straight past the apartment and go somewhere else, wait until they'd left. But the thought of standing a moment longer in public wearing the elite's ridiculous jumpsuit for wet work was too much. I wanted my own clothes, my own everything, even if that meant a charred and sodden mess, which was exactly what I was expecting. Crossing the street, I climbed the front porch and pushed open the front door. There was no one in the entrance hall, but I could hear voices coming from somewhere up above me. I climbed the stairs as slowly as I could. It was prolonging the agony. The sooner I got this over and done with, the better, but I just couldn't bring myself to go running headlong into the middle of it all. Reaching my floor, I spotted a woman dressed in a smart charcoal-colored suit standing outside my door before she saw me. If I was going to run, now was my opportunity. Instead, I moved towards her, my pace slow and deliberate, and she lifted her face and glanced in my direction. The moment her gaze met mine, her back stiffened, and I could see the suspicion that filled her eyes. She was obviously just as much of a rookie as I was. She hadn't yet managed to master the art of cop face. "Are you Amber Morgan?" she said. Her tone was authoritarian and instantly put my back up. I did not like her, and I could tell from the way she was staring at me that she didn't like me. "Yeah," I said, reaching the apartment door and craning my neck to peer around her and into the rooms beyond. "Then perhaps you'd like to tell us what happened here last night?" Vampire attacked me, knocked me out, and next thing I knew the place was on fire around me. "So you didn't see who set the fire, or—" She trailed off, but her silence said more than her words ever could. They were suspicious. The fire didn't look like an accident, and it couldn't have looked like a regular arson job, or she'd have just come out and said it. "Or," I prompted. I needed her to spill whatever little secret they were keeping back from me. "This vampire that attacked you, was he a friend of yours?" "What?" I said, my mind reeling to keep up with the direction she'd suddenly decided to take the conversation in. "What has that got to do with a fire?" "Just answer the question, Ms. Morgan. We need to work up a picture here, and you're not making it particularly easy." "I nearly died in a fire. I didn't think I had to make it easy." "So how did you get out of the fire? You said you were knocked out, but somehow you managed to crawl to safety. How is that possible?" "I had help. A friend called around. He found me, and—" She cut across me, her voice grating on my nerves more and more with each second that ticked by. "This friend, does he have a name?"
No, actually he doesn't. He's an informant. I don't need to give you his name. It wasn't strictly the truth. Nick wasn't my informant, and in an ongoing investigation, I was pretty sure I would have to give her whatever information I might have. But she was getting on my very last nerve, and the last thing I wanted to be right now was friendly. Ms. Morgan, you do realize hindering an ongoing investigation is an offense. And you know who I am. You know I work for Elite. You know I'm going to have lots of enemies who might contemplate knocking me off when I'm at my most vulnerable. Why you're standing there like Miss High Almighty questioning me and treating me like the criminal is beyond me.
What the hell is going on out here?
A male voice cut over my announcement, and I took a step back as someone I assumed was the real chief of arson investigations stepped out through the apartment door. Sir, I was just... She started to speak, her words coming out faster than she could keep track of them.
Jillian, you were just nothing. You know you don't have the authority to question anyone without me present.
His tone was mildly scolding, but there was a softness in his eyes as he looked at her that told me immediately that their relationship was more than just boss and underling. Covering my mouth with my hand, I coughed politely, drawing his attention from her and back to me. Can I get into my apartment now? There's some things I need to pick up.
I've got a few questions for you, Miss Morgan, if you'd join me down the station once you're done here.
And I would love to, but as I was trying to explain to your colleague here, I'm a member of Elite. I have enemies, and right now I've got enemies that would rather I didn't continue working the case I've got. That means I'm getting close, and if I'm stuck downtown answering questions for you lot, then I won't be out on the street doing my job. He shuffled on the spot, his eyes studying mine before he let out a sigh and pushed his hand back through his hair.
Fine, after work hours, but I do need to talk to you.
There was something about his tone of voice that made me nervous. I'd detected something in the one he'd called Jillian. There was something they knew that they weren't sharing with me. Whatever it was, I needed to know it. If they'd somehow managed to figure out that what had caused the fire was magic, then I was in more trouble than I could handle. I couldn't explain it away. Vampires didn't have magic as far as I was aware, or, well, as far as anyone was aware. It wouldn't take much for them to make a leap in logic, and if they did that, if anyone suspected me for even a moment, then that would be it. I would lose my job. The Elite wouldn't run that kind of risk, whether or not I was guilty. People would start digging into my past, and they would eventually find something. I was stuck. Fine, I said, keeping my voice as devoid of emotion as I could. Of course, if I gave the game away myself, if I sounded stressed or panicked by the thought of going to their meeting, then that in itself would be enough to make them start digging around on me. I pushed into the apartment past him, and my knees felt weak as I surveyed the damage. It was destroyed. Everything as far as the eye could see was either water damaged, smoke damaged, and if that hadn't affected it, then it was burned or charred. My stomach did a frightened flip as I remembered my weapons belt. I carried an athame. If they were suspicious about whether magic started the fire or not, finding an athame in the apartment would give them all the proof they needed. Shit. I started for the bedroom and paused in the doorway. There was nothing left of the bed. The mattress was burned right down to the springs. Scorch marks covered the walls, and in places I could see where the paint had bubbled and peeled away to reveal the stone and concrete beneath. Only real heat could cause damage like that. I had caused it. Shaking my head, I crossed the room and scrambled through the pile of items heaped in the corner. Pulling the weapons belt free, I stared down at the place where the blade should have been, and my heart froze. It was gone. That wasn't possible. I remembered leaving it with the weapons belt. Taking it out only meant I was inclined to misplace it around the apartment. If an emergency came in during the night, the last thing I wanted to do was waste time by scrabbling around searching for it. It couldn't be missing. I wouldn't lose something so important, something that meant so much to me. Tears burned at the back of my eyes, blurring my vision and making my frantic search harder. There were, of course, 2 possible alternatives to where the blade had gone, but neither of them filled me with joy. Either the arson investigators had found it and confiscated it, but I couldn't help but think that if they had, then they would have said something at the door. Or the other, and much more likely scenario, was that the vampire that had attacked me had taken it with him. Whatever he was working for, whoever he was working for, was capable of doing magic. Having something so integrally connected to me gave them a power over me. It gave them an opening, and if they had it, I cut off my own thoughts. There was no point in even going down that path. I wasn't going to turn into a homicidal maniac just because someone stole something belonging to me. I'd heard the stories when I was growing up back home, but it was a flavor of magic that my mother and her white coven had no interest in messing with, so the details were something I was a little hazy on. You could always ring her up, the voice of reason in the back of my mind volunteered. It wasn't something I wanted to do. Our last conversation was still too fresh in my head. If I called her up now and told her about what was going on, well, I was disappointed enough with myself. I didn't need to add her very complex emotions into the mix, too. Sitting back on the floor, I threw my head back and stared up at the ceiling. My stomach clenched violently as my eyes focused in on the symbol etched on the ceiling directly over the place where I'd fought off the vamp attack. The runic symbols and the swirls of power left a nasty taste in my mouth, and my head began to spin. I could see it. If I could see it, why hadn't anyone else seen it too? When you steal power from the earth, it leaves a mark, a scar, one that can be seen by anyone with the gift. It becomes a signature of sorts. My mother's words rang in my ears, but none of that mattered. I wasn't worried about the creation of a signature, and that wasn't what the symbol really meant. Only the blackest of magics leave a signature. There haven't been magical signatures left since the shadow sorcerers were wiped out. Only the blackest of magic could leave a signature. I had left a signature. What the hell did it mean? My mother was a white witch. Everything she taught me was white, and for all intents and purposes, I was terrible at it. Granted, I could do enough to get by, and certainly enough to earn the title and condemnation of a witch were anyone to learn the truth. But I wasn't as powerful as she was. I couldn't do the magic she could, it just wasn't in me. And yet here I was, staring up at the proof that said otherwise. Terror caused my stomach to knot up. I needed to get rid of the signature, and I needed help, but who was I going to explain this to? Well, that was a step I hadn't considered, and one I didn't want to think about. Chapter 27. Dragging on the first pair of jeans and t-shirt I found that hadn't been damaged in the fire was easier than expected. The closet was mostly untouched. Some of the clothes near the top of the pile smelled a little less than fresh, but ultimately they were fine. Hallelujah for small mercies. Pushing aside the clothes in the closet, I pushed down hard on the small loose board near the floor of the closet and waited for the telltale click. Scooping the board out, I fumbled into the darkness and pulled a small box free. The woodwork was intricate and delicate, the box older than I was, and the wood it was made from was older still. My mother had thrown around the word ancient each time she'd spoken about it. Popping the lid open on it, I stared down at the tiny silk pouches that lined the inside of the box. This was the only thing I could think of to clean a magical signature. I wasn't even sure they would work properly. The powder was mostly used for wiping memories clean. I picked up one of the small pouches and stared down at it. I could use it on the arson investigators, but there was already a paper trail. Even if it didn't clean the signature completely from the ceiling, it should at least conceal it. Or at least that was my theory on it.
Amber!
Nick's voice sent my mind spiraling into panic. He couldn't be here. If he saw the signature, and I was almost positive that he would, then I was toast. Scrambling up from the floor, I dropped the box, scattering the contents across the wood floor. The sound of his footsteps drawing closer sent my heart rate skittering into overdrive.
I know you're here. I saw you come in, but I wanted to wait and make sure.
He cut off as I ran into him in the doorway. I'm just getting dressed and trying to straighten this place up a little bit.
You met the city's finest then, I take it?
He asked, leaning against the doorframe. My heart continued to beat out of my chest as I stood in front of him, blocking as much of his view as I possibly could. He was a hunter, and for some reason he was willing to overlook the fact that I was a witch. However, that wouldn't last if he found out about the signature currently covering the ceiling. There were some things even he wouldn't overlook. Yeah, they want me to come down later and answer some questions about everything. He nodded and examined his fingernails as though they were suddenly the most fascinating things in the world.
Any more leads on that case of yours?
He asked. His voice was low and utterly calm, almost disinterested, and I knew instinctively that he was lying. Why pretend you don't care when we both know that's a whole bunch of bull? I said, pushing out past him into the rest of the apartment. He turned from the bedroom, and I felt my heart rate slow slightly in my chest.
I didn't know I was allowed to have an interest in the case,
he said, lifting his face and staring at me with that same wicked grin he had given me back at Sanctuary, the same grin that had almost caused me to self-combust right before he decided to kiss me. Even thinking about his lips on mine set my mind into overdrive. I wanted to kiss him again. I wanted to taste his lips on mine, feel his body against me. Get a grip, Amber, you don't have time for this. I really didn't have time, and yet it didn't stop me from really wanting to make time. I was a witch, but that didn't prohibit me from having a life. Did it? I forced the traitorous thoughts aside. He'd kissed me in the club, but it had been for a reason, and not the kind of reason I wanted. I wasn't the type to just hop into bed with a guy, no matter how hot he was, or how unreasonable his presence made me feel. Why are you here, Nick?
I like that you call me Nick and not Dominic. I wondered which you would choose.
I glared at him and slowly folded my arms across my chest, the powder pouch still gripped tightly in my hands.
Fine, I'll stop going off topic. Geez, something's got your knickers in a twist today.
Oh, I don't know what it might be. Could it possibly be the fact that I've got a case to work and you're standing here wasting my time? Might it be that a vampire broke into my apartment last night and tried to kill me before my home went up in flames?
Fine, I get it. Your life sucks. Woe is you.
The sarcasm in his voice only made me angrier, and I opened my mouth to give him a smart answer when my cell phone rang. The sound of the death march filled the tiny apartment, and I groaned. There was only one name that carried that ominous ringer. Dragging out my cell, I stared down at the screen, and a tiny thrill of rebellion rolled through me. I could just ignore the call. Hang up and pretend nothing. But knowing John, he would just keep on calling and calling until he got an answer. Sliding my thumb across the screen, I pressed the phone to my ear.
Get your ass into my office immediately. We need to talk.
He sounded so pissed that for a second I forgot how to answer. The phone went dead, and I stared down at the call ended sign. Now what the hell was going on? I'd been pretty firm with him. If he thought he was going to blackmail me and get away with it, then he had another thing coming. I've got to go, I said, shoving the phone back into my jeans pocket.
That can't have been a good call,
he said, watching my face intently. It was work. They're never good calls, I said, directing him towards the door as I grabbed my leather jacket from the back of the couch. It smelled of smoke and damp, but I didn't care. It was far more comfortable than Nick's jacket, which I'd been wearing all around town. Before I forget. I turned and hurried back into the bedroom and scooped his jacket up from the charred remains of my bed. Where I was going to sleep tonight, well, that was a bridge I would just have to cross later. There was always the couch, as long as it dried out enough. Here, I said, holding his jacket out to him. He took it with a smile and slipped it on over the blue and black check shirt he was wearing. As he moved, the shirt shifted, tightening across his muscled back and riding up to expose his ripped abs. He was obviously someone who spent a lot of time hanging out in the gym. That kind of musculature didn't just appear overnight, either.
See something you like?
He asked, the blatant suggestion in his voice making my cheeks flame with color. Just get the hell out. I need to go to work, I said with a sigh. I didn't have time for his games. Perhaps if things were different, if I wasn't searching for answers for my family, then maybe. Even then, it wasn't likely. His constant flirting didn't mean anything. It was just who he was, and I could picture him flirting with every woman that came within 50 feet of his sphere of influence.
I can give you a ride over to Elite if you want,
he said, and for the first time since I'd met him, there didn't seem to be an agenda behind his words. Narrowing my eyes at him, I chewed my lip thoughtfully. And there wouldn't be any funny business? No playing games or using me to get your own way? Holding up his hand, he gave me the scout salute, his beaming smile enough to melt the iciest of hearts.
I swear, no funny business. Just a ride down to Elite.
Fine, let's go. I waited for him outside the apartment door before swinging it shut and securing the damaged lock with the keys from my pocket. As soon as I had an opportunity, I was going to have to get the door fixed. As soon as I had the opportunity, there was a lot of stuff I was going to need to get fixed, and basically no money to do it with. Nick started down the hall and then waited for me to catch up to him at the elevator doors. Whatever crap John was going to come out with, I knew I wasn't going to like it. He was a snake, the type who would have found a way to work around my threats from the night before. And, well, if he had, how was I supposed to argue with him? I had no proof, no evidence I could bring against him, and there was only so far I could really rock the boat. If I pushed him too far and he decided to try and dig around for dirt on me, then it would only be a matter of time before he found some. It was a risk I couldn't take, but I couldn't stand by and let him get away with the things he'd admitted to doing. That wasn't in my nature, and I wasn't going to change just because the situation seemed kind of hard. Something would be done. I just needed to figure out what the hell that something was. Chapter 28. Standing outside the apartment building, I stared at the motorcycle Nick was sitting astride and shook my head for the second time. You can't honestly be serious. You want me to get up on that thing? You want me to trust you, that you can ride it and not run us both into a brick wall at the first opportunity?
I've been riding motorbikes, Amber, for a very long time. I can promise there will be no brick walls. So come and hop on. You were the one who said you were in a hurry. This is the fastest way to get there.
I bit down on my lip nervously. It would definitely be the fastest way there. It could also be the fastest way into an early grave.
Bicycles were scary enough. Motorbikes were a whole new level of pain and fear just waiting to happen. He held the helmet out to me and jiggled it gently in my direction. "Fine, but if you kill me, I'm coming back to haunt your ass."
"Assuming I survive and you don't, I'm glad you have so much faith in me,"
he said with a smile as he watched me ram the helmet down over my thick and unruly hair. "Trust me when I say faith has absolutely nothing to do with this. You're simply the fastest way to get downtown." Climbing onto the back of the bike, I hesitated, my hands just gripping the corners of his leather jacket. I was supposed to wrap my arms around him, grip him tight. If I didn't, then I wasn't going to last more than 5 seconds up on the back of the bike. But the thought of pressing my body that close to his, of drinking in his scent as we... My thoughts trailed off into panic as soon as he kicked away the bike stand and I wobbled back and forth on the back of the seat. Without thinking twice, I wrapped my arms around his waist, plastering my body to his broad and muscular back as the engine roared to life between my legs. I was going to die. It would be horrible and bloody and painful, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I was a fool for even thinking I could go through with this and come out the other side unscathed.
"Hold on tight,"
Nick shouted back to me over his shoulder as he pushed the bike away from the curb and we suddenly jolted forward. Squeezing my eyes shut, I repeatedly prayed to the goddess for protection. If I got out of it unscathed, I would forever be in her debt. There would be no task too big or too complicated that I wouldn't complete for her. Hell, I'd even play nice with John if it meant I wasn't going to end my final moments in a fiery ball on the side of the road. The engine continued to purr along underneath me, and the gentle back-and-forth sway of Nick and the bike as we weaved through traffic quickly became soothing. All I had to do was focus on that, and the panic would gradually subside. As the bike slowed, I allowed myself the opportunity to slowly relax. I wasn't dead, and that had to be considered a bonus. He allowed the bike to roll to a halt, and the moment I felt him shift and kick down the stand once more, I released the breath I'd been holding on to since we started the journey. Sliding from the back of the bike, my legs felt like jelly beneath me, and Nick's voice caused me to pause.
"You know, for someone who hunts down preternatural killers, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of a little speed,"
he said as he pulled his helmet off and gave me a cheeky grin. Tossing his helmet back to him, I turned away and headed into the elite building. His constant games and teasing statements, while cute, were beginning to wear on me. Crossing the foyer, my steps faltered as I caught sight of the groups of people gathered inside the elite doors. Whatever was going on, it was major. By the looks of it, John had called in every elite agent that had ever passed through the doors, and maybe even some that hadn't. Fear knotted in my stomach as I spotted John up the top of the room, the man standing next to him instantly recognizable. Had Graham outed my secret? On one hand, it would have made perfect sense, but why had John bothered to call me up? Why not just send the cleanup crew to do their jobs and get me off the streets for good? Squaring my shoulders, I drank down a deep breath and let it back out slowly. I wasn't going to get my answers out here. The only thing I could do was go in there and face the music, whatever it might be, and however much I might dislike it. What other choice did I have? Pushing open the doors to Elite, I stepped into the office, the babble of voices making it almost impossible to pick out any discernible threads of conversation. Something had obviously happened. Hurrying to the top of the room, Graham's eyes met mine, his gaze hard as he focused in on me. He clearly still hadn't forgiven me for not telling him what I knew about his daughter. But what did he expect me to do? I couldn't just blurt out my suspicions, because at the end of the day, that's all they were, suspicions. If I told him I thought she was dead, that she was working alongside the sick son of a bitch who had murdered Joanna Sidwell and her family, the creep that had taken Christina without any apparent trace or request for ransom, he would completely lose his mind. He loved his daughter, and that love gave him a faith in her that I didn't have. But it was also the means to completely reducing his life to mere ash. The position was an impossible one, and I had no clue how I was supposed to get around it. John caught sight of me, fear flickering in his eyes for a split second before it vanished, only to be replaced by pure hatred. "So nice you could join us, Amber. I was just filling everyone in on the little situation we find ourselves in." His voice dripped malice. My mouth went dry and my body froze mid-step. He knew. They all knew. That was the only thing that made sense. What the hell was I going to do? Thoughts whirled around my head faster than I could keep up with them, and yet not one of them was the solution to the predicament I found myself in. Graham caught my eye and shook his head almost imperceptibly, and the knot of tension growing in my guts loosened by just a fraction. "Last night, 2 of our men, 2 of King City's finest men, were cut down in their prime, doing a job that only the most fearless of men would do." Even when he was making rousing speeches, John just couldn't help but make it chauvinistic.
I wasn't a feminist in the extreme sense of thinking all men were out to get me, not by a long shot, although many would consider me just that. All I wanted was what most women wanted, a fair shot at the big pie that all men were automatically given. I was never going to be as strong as a man, and I didn't want to be. I had my own strengths and could certainly hold my own in a fight. I'd proven that with a vampire. All I wanted was for the other guys in the elite to view the women they worked alongside as their partners, that we were equal and not just pretty ornaments to be trotted out when John felt an equality press conference coming on, only to be dismissed as soon as it was over and sent back to sorting and filing. I contemplated making an announcement of my own, of telling everyone just what it was that John had the women of elite do to earn their way onto the field.
Struck down in the prime of their lives by what can only be described as a callous and calculated attack.
His words cut through my rambling thoughts and my head jerked up. Just what in hell had happened last night?
Do we know what killed them?
Officer Stephen chimed in, cutting across John.
From everything I've heard, it's vampires. There's a rumor that the master of the city, Andreas, is dead, put down by a rival, and now war has broken out for the territory. Julian and Mo were following up a lead involving the Sidwell case and must have found themselves slap-bang in the middle of a turf war.
Are they... I started to say, but I couldn't bring myself to finish the sentence.
Dead?
John finished it for me, and for the first time since I'd come to work for him, I could actually see regret in his eyes.
Yeah. There's not really enough of them left to make a formal identification, so we're waiting on dental records and DNA.
Shit, I muttered under my breath as the room erupted into angry shouts and declarations of shock.
As you can all imagine, I and everyone else, right up to the top rungs of elite, are devastated by this loss, and we want to strike hard and fast.
The room went silent once more, and I felt my heartbeat stall out in my chest. He knew something. He knew something, and he was holding it back, but whatever it was about to send everyone here into a frenzy.
We have a location for the vampires we believe are responsible for our men's deaths, and I think it's plain to everyone in this room what needs to be done.
Who's in charge?
Anthony Barbosa said, his voice booming out over everyone else's in the room, sending them all into silence. He had the highest kill count on elite as a member of the cleanup. There hadn't been a vampire yet who had come up against him and lived to tell the tale. Most of the men called him the Machine because of the way he fought. He was practically unstoppable, and there wasn't a man on the squad who could stand against him on the training floor. Anthony wanted the position, and he would get it. He was the obvious choice in the matter.
Amber Morgan and Graham Lance.
John's announcement sent a ripple of unease through the gathered group. I swung around to face him, my eyes a little too wide. The smirk on his face made me want to take him to task then and there. I wanted to wipe the smug, cocksure look clean off him, but to do that would be a mistake.
Like hell they are,
Anthony said again, his voice louder as he moved through the crowd to the front of the room.
The decision is made, Anthony, and I expect everyone here to fall in line. Is that clear?
John's tone brooked no argument, and I watched him carefully. He was obviously planning something. He had to be. There was no way he was going to allow Graham and I to run a cleanup operation on something this big, this important, without an ulterior motive coming in to stab everyone else in the back. I swung around to face John, keeping a small smile plastered to my lips in an attempt to throw everyone else off what I was truly feeling on the matter. What the hell are you doing here, John? Yesterday you didn't want me anywhere near the case, and now you want me leading the charge? Forgive my confusion, but I'd like to know what your real thoughts are on the matter. John returned my smile with one of his own, but his was far more genuine. I'm hoping that by giving this case to you, one of two things happen. Either it's enough to keep you off my case, letting me get on with what I do best here, which is run elite, without interfering bullshit from a busybody like you. Or, I said, or the vampires that ripped Mo and Julian apart, leaving them to rot like so much mincemeat, get their hands on you and do whatever it is that they do best. It made sense, and I wasn't surprised by his declaration. The only thing I was surprised about was his complete honesty. He had to know that by giving me this, he was giving me a weapon I could use against him, and yet I could see from the look in his eyes that he just didn't care anymore. Run along now, Amber. You've got a raid to get geared up for. Everyone is waiting for you, John said, before he turned on his heel and disappeared back into his office.
What did he say?
Graham asked, stepping in close and keeping his voice low enough that it wouldn't be overheard by anyone else standing nearby. He wants me out of the way, one way or another, I said, shaking off John's little speech. Just because he wished me dead didn't mean it would happen. I'd wished to win the lottery more times than I could count, and it hadn't happened yet, despite being a witch and coming from a very powerful line of witches. There were just some things in life that couldn't be gotten, not without interference.
He wants you dead?
Graham asked, turning to face me, his blue eyes filled with surprise.
I know the man doesn't like you, but isn't that a little extreme?
If you knew everything that had happened between us, you'd be wondering why he was even bothering to send in a cleanup crew alongside us.
That bad, huh?
That bad, I said, scanning the crowd. There was no sign of Anthony Barbosa and the usual crew he hung out with, which could mean only one thing. Shit, I said again, this time louder, catching Graham's attention as I started to duck and weave through the crowds of angry officers.
What is it?
He said, following close on my heels. It's Anthony. You saw how mad he was. You and I both know he's led every single raid this force has ever performed, and he is damn good at it.
Yeah, I saw he was pissed,
Graham said. Well, he's not here anymore, and neither is the rest of his crew. They're already gone, and if we don't catch up to them soon, then whatever little plan John has worked out for me, they're gonna walk straight into it.
You can't honestly believe he plans to have you killed.
I think he would do anything to keep certain things a secret, Graham. He's dangerous and unpredictable, and while some of it might just be the hope that because I'm a rookie I'll mess up myself, he's still willing to send a lot of good men into a nest under my leadership, despite his hopes that I'll end up dead. My words were enough to make Graham pause, and as I broke free of the last stragglers, I dashed across the foyer and down the hall toward the locker areas and the weapons storage. I wasn't about to let John get Barbosa and his men killed. They were a pain in the ass and way too macho, but they were good at their jobs, and at the end of the day, John's problem was with me, not them. Chapter 29. Sitting in the back of the second truck, I urged the lumbering piece of metal to move faster. Anthony and his men apparently had quite the head start on us, and that was a problem. I knew he wouldn't hang around, that as soon as he got to the scene he would take the nest. And all of that sounded great, except I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had slid in through my veins and coiled in my stomach. The very last thing I wanted to do was arrive on the scene and discover I was right, that Anthony and his men were hurt, or worse, dead. It wasn't something I was sure I could live with.
Morgan, this isn't your fault. Anthony and the guys, well, they're trained. They know what they're doing.
Not if they walk straight into an ambush, they don't.
And you have no way of knowing if what you think might happen will actually happen. John isn't going to want to risk losing men as good as Anthony just to settle some petty vendetta with you.
He made a pass at me last night, I said, releasing a long sigh as the tension I'd been carrying in my shoulders released a little.
And you think that's enough to make him...
I cut Graham off with a shake of my head. No, I'm not so conceited to believe that because I rejected him he's going to endanger a crap ton of innocent men. Geez, Graham, nice to know you don't think I'm some sort of hysterical woman. The sarcasm in my voice was unmistakable, and I watched as Graham's face took on a scarlet hue.
That's not what I meant,
he said through gritted teeth. No, it's exactly what you meant, but it doesn't matter. He made a pass at me, some crude comment about me knowing my place, and that if I wanted to work at Elite and work in the field, then I needed to give him some incentives. The rosy coloring in Graham's face faded, blanching from him as anger filtered through his eyes.
That lying piece of scum-sucking shit!
I nodded. It gets worse. Apparently this is how all the women on Elite get to work in the field. I'm not his first.
So what did you do to him?
Nearly broke his arm. Graham's face grew whiter still, and I could see the emotions in his eyes at war with one another.
It's not possible,
he said, more to himself than to me, but I couldn't let a statement like that lie, especially after what I had just confided in him. What's not possible?
It's nothing. Forget I ever said anything.
Graham, how can I forget it? If it's important enough for you to sit there now looking like you just saw a ghost, then it's important enough for me to know.
We're here!
The call went up from the front of the truck, and my stomach flipped nervously as I edged to the door and shoved it open. The warehouse was on the edge of town next to the docks. The labyrinth of buildings surrounding us was going to be a massive problem. There wasn't enough of us, and the best team had clearly already gone on ahead without us, I realized, as I spotted Anthony's abandoned truck. Hopping down onto the gravel-covered road that weaved its way between the dark and empty warehouses, I searched the area for any sign that would tell me what direction the cleanup crew had taken. But there was nothing. Anthony was thorough, and I knew he wouldn't risk the vamps picking up his trail and ambushing him. We need to find Anthony before... I trailed off as the sound of semi-automatic gunfire ripped through the mid-morning air. Before that kind of crap starts happening, I finished, before starting off in a dead run towards the sound of the gunfire. I wasn't going to let innocent people get hurt because of me. If I hadn't threatened John, if I just ignored his shitty little games and let him demote me, although what ranked below rookie I had no idea, then none of this would be happening. Even if I just quit, then none of this would be happening. I could have flounced out of the office with my honor intact and my head held high, and then the others would be safe. A terrible thought sideswiped me, and it took all of my might just to keep running towards the sounds of the fight. What if John was involved in the death of Mo and Julian? He'd said he would contact them. They were off the case. And yet why were they out investigating a lead? How could John be so certain it was them ripped to shreds when we were still waiting on the dental and DNA ID? There was something far more sinister at play, but I had no idea what it even was, let alone what I was supposed to do to fix it all. Graham caught up to me and swung me around to face him. The look in his eyes was one of fear, and it caused my steps to falter.
We need a plan, Morgan. We can't just go racing into the dark, or they will eat us alive.
I don't expect you to go racing into the dark. I want the rest of you out here to secure the perimeter. Nothing comes in or out, I said, turning to start back towards the gunfire.
And what are you gonna do on your own in there? You already believe John wants you dead. Isn't this just playing straight into his hands?
I smiled, but I knew it wasn't pretty, and it sure as hell wasn't a kind one. Graham took a small step back, and it only served to widen my grin. John doesn't know one vital piece of information about me, Graham. He doesn't know what I am, and he doesn't know what I'm capable of.
But you told me you don't have any power. Not really.
He was right. That was what I'd told him. It was what I'd told Nick. It was what I'd even told myself. But after what had happened with the vampire and the black magic signature on the ceiling of the apartment, I was beginning to wonder if I'd been lying to myself all along. There was something different about me. There always had been. My magic was not the same color as my mother's, or her mother's, or a generation of ancestor witches that had come before me. I was something else, and the sooner I learned to embrace it, for better or worse, the sooner I would begin to understand my place in the world. The signature might have been one for black magic, but that wasn't who I was. I was good. I would be good no matter what side of the line my magic fell on. All I needed to do was embrace it. I don't know what I have, Graham. All I know for certain is that right now, I'm probably the best chance for getting those men out of there alive, even if it means simply taking their place. I'm the target of this. That vamp that attacked me last night. None of this is a coincidence. I jerked free of his grip and started back into the warehouse nearest to me, the darkness sliding in around me like an old friend before Graham could try and change my mind once more. Chapter 30. My heartbeat hammered in my chest. Whatever was watching me from the darkness would hear the sound of its frantic beating without issue. I was simply a game to them. My life, my loves, what I held dear, my hopes and my dreams were nothing more than a simple plaything to whatever stalked me through the warehouses. I could feel it close, its presence prickling along the back of my neck, causing all the cat hairs to stand on end. I swung around in the darkness, my shotgun poised and filled with silver cartridges. Heart shots were the only thing that would matter with vampires, unless, of course, I could figure out a way to sever their heads, but that was notoriously difficult. No vampire wanted to oblige by standing around long enough while their heads were hacked away from their bodies. I moved into a wide space, my booted feet barely making a sound against the cement floor. Silence crept in around me, and I froze. Where was the sound of the gunfire? The frenzied shouts of the men as they'd called to one another and fought for their lives. My blood turned to ice in my veins as I continued forward. It couldn't be over already. Anthony and his men, they were trained just like Graham had said. They knew what they were doing, and this wasn't their first raid. It wasn't even their 10th raid. They'd done hundreds of them, and not one of them had ever come out of it fatally wounded. Amber. The sound of his voice rang in the darkness, and I paused. The echo of the warehouse was enough to make picking out a location for the vampire calling to me almost impossible. The voice just bounced off the walls, making it sound as though the voice was coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once.
Amber.
Another voice, another male. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled to life once more, and I swung around, my gun going off as something lunged towards me. It grabbed for my weapons belt, but only succeeded in grabbing my radio. Jerking it free, the vamp smashed the plastic black shell against the ground, pieces of it bouncing high into the air. Taking aim, the vamp didn't make a sound as the gunshot blasted a hole through the center of its chest. I pumped the barrel and the empty cartridge hopped free and clattered to the ground. "Why kill the master of the city? You know you don't have enough power to rule," I said aloud to the laughter in the air. The giggling stopped instantly. The silence that swirled in once more didn't bring me any more comfort. In fact, it was stifling and crowded. This wasn't the place I wanted to die in. I wouldn't die here, not like this, and not at the hands of something so utterly pathetic as a street vampire who thought he could fight his way up through the ranks. "Power isn't everything," he said, the voice easily recognizable as the vampire who'd attacked me. "When you're a master of a city, it is. You're not a fool, or at least I don't think you are, and yet you do something so stupid. What's gonna happen to you when the Vampire Council finds out what you've done?" "What they always do. Send an emissary and wish me the best of luck in my new territory." The cacophony of laughter started up once more, and I sucked in a deep breath as my foot brushed something solid and bulky on the ground. Peering down into the darkness, I felt the tension in my gut tighten further as I recognized the elite uniform. The top of the Kevlar vest was torn wide open, as though it was little more than the seal on a packet of popcorn, and what was left of the man's neck and chest spilled from the hole. "You'll have to forgive the mess. We had some not-so-unexpected guests. You know, the second the Vampire Council finds out that you're nothing more than a street vamp that got lucky, they will kill you. You've got no special gifts, nothing to bring to the table that could potentially make this city great, to make this city yours." I wasn't lying. As soon as the Council found out, they would send assassins to kill him. King City was important enough of a territory that whoever ruled it needed considerable strength. The vampire I was talking to now wasn't strong enough to have even perfected his gaze, never mind rule a city. The line he would sire within the city walls would be weak, powerless, and that wasn't the Council's idea of a growing force to be reckoned with. "And you're warning me of this because you care?" His tone was mocking. "I'm warning you of this because whoever it is that you're working for is setting you up to be nothing more than cannon fodder. If you're too stupid to realize that, then you deserve everything the Council gives you." Silence reigned once more, and I continued deeper into the warehouse, but nothing moved. There wasn't even the sound of rats scurrying, and that worried me more than anything else. If the place was so bad that not even the rats would infest it, then it wasn't the type of place I should be spending any real time hanging around in. The darkness shifted once more, and I swung around, discharging a silver cartridge straight into the chest of another vampire. It didn't make sense. Why were they practically throwing themselves at me? They knew I was going to hit them, especially if they kept on coming at me one at a time. They're running you out of ammunition. The thought was a sickening one, but it was true. That was exactly what they were doing. It was probably what they had done with Anthony and his men, too. If they were capable of doing that, then it could really only mean one thing, that there were far too many of them here for just one cleanup crew. How had a vampire so weak managed to amass such a group of vampires, suicidal ones at that? The sound of a low, guttural moan caught my ear, and without thinking I moved forward. Keeping low, I peered into the darkness ahead of me. There was a body on the ground with something crouched over it. I watched it sink its fangs into the thigh of whomever was on the ground, and the low guttural moan came again, the pain and agony of their suffering piercing my ears. I pumped the spent cartridge free and took aim. The creature that was crouched low over the body was too close. If I fired, then the spray was going to pepper whatever poor soul was on the ground, too. The sound of the shotgun sliding another cartridge into place had the vampire raise its face from the mess it had made of the guy's leg. Shock rooted me to the ground, and I stared over at her, her face a twisted mess of fury as she chewed on the flesh she had just ripped away with her fangs. What the hell was going on here? Vampires didn't do this. They didn't eat their victims. They drained them of blood, but they were neat and tidy about it. The gore of flesh, muscle, and tendons was something the vamps left to the ghouls and the zombies. I stared at her a little harder. Was I wrong? Maybe she wasn't a vampire after all. She hissed at me, her razor-sharp fangs telling me that I wasn't wrong. She was definitely a vamp. She lunged across over the body she'd been feasting on, and I was far too close to her to sidestep. She careened into me, the force of her blow sending us both toppling to the ground as she grappled with me for the gun. She was stronger, and the bite the other vampire had given me the night before made my arm ache as she pressed against me, my hold on the shotgun weakening as she snarled and tried to force it down under my own chin. Her grin made me sick as I attempted to hold her off and prevent her from getting the upper hand. Releasing my hold on the gun, I slipped my hand down the side of my body. The athame was just out of reach, and the vamp shifted above me, moving it even further away. Reaching into my pocket, my fingers closed around the pointed edges of Jessica's chain, the one Graham had given me in the hopes I would have a vision of his daughter. Bringing my hand up fast, I jammed the cross between the vamp's eyes, the smell of burning flesh tickling my nose, and I winced as my own hand burned along with hers. It was a holy item, and it was silver. Double whammy. She screamed and flung herself away from me, clutching at the place where I'd left the cross's imprint on her forehead. I didn't let her go. She writhed on the floor, her keening cries shredding the darkness, and I climbed over, aimed the shotgun straight into her chest, and pulled the trigger. The screaming stopped, her body instantly going limp. Staring into her face, my stomach curdled. She couldn't have been more than 16 or 17, practically a child, and that, I knew, was against the Vampire Council's edict. Whatever was going on here, once they found out, all hell would break loose. The low sound of a cry of pain caught my ears once more, and I crawled away from the dead vamp and back over to the body on the ground. There was blood everywhere, but I knew instantly by his blonde buzz cut that it was Anthony. His thigh was ripped open, the blood oozing from the ragged-edged wound in a steady trickle. He would bleed out unless I did something to stop it, and fast. I felt my magic inside me, felt it coiled and ready for my command, but I had no idea how I was supposed to command it. I'd lived my life with the belief that I had no powers, that I was little more than a burden to the coven I was a member of. And now suddenly I was supposed to have faith that I did have magic? Well, it wasn't so much faith as I had proof that the magic was within me. Oh God, it was all starting to sound a little too much like a cutesy kids movie. Anthony stared up at me, his eyes rapidly beginning to glaze over. He was going to die, bleed out as I stared at him, too afraid to do anything. I might not know how to use my magic, but I did know how to do basic first aid, and if that was all I was capable of offering him right now, then that was what I would do. Ripping away my Kevlar vest, I grabbed my athame and ripped away a strip of material from my shirt before wrapping it around his thigh above the bloody wound. Tearing another strip of my shirt away, I pressed it into the wound and tried to hold the ragged edges shut. All I had to figure out now was how I was supposed to get him out of here. I couldn't leave him alone, and despite being strong, I wasn't strong enough to carry the dead weight of Anthony through the warehouse.
"Morgan!"
Graham called out to me, his voice cutting through the dull light that slowly filtered through the warehouse ceiling. Was it getting brighter?
"Morgan!"
He called again, and I opened my mouth to answer, but Anthony's hand slapped across my lips, effectively silencing me.
"Don't. They have a mimic. It's how they tore us apart so easily."
His voice was strong and steady, but his words sent a shiver down my spine. What the hell was a mimic? I nodded my head slowly to indicate I understood exactly what he was saying to me, and he let his hand drop away slowly. I could see the fear in his eyes that were brighter than they had been moments before. "What's a mimic?" I asked him, leaning in a little closer to him so I could keep my voice as nothing more but a whisper.
"I've never seen one, but I have heard of them. But they're old, really old, the kind of shit that used to exist long before they ever created the preternatural force, long before monsters were even known throughout society."
His words triggered something in the back of my head, but it was faint, almost like the impression of a memory that had been wiped clean. "Why is it here?" I said, adjusting my hand on Anthony's wound. He winced slightly and sucked in a low breath through his teeth.
"Careful,"
he warned, adjusting himself beneath the pressure I was putting on his thigh. "Anthony, why is the mimic here?"
"I don't know. I presumed it was working with the vamps, but I don't know why it would. They normally attach themselves to power, real power, and those vamps, while creepy as hell, they're not powerful."
I couldn't argue with him on the creepy as hell diagnosis. They really were. I'd never heard of vamps eating their victims. It was utterly unheard of. Blood was the only thing they were normally interested in, and yet I had witnessed it with my own eyes.
"We need to get out of here,"
Anthony said, propping himself up on his elbows. "Have you got your radio?" He shook his head and gestured to a pile of broken plastic and wires.
"She broke it. She was just toying with me. What about yours?"
I looked down at the floor sheepishly and shook my head. "They broke mine too. They're trying to get us alone, corner us." Anthony nodded.
"Did any of the guys get out of here?"
I shook my head. "I don't know. You're the first one I've come across alive."
"Those bastards, I'm gonna kill them for this."
I didn't answer him. There was no point. The wounds he had were the kind to take you off the force permanently, but that wasn't my call to make.
"Well, we still need to get out of here. If you can give me a boost up, I think we could manage to sneak out."
"Anthony, I can't carry you. You're too heavy and too hurt to move." He stared at me in confusion.
"Look, I know I'm hurt, but I'm not dying. I can walk. I just need you to give me a hand."
I opened my mouth to tell him just how injured he was when he rolled onto his side and up onto his knees. My shirt was still wrapped around his leg in a tourniquet, but the blood had stopped pouring from the wound, and the edges looked as though they'd begun to knit back together. I stared until Anthony finally cleared his throat and gave me a pointed look.
"Can we please get a move on? I don't want to be here when they decide to do more than send a mimic after us."
I didn't argue with him. Instead, I hopped to my feet and swung his arm up and over my shoulders. His arm was wide, like a thick tree branch, and it took all my strength to plant my feet and take his weight as he pushed up onto his feet. We staggered forward into the gray dark that surrounded us, our pace slow and methodical. It was all we could guarantee. Chapter 31. We passed by the body of the first vamp I had taken down, and my pace increased. I could hear voices up ahead, lights, and the sound of weaponry being geared up. Stepping into the ring of light that surrounded Graham and the other elite officers, I paused, my lungs refusing to cooperate as it took all of my might to keep Anthony on his feet. Graham saw me first, the relief that filled his eyes making me feel somehow lighter. I'd been so certain that he hated me for keeping secrets from him, that my refusal to tell him what had happened to his daughter had damaged our fragile work relationship. He crossed the floor and moved beneath Anthony's other arm, taking the bulk of the weight from me. I sucked in a deep breath, allowing my lungs to fill with the crisp air that flowed in through the wide-open warehouse doors.
I thought you weren't coming back out when I couldn't contact you on the radio.
He trailed off and helped me walk Anthony over to the waiting medics on standby. Yeah, it was broken in one of the scuffles. The place is crawling with vamps. I think we're gonna have to send in an extermination crew. Graham's face went pale, a stark contrast between his skin tone and the black of the Kevlar vest that sat high up around his neck. He motioned for me to step away from the other men so we could talk privately.
We don't send them in case there are civilians. How can we guarantee we won't be killing innocent?
I cut him off with a shake of my head. Graham, whatever is in there is far from innocent. They're vampires, but different. I watched one of them rip into Anthony.
That's what vamps do. They're vicious,
he said, scrubbing his hand across his face. Not like this. I watched the vamp tear into him like he was a prime rib steak and they hadn't seen food in a month. They've gone feral or something, I don't know. All I do know is that whatever's going in there, we need to stop it before it spreads.
I hope you know what you're asking for here, Amber.
He used my first name again. I was beginning to notice a pattern. He used my first name when he thought I needed to be treated with kid gloves, when he wasn't sure I was really paying enough attention to what he was saying and I needed to be stopped, forced to listen to reason. Well, in this instance, he was wrong. I'd seen them. I'd seen what they'd done to Joanna, and it had been far from normal, but now I'd seen it firsthand. Perhaps if I hadn't, I would have been just as skeptical as Graham was acting now, but he was the one who needed to understand the truth. He needed to trust me. I do. I trailed off, my gaze tracking Graham's expression as he suddenly cocked his head to one side as though straining to listen to something only he could hear. I tried to listen along with him, but I couldn't hear anything. There didn't seem to be anything to hear. And yet Graham stood stock still, his eyes fixated into the darkness. What is it? What can you hear?
You don't hear her calling me?
No. I shook my head as a feeling of dread washed through me. Graham, stop listening to it, it's a mimic. But it was as though he couldn't hear me at all. He took a trembling step forward and I grabbed his arm, halting him in his tracks. Graham, listen to me, I started to say, but he looked at me with pure anger and impatience.
It's her, it's Jess. She's alive, Morgan, she's really alive.
No, she's not. What you're listening to is a mimic. Of course, I couldn't be sure that it was a mimic. It was entirely possible that it really was Jessica calling out to her father. But no matter what it was, the thing that was calling to him wanted only one thing, and that was to spill his blood.
I need to go to her,
he said, attempting to jerk out of my grip. Graham, no, it's not Jessica. She's gone. She's a vampire. My words had their desired effect, and he paused long enough to glare back at me.
She's what?
He asked, the beginnings of his heartbreak mirrored in his eyes. She's a vampire. I saw it. I saw her.
Where? Where did you see her?
In a vision. She was with the vamp that killed Joanna Sidwell, the one that took Christina. Graham shook his head. The shock on his face wasn't something that could be faked, and I wanted to reach out to him, to apologize. I should have told him sooner, then maybe... Daddy! A voice pierced the air, wet and gurgling. Graham's eyes went wide and wild, and before I could stop him, he jerked free of my grip and was racing across the floor to the girl I'd seen in the pictures hanging in his apartment, the girl I'd seen hold Christina back as her lover snapped Joshua's neck. She clutched at her neck, but the blood gushing from between her fingers was unmistakable. It was a trap. It had to be a trap. Get everyone else out of here, I ordered to the men, watching the scene unfold. They stirred as though roused from a sleep and suddenly launched into action. Following Graham across the warehouse, I raced into the darkness after him. The only thing guiding me through the darkness was Jessica's incessant calling for her father's help, and Graham's steady pace as his boots hit the cement floor. Graham, I called out to him. but he disappeared around the side of a large grouping of containers, and then the calling stopped. Picking up my pace, I swung my pump-action shotgun down from my shoulder and gripped it hard. The silence had converged once more, and now I couldn't even make out the steady pace of Graham's progress. Just like before, it was the silence that made me nervous. Nothing was supposed to be this silent, not even the grave. Creeping around the edge of the containers, I peered ahead, my eyes making out Graham's crumpled form on the ground, his daughter bent over his body. "Get the hell away from him," I said, stepping out from my observation point. Jessica glanced up at me, her beautiful face marred by the blood that had been smeared up onto her chin. Someone had slit her throat. Not that it really mattered. She was a vampire. The amount of damage they could sustain and still survive it was astounding. But then, that came with the territory of already being dead. Her eyes met mine, and there was nothing. No pull of power. Just nothing. It was eerie. I'd never met a vampire that didn't have some sort of pull to its gaze. Granted, I hadn't met many vampires, but this was a whole other ballgame. "He's not dead yet," she said, her voice hoarse, no doubt from the long slit that ran across the front of her throat. "Why are you doing this? He loves you. Even though you're a vampire, he'd still accept you as you are." She shook her head and stared back down at her father. There was a tenderness in the way she stroked her fingers through his hair, but when she returned her gaze to me, her gaze was that of a predator. "No, he wouldn't. He says he would, but really..." She trailed off. "So what are you going to do to him? I presume you have a plan." "I can't do anything to him, even if I wanted to. He's not mine to touch." There was a strain in her voice that I hadn't detected before, almost as though she was fighting against something. "I don't understand," I said, answering honestly. I didn't understand. Her words didn't make any sense. She'd lured him out here for a reason. Whatever that reason was, well, she had to know. So why was she being so coy about it all? "We want you. And if you're good and do as you're told, then he gets to live." There was definitely a strain to her voice now, almost as though the words that were coming out of her mouth were not her own, but someone else's. "Who is we, Jessica?" I said. If I could get her to crack, then maybe I could figure out just what was going on here. "It's not time," she said, dropping to her knees next to her father's unmoving body. "Jessica, don't you dare! That's your father! Don't you touch him!" My voice went high as I moved in towards her, the shotgun aimed squarely at her chest. She glanced up at me and snarled, the way an animal would when its hunt was interrupted. Her fangs were fully extended, and she dug her fingers into the cement in the floor, leaving little indentations that proved just how strong she was. "Mine!" she snarled, and dropped on top of Graham. I settled my finger on the trigger, and suddenly the world shifted around me before going completely black. Chapter 32. My stomach rolled, and I swallowed back the bile that crept up the back of my throat. Hurling whilst wearing a black hood over the top of my head didn't feel like the best plan. Bile crept up the back of my throat once more, and I gagged. Something had happened. There was a reason I felt like someone had decided to electrocute me before dragging me through the bushes backwards after a night of heavy drinking. Hungover didn't begin to cover how I felt. My hands were bound behind me, the ropes burning against my skin the way salt burned in an open wound. What was happening? I let my fingers brush back and forth on the ground. The grass was soft, if a little long, and I seemed to be propped against something hard and cold. My stomach fought to rebel again, and I moaned to myself. I would not get sick. I refused. I'd look like a right idiot if I managed to allow myself to get kidnapped only to vomit all over myself. It wasn't something I would live down at the Elite if it happened. Memories washed back over me. Graham on the ground, unmoving, and his daughter Jessica watching him. No, scratch that. Salivating over him. I'd started to pull the trigger and then nothing. Well, nothing until now, wherever now was. I shifted against the ropes and winced, the pain momentarily blinding me as they cut even deeper into my wrists. What the hell were they made from? It cut like razor wire and yet felt like rope. "She's awake." I recognized the voice instantly. The vampire's tone wasn't something I would forget in a hurry, especially as he'd been the one to try and kill me in my apartment. We hadn't spent much time together, and yet with the visions I'd had of him, I couldn't help but feel as though I knew him personally. "Take the hood off her," another voice said. This time it was female, and there was nothing familiar about it.
The hood was yanked from my head, and my eyes struggled to adjust to the scene surrounding me. Christina sat across from me, her eyes wide and filled with terror. The gag in her mouth had rubbed the sides of her face raw, and I could just make out the tracks of her tears on her cheeks. She still wore the nightdress she'd been wearing the night they took her. She, too, sat on the grass, propped against an old, crumbling tombstone, her legs out in front of her and bound at the ankles. She watched me with large, expressive dark eyes, and I felt my chest constrict with her panic. "It's going to be all right, Christina. We're going to get you out of here," I said, my voice low and soothing. Something wrapped its fingers in my hair, jerking my head backwards, forcing me to look up into its eyes. Jessica stared down at me, the blood dried onto her chin and face, but the wound, no doubt self-inflicted, was gone, the skin unmarred as though it had never existed. "Don't make promises you can't keep," she said, sneering down at me. "I don't intend to," I said, keeping my tone flat and emotionless despite the pain her fingers wrapped in my hair caused. She released me with a snarl, allowing me to continue surveying the scene. Graham was propped against a tree, his body tied in place with the same rope I imagined was wrapped around my hands. It was thick enough and certainly coarse enough to be the same. But he wasn't moving, and he wasn't conscious. There was blood dried onto the side of his neck, but his shirt was dark and I couldn't tell how much he'd actually bled. Jessica wandered into my line of vision, and I glared at her. How could she do that to her own father? He loved her, raised her, cared for her, and even now he would still accept her back into his embrace despite everything. I dragged my gaze away from Graham. There was nothing I could do for him while I was tied up. What I needed was a plan, a way out, but my head ached, and it was difficult enough to focus in on the other people gathered in the cemetery without also trying to work out a plan of escape. "I'm sorry we had to meet like this." I jerked my head around in an attempt to see over my shoulder, but the woman who had spoken was too far behind me for me to see her clearly. From the position I sat in, when I craned my neck, I could just make out a fuzzy human shape. "No, you're not. If you were, then we wouldn't have met like this," I said, trying to wriggle my hands through the loop on the ropes. Each time I moved my wrists, it bit a little further into me, and it was a struggle to keep the pain from showing on my face. The stranger laughed and stepped into view. Her dark hair fell across her face, her fringe heavy, a blunt cut that on most people would have looked out of place, but on her looked as though it was created just for her sharp facial features. She watched me with dark eyes lined with heavy black kohl, and when she smiled, her blood-red lips parted slightly to reveal teeth that would have rivaled any Hollywood smile. She wasn't beautiful in the traditional sense, but there was something about her. Something that made me want to shake free of the ropes binding my wrists and crawl across the grass towards her before I debased myself at her feet. As though she knew exactly what was going on inside my head, her smile widened, and she planted her tiny hands on her narrow hips. "Amber, I think you and I would have been the best of friends," she said, moving towards me. "What gives you that impression?" I asked from between gritted teeth. The pain of the ropes burning through my skin was the only thing allowing me to keep a somewhat clear head around her. How was she making me feel like this? "Because we belong together, like two peas in a pod," she said, and this time there was an edge of power to her voice, power that made my bones ache and teeth chatter in my head. "What are you?" My question seemed to surprise her, and she stared at me, her expression genuinely quizzical. She was probably trying to work out whether I was being sarcastic again, or if I really didn't know what she was. And I didn't know what she was. I had an inclination, but it was the type of thought that the moment I'd had it, I'd immediately forced it into the darkest recess of my mind and locked it in place. What she was simply wasn't possible. "I'm your sister," she said. She spoke so matter-of-factly that for a moment I just stared at her. The cogs in my brain had ground to a halt, refusing to move past the words she had just spoken. Sister? She couldn't possibly mean it in the literal sense. I didn't have any sisters. I was an only child. Was she just speaking in riddles and she meant she was a witch just like me? Laughter bubbled up from my throat and spilled out across my lips before dancing on the night air. Her expression changed, darkened, as she watched me carefully, and I cut my laughter off as I watched her fists tighten. "What exactly do you find so funny?" "You're not my sister. I don't have a sister. I don't have any siblings at all." "And that's where you're wrong. I'm not your mother's daughter, but I am your father's daughter, which makes you and I half-sisters, but sisters nonetheless." I felt my mouth drop open, and I was utterly powerless to stop it. My father didn't have any other children, I started to say. And then I paused, something tugging at the far recesses of my mind. Something put away that I wasn't supposed to remember. The memory of my father filled my head. The night he had watched me receive my academic achievement award. The pride in his eyes as he'd watched me step down off the stage. My mind flicked forward, and I remembered standing outside the school entrance, his hand on my shoulder as he told me he was leaving. "Oh God," I said, my voice a broken mess as my mind continued to play the memory out in my head. The memory my mother had hidden from me to keep me safe, just as she'd hidden my magic, forcing me to believe that I was powerless in this world. "He was leaving my mother for yours," I said, my voice cracking over the words. The other woman standing in front of me nodded, her lips a thin line as she continued to watch me carefully. "He loved you, but not your mother. He was leaving to be with us," she said, finishing the thought for me and utterly shattering the memory I had of my father. "He was going to rip our family apart, all because he'd fallen in love with someone else," I said, my voice a hollow shell of what it had been. "We don't choose who we love, Amber. You must have figured that out by now." She crouched down next to me and stared into my eyes that somehow seemed familiar. They were his eyes. I'd gotten my eyes from my mother, but this woman crouched down in front of me had my father's eyes. It didn't feel right. He was dead. I shouldn't have felt as though I was staring at him. "You know why you're here, don't you?" she asked, her voice soft, practically a feather-light touch that gently brushed against my skin. I shook my head and watched her reaction carefully. There was a moment where her eyes darkened, and I could see the gathering storm reflected in her gaze. And just as quickly as it had arrived, it was gone again. A smile curled her lips, and without warning, her hand darted out and closed around my shoulder. "Allow me to enlighten you, then," she said, her smile still in place, but her voice was anything but friendly. My head slammed back against the tombstone as power surged through my body, making it almost impossible to breathe, let alone think clearly. She pumped her power down inside me. Like a pressure hose cleaning the dirt from a car, I felt her clear away every magical defense that I'd ever created within myself, and some I hadn't put in place, but I could feel my mother's fingerprint all over them. I wanted to scream, to somehow stop what she was doing, but the surge seemed never-ending, and my body continued to drink down every last drop she poured into me. Her hand fell away from me, and I stared at her, my vision clouded by magic, hers and mine. The sound of her breathing heavily next to me told me it had taken more of a toll on her to do what she had, and part of me couldn't help but wonder if she'd expected such a price to be paid. "What have you done to me?" I asked, my voice strange and hollow to my own ears. "Now there can be no secrets or lies between us. You will know what I know. You will know the truth." I tried to shake my head, to shake whatever spell she had cast over me off, but it was no use. "Remember what you did, Amber. Remember that night." I sucked in a deep breath and bit down hard on the inside of my cheek as I fought to fight the memory. There was more to the story. Things I didn't want to remember, things that would do more harm than good if I knew. My father's eyes were filled with pity as I pleaded with him, and still he shook his head. Chapter 33. "Please, Daddy, why not? Why can't you stay?" "Sweetheart, you know if I could I would, but I have to go. You knew this was goodbye," he said, leaning down to plant a kiss on the top of my head. Tears streaked down my cheeks, hot and heavy as I grabbed at his jacket, fighting to keep him, fighting to hold him in place. If he couldn't leave, then everything would be fine. They'd work it out, and things could go back to normal. "Frederick, for goodness sake, tell her the truth. Tell her the real reason you're leaving." My mother's voice interjected, harsh and punishing, just as she always was. In all the years I'd known her, she had never changed. "Grace, she's upset. Now is not the time," he said through clenched teeth. I watched them bicker, and resentment grew in my chest. All they ever did was fight, back and forth. It was a never-ending merry-go-round of arguments. "Tell her about your other daughter, the one whose birthday party you've been planning for weeks." My world rocked on its axis as my mother's words sank in. Other daughter. He had another daughter. He was leaving us because of his other family. Suddenly it all made sense. The secretive phone calls, their constant arguments, his prolonged business trips.
He despised us so much he had another family tucked away somewhere else.
Grace, why can't you ever leave?
My father's voice broke off as the ground beneath our feet cracked and split. I wasn't afraid. For the first time in my short life, I didn't have to be afraid anymore. I was in control now, and that was how it would stay. Come forth and wreak thy will upon those who have wronged your mistress. The voice that called from my lips wasn't mine. It was deeper, older, and filled with a power I hadn't known existed in the world until that very moment. But now that I knew it was real, I didn't want to ever let it go. This was mine. The world was mine for the taking, and there wasn't a power on earth that could stand against me. The demon erupted from the earth, its claws scrabbling along the cement as it fought its way up to the surface. Fear crept into my veins. Calling it to the surface hadn't required any thought. I was simply angry, and it had appeared. But now that it was here, what was I supposed to do with it? How was I supposed to control something that had just clawed its way out of hell? The connection between me and the beast weakened, my power wavering as I stared it down. Its eyes were two black pits, and I imagined the souls of the damned falling into them, never to be seen again in this life or the next. It took a step towards me and smiled, its mouth filled with a mixture of razor-sharp fangs and lethal-looking needles. If it got a hold of me... "Amber, what have you done?" my mother said from somewhere behind me, the terror in her voice making me afraid. She was never frightened of anything. There was no creature too dangerous, no spell too complicated that she couldn't find a way to work it all to her advantage. Until now.
Get her out of here, Grace!
My father shouted, moving between me and the advancing creature. I watched as he drew his athame from where he'd hidden it in the back of his waistband. The blade glinted in the artificial light as he moved in on the creature and stabbed it directly in the heart. There was a moment where the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The creature's interest in me waned, and it directed a quizzical look at my father instead.
Why interfere when you know the price that must be paid?
The sound was low and gravelly, as though the earth itself was shifting beneath our feet to give it a voice.
You cannot have her. She is just a child.
The pleading in my father's voice broke my heart, and I attempted to jerk free of the grip my mother had on my arm.
She summoned me, but she is not yet strong enough to contain me. The price is death. I will be free.
It started to move again, and my father's blade once more crashed against the hard, leathery shell of its skin. The beast roared as the blade sank home, disappearing into a gap between the creature's chest plates.
Grace, move her out of here now!
His voice was a command my mother couldn't ignore. Wrapping her arms around my waist, she dragged me backwards as the creature grabbed my father. The rest of the nightmare was as it always had been. I fought against my mother's grip as she pulled me away from the horror unfolding in front of the school, the screams of my father piercing my eardrums as he was slowly ripped asunder. I knew every bite, every wound that was inflicted upon him. This was the one thing my mother hadn't taken from me. No doubt it was her way of punishing me, allowing me to relive the horror, but never knowing why it had happened in the first place. Chapter 34. You remember, don't you? My head snapped up as her voice cut through the memory. Why would I do that? I said, my voice trembling. I'd killed him. I was the reason he was dead. This whole farce of me coming to America to find out what had killed him, well, that's all it was. A ridiculous wild goose chase. One my mother had set me on, knowing the truth of what had happened that night. Suddenly her treatment of me made sense. She wasn't disappointed in me. Well, not because I didn't have any power anyway. That was a lie. The power I had was something even she couldn't rival. She had been disgusted at me. Maybe even afraid. Was that the reason she'd sent me away so quickly? Was I that much of a monster that she needed me to be as far away from her as possible? She didn't send you away because she was afraid. She sent you here because she hated you. If you had stayed and grown up there, you'd have eventually remembered everything that happened, and she didn't want to risk that. She didn't want to risk anyone else falling victim to your spoiled little temper tantrums. Her words hurt, but I couldn't deny them. It was the truth. My father had died because of my temper, because I couldn't have my own way, and he'd suffered immeasurably as a consequence. I still don't see why you've brought me here. What has any of this got to do with Christina, or Graham, or any of the other people you've hurt? If it was me you wanted, if you wanted to hurt me, then why not just get it over with? You've certainly got enough power to do it. I couldn't keep my voice even as I spat the words out at her.
She smiled, and for the first time since I'd laid eyes on her, there was a hint of sadness in her face.
He was my father, too, and you took him from me. You took my chance of getting to know him, of having a real family life.
I didn't steal that chance. I didn't get it myself. He was too busy splitting his time between our families to spend any real time with either of us. My mind was overrun with painful memories. The constant business trips, the broken promises. He'd never been there when he was needed, not until the very end, and then for some reason he'd saved my ungrateful ass.
We could have been great together. This world is overdue for a wake-up call. They thought they could control what we were, that they could extinguish the best of us, and for a time they did. And then we were born, she said, pushing up onto her feet and making her way slowly over to Graham. She leaned into him and trailed her hand down his face, a mere brush of her fingers, but it was enough to wake him up.
"What's going on?" he said, struggling against the ropes that held him to the tree.
They decreed we should die, and I don't agree. Without us, they are nothing. They'd still be scurrying around in the darkness, afraid of the monsters that went bump in the night.
She was beginning to ramble, and I fought the ropes holding me a little harder. Why, if I could set fire to a vampire the night before, could I not do it again when I really needed it? She moved away from Graham, and he shot me a concerned look before his eyes fixated on something behind me. The way his face softened, and the way he fought a little harder against his bonds, told me it was Jessica he could see. I wanted to shout at him, to tell him not to be ridiculous, that his daughter was gone, but it would have been pointless. With her standing right there in front of him, he wasn't going to believe for a second that she was capable of the terrible things she had done. He wouldn't believe any of it. All he would see was his daughter, the little girl he had loved and raised all those years. There would be no convincing him of the monster she truly was. "What am I supposed to call you?" I said, putting a little more weight into the ropes as I realized the direction the other woman was taking. She'd circled around the graveyard and was now paused next to Christina. The child was terrified, her eyes wide as she stared up at the monster standing next to her, my sister.
My name is Lily, although I can't help but think it's a little fluffy sounding. I'm not really sure what our father was thinking when he called me that, but he chose it, so I can't change it.
"Tell me why you're doing this, Lily. Tell me what it is you want from me and let everyone else go."
I want your power. It's not as though you understand or can even use it. Your mother was too weak-minded to raise a child with the power you had. That's why she bound your gifts. She made you weak, made you think you had no power, when really it was her all along.
"Then take it, but you don't need to hurt Christina or Graham to do it. I'll give it to you." She stared at me and nodded.
I know you will. But Christina here is an integral part of the spell.
A shudder of fear tracked its way down my spine, and I shook my head. The vision I'd had of Christina in my arms, the symbols marked on her skin, the blood that soaked into her nightclothes. It had been a vision of what was to come, not what had already happened. "That's not possible. She's a child. You don't need her."
"Enough!"
Lily said, her voice filled with power, and my head started to ache. A warm trickle started from my nose, and there was a coppery taste on my lips.
What you are, what we both are, it's not something I can just take, and you can't just gift it to me. I need a conduit, and that's where Christina comes in. Her blood holds the key to you giving your power to me.
I stared at her as my nose continued to drip blood. She was mad, utterly and completely nuts. What made her think I would ever do something like that? Killing a child just so I could give her my power?
Your mind is in turmoil, Amber. I can practically hear your thoughts and doubts swirling around in that pretty little head of yours.
I won't do it. I won't let you use Christina. The rope binding my wrists finally loosened, the flicker of heat from my fingertips dancing up along my arms, but I held my body as still as I possibly could despite the pain.
I know. That's why he's here.
Lily jerked her head in Graham's direction, her expression pitying as she caught sight of the tenderness reflected in his gaze.
He loves her. It's so sweet, if not a little tragic.
Jessica seemed to understand exactly what Lily was getting at, and she stepped out from behind me, crossing the graveyard to pause in front of her father.
I know you have a soft spot for him, that you don't want to see him die, so I'm going to give you a choice.
I could tell from the direction her words were going in that I wasn't going to like whatever choice she had in mind.
Conduct the spell using the conduit and pass your power to me, or I'll have them both killed. I won't let you do this, Lily, I said, freeing my hands from the ropes completely. You don't have a choice, she said, lowering her voice and forcing a little more power into it. Christina cried out as blood began to trickle from her ears.
Morgan!
Graham shouted, but I couldn't look at him. I couldn't take my eyes off the terrified Christina. Shaking free of my ropes, I climbed slowly and unsteadily to my feet. The blood still trickled from my nose, but it didn't matter. I'd lived my life utterly powerless, a witch devoid of any true magic, but that wasn't true anymore. I see all those years training to get into the elite weren't a complete waste then, Lily said with a sneer as she took a threatening step towards me. I didn't answer her. Instead, I focused my concentration in on the only thing I could do, the only thing I knew with any degree of certainty that I was capable of doing. The ground cracked in a long, ragged line that ran between where I stood and Lily. The tombstones in the way toppled to the side, the really old ones breaking apart and crumbling into smaller chunks that landed in the grass. What are you doing? She said, curiosity getting the better of her as she sidestepped a particularly large crack that formed in the ground. Sending you to hell, I said as the demon's clawed hand scrabbled at the ground. I pushed my power into it, forcing the ground to give up its prize, to spill forth the demon. Lily staggered backwards, her eyes widening in horror as she stared up at the towering creature that had erupted from the earth between us. You idiot! Have you any idea of what you're doing? Of the price a creature like this demands? Lily shouted at me, but I didn't care. I wasn't a child anymore, and I sure as hell wasn't frightened. The beast stared at me, its soulless eyes studying my face, searching for a weakness that it wouldn't find. Lifting my hand, I pointed straight at Lily. I could feel the beast's will pushing back against me, its mind searching through mine like long, icy fingers, and it took all of my strength just to stay on my feet and not drop to my knees in front of it. Without warning, it turned and raced towards Lily, her scream drowned out by the snarling sound that ripped from its throat. I didn't hesitate. Crossing the graveyard, I dropped to the ground in front of Christina and quickly worked the ropes holding her down loose. She stared up at me, her frightened eyes widening a little as the air next to my head shifted. Ducking to the side, the baseball bat slammed into my shoulder instead of my head, and I rolled away. Jessica's partner closed in on me, lifting the bat once more as he prepared to bring it down on my head. Lifting my hands, I wished for cleansing fire. I wished for enough fire to completely consume him, leaving nothing in its wake but ash. The vampire advanced on me once more, and I pushed as much power as I could into my intention. My mother had taught me that without true intention, magic couldn't work. You had to mean it, and I did. Nothing happened. No fire, no spark, not even a little bit of smoke. I dived out of the way once more as the vampire swung the bat at my head, missing by just a hair's breadth. Rolling away across the ground, I scooped up a piece of rock as the vampire crashed into me, sending us both tumbling into one of the still intact headstones. The blow knocked the air out of my lungs, but I swung the chunk of limestone up at his head anyway. It was either him or me, and there was no way I was going to let a two-bit street vamp get the better of me. He roared in pain as the rock connected with his skull, snapping his head to one side. Blood poured from his mouth, the angle of his jaw crooked as he turned back to face me. "You bitch, you broke my jaw!" I didn't wait for him to finish. Bringing the rock up underneath his face, I tried to slam it into him once more, but he caught my arm and slammed it down into the ground. I felt the bones snap as he drove my wrist down over the edge of a grave marker, and I screamed. The sound ripped from my throat, pain and rage combining as I wrapped my other hand around his neck. The world slowed. Nothing moved. The breeze paused as the world seemed to suck in a breath. My heart hammered in my chest, and the place where my hand was holding the vampire grew warm and then hot. Flames licked at his jaw, creeping upwards faster than the eye could follow. He tried to throw himself away from me, but I clung to him. He'd escaped me once before, and I couldn't let it happen a second time. He knew things about me that no one on this earth should ever know. He knew my secret, and I planned on letting it die with him. He thrashed in my grip, his screams of pain appealing to a part of me I didn't even know existed within me. When I let him go, he landed on his back in the grass, the fire spreading across his chest and down over his hips and legs like someone doused in accelerant. The sound of Jessica howling in agony pulled my attention from the vamp on the ground, and I turned to watch Graham and Nick pinning her down on the ground. Where the hell had Nick come from? Had I been that distracted that I hadn't noticed when he'd appeared on the scene? My head spun in sickening circles, and I dug my fingers into the earth to try and steady myself, but it was no use. The combination of pain and exhaustion was wearing me down, and the only thing that kept me moving forward on the grassy ground was the knowledge that I had a demon to deal with.
"Amber!"
Graham called out, and I turned my head just in time to see the demon I'd dragged out of hell bearing down on me. It grinned, its mouth filled with the hundreds of fangs that looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Scrabbling across the ground, I grabbed the baseball bat dropped by the vamp I'd reduced to so much smoldering ash. Climbing to my feet, I swung the bat as soon as the demon was within reaching distance. The blow ricocheted up my arm and into my shoulders and neck, my broken wrist protesting, causing my grip on the bat to be weaker than it should have been.
"So easily you forget how to control me,"
he said, grabbing the front of my shirt and dragging me towards him. I focused my energy on him, but all I succeeded in doing was making the pounding in my head worse.
"You're weak and pathetic, far too weak to harness the gift I bring,"
it said as it wrapped its clawed hand around my broken arm and squeezed. A scream ripped from my throat, a ragged sound that burned up from my core and poured out my mouth.
"Get the hell away from her!"
Nick's voice cut through the pain that screamed in my head, and I was only vaguely aware of the demon releasing me from his grip. The ground rushed up to meet me, and I did nothing to protect myself from the fall. He was right. I was too weak and pathetic to control something like him. Even Lily had been right to call me an idiot, but what choice did I have? I had to do something, and summoning a demon seemed like the best idea at the time. My magic may have been the same as Lily's, the firstborn shadow sorceress in several centuries, but she had control over her power, and I had nothing. By trying to protect me, by trying to protect the world from my gift, my mother had left me open and vulnerable. There was a grunt of pain, and I lifted my head from the grass to watch the demon pick Nick up as though he weighed nothing more than a small bag of sugar. It threw him, sending his body crashing into Graham, who was rushing forward to help.
"Pathetic humans. You have no idea what you're dealing with. You cannot hurt me. I am of hell, and I will grind your bones to dust before—"
I pushed up onto my knees, my body protesting the abuse that had already suffered. All of my magical barriers were gone. Metaphysically speaking, I was wide open, a gaping wound, bleeding pure magic. But it gave me an advantage, one I hadn't honestly expected. The demon strode towards me, surprisingly graceful for something so huge.
"When I kill you, I will be free,"
it said, towering over me. "Not unless I send you back to hell first," I said, gripping the shard of rock I'd found in the grass. I moved fast, slicing my hand open on the rock, my bright blood instantly welling in the wound before I slammed it into the ground. "By earth and blood, I strip you of your power. This plane no longer welcomes you, and I command you back to hell." They were the words my mother had used to send my father's killer back to hell. They'd worked then, and I could only hope they would work now. The ground boiled beneath my hands, my blood soaking into the dirt. But it wasn't enough. The beast laughed and wrapped its hand around my throat before jerking me from the ground. I hung in its grip, and I saw my death in its eyes. Nick came at it, and I tried to signal him to stop. What was the point? All he was going to do was piss it off even more. Nick's machete went straight through the demon, the tip of it appearing out through its stomach. The sound of the creature's scream ripped the night open. Rain had started to fall, and it mingled with the creature's black blood, causing it to sizzle and smoke as it dripped to the ground. It screamed again as Nick jerked the blade free, dropping me in the process as it grabbed at the wound. Nick swung again, but the beast saw him coming, slamming his fist into the side of Nick's head, sending him crumpling to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been severed. The beast stared down at me, the pain and rage that filled its eyes leaving me in no doubt of what it wanted to do to me. "Come near me again and I will kill you myself. I have enough power left for that," I said, my voice hoarse. It was a lie. I had no idea if I had enough power for something like that, but it had the desired effect I was looking for, and the beast paused. Blood continued to drip from its stomach, and each breath it took caused its abdomen to bulge against the wound.
"You're lying,"
it said, cocking its head to the side in order to study me a little more carefully. "Try me," I answered, preparing to throw everything I had left at the creature that wanted to rip my head off. Whatever it saw in my face was enough to spread doubt through it, and I felt the tension in my shoulders slowly shrink. When the creature moved, it lunged towards me faster than my human eyes could follow. Its clawed hand dug into my shoulder blade as it drove me backwards onto the ground. Agony flared through me, the smell of burning human and demon flesh filling my nostrils as the demon glared down at me.
"If you try to kill me, you too shall die, and if you send me back to hell, then you are coming with me, pretty mistress."
The demon gritted the words out as it held me down. I felt the brand sear into the skin of my right shoulder, and I knew the brand that slowly flared into existence on the demon's shoulder would be a perfect match for the one his touch was burning into my flesh at that very moment. It released me as quickly as it had grabbed me and disappeared through the tombstones.
From the corner of my eye, I could see it loping away, like an animal making its escape. And in a way, that was exactly what it was, and there was not a damn thing I could do about it. Nick groaned, and my heart flipped in my chest. He wasn't dead, and neither was Graham. Christina was alive. We'd actually managed to save the day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd still failed. From my position on the ground, I watched the rain as it fell from the sky, and the sound of sirens blaring cut through the night. I wasn't dead. I'd survived. But for how long, well, that was something I didn't have an answer for. Chapter 35. Sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, I stared out the window, watching the lights from the city slowly flicker on, one by one. Being stuck in hospital wasn't my idea of fun, and the sooner I could get out, the better.
Aren't you supposed to be in bed, resting?
I swung around to face Graham with a smile as he stepped into the room. He looked tired and much older than I remembered him to be. "How's Jessica?" I asked, moving from the bed over to the bag of clothes sitting on the chair on the opposite side of the room. 2 visits to the same hospital in as many days. It was a step too far. The sooner I could get out, get back on the street, and start hunting Lily down once more, the better I would feel. She was dangerous, and the thought of her still out there left me with a bad taste in my mouth.
Upset, as you can imagine. As far as she's concerned, I'm nothing more than the devil. I allowed you to kill Zach. I don't think she's ever going to forgive me for that.
I nodded and chewed my lip. That should have been the least of her worries after what she had done. After the crimes she'd been involved in, I knew what would happen, and deep down, so did Graham. She'll come around eventually.
I don't want them to pursue the death penalty, Amber,
Graham said, suddenly catching my arm and swinging me around to face him. That's not my call to make, and you know it.
I know that, but you've got some sway with the department now. We both know it. You can tell them she was under Zach's influence. It wouldn't be a lie.
I shook my head and slowly untangled myself from Graham's grip. The sadness in his eyes was almost too much to bear, but I could see his acceptance lurking there too. He knew what would happen. He knew what was coming for Jessica, and if Elite pushed the issue, then it was practically a done deal. She'd be executed without question or thought, and there wasn't a thing either of us could do about it.
It's just she's my little girl, Amber. I lost her once because I didn't protect her. I didn't look out for her the way a father should. And now this.
He trailed off, and I blinked back the tears that coated my lashes. I'd seen the look in Jessica's face, the hate and the hunger as she'd stood over her father's body. He hadn't seen it then, but when she went for him when he was still tied to the tree. Well, he wasn't wearing bandages from his neck down over his shoulder and arm because he cut himself shaving, and that was for sure. She'd gone for him, wanted to tear his throat out, and despite all of that, he still loved her. He was still fighting to save her. I couldn't say the same thing about my mother. As soon as she'd realized what I was, she'd packed me off to America, to the one place that would turn against me if it ever truly knew what I was. If it had come out back in Ireland that I was a shadow sorceress, people would have been afraid. I'd have been an outsider, but no one would have been gunning for my head. Over here, if anyone learned of what I was, then I would have a target on my back, and it would only be a matter of time. Of course, that was only if I survived the demon mark. The thought of ending up in hell didn't fill me with glee, but at least it was something solid to focus on. I know she is. I know you love her, but Graham, you and I both know what she did, what she allowed herself to get caught up in. She might still be your little girl, but in the eyes of the law, well, she didn't have any qualms about hurting Christina. Graham scrubbed his hands over his face and shook his head, as though such a simple action could rid him of all the terrible thoughts running through his head.
I know that, I just...
He fell silent, and I watched him piece himself back together. He didn't raise his face and meet my gaze until his blank cop face was back in place, hiding all of his emotions from view. But I knew they were there, bubbling just beneath the surface, waiting for the opportunity to burst forth.
Christina's grandparents came to pick her up. They're going to take her upstate to live with them after the funeral.
I smiled. A change of scenery will do her good. Staying around here, it'll just be a constant reminder of all the things she's lost, and she really doesn't need that right now. Graham nodded and stared off into the distance as if thinking of another time and place. I could only hope for his sake that it was a happier time. Don't give up on her yet, Graham. She's safe for now. Neither of us know what the future holds, I said, touching his arm gently, causing him to jump.
I appreciate it, Morgan,
he said, instantly slipping back into his elite persona. Would I ever get him to stop calling me by my last name and use my given name? Or would he only do it when he needed something from me?
Knock, knock.
I jumped, swinging my gaze around to meet Nick's as he propped himself up against the edge of the doorframe.
Didn't mean to interrupt,
Nick said, both hands behind his back.
You're not. I was just heading out. I'll leave you to it,
Graham said to me before turning on his heel and passing Nick out in the door. As he made it out into the hall, he paused and shot me a puzzled look before moving away down the corridor.
I thought you were on strict orders of bed rest. If I'd known you were cured, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you these,
he said, swinging his arms around and revealing the large bouquet of flowers in his arms. Heat spread from my neck up into my face, and I fought to swallow back my embarrassment. Nick, you didn't need to...
I know I didn't need to, but I wanted to,
he said, his voice dropping a little lower as he moved a little closer to me. The heat in my face continued to build, and I fought the urge to hide behind my hands like a small child. If I did that, then they wouldn't just be keeping me here awaiting X-ray results, they'd also be running tests on my head. Thanks, I said, taking them from him and drinking in the rich scent of the roses. How come you're allowed to be up and dressed and get away to buy me flowers when I've got to stay in this god-awful hospital gown until they get the all-clear from the doctor and the X-rays?
They let me go. No permanent damage to the noggin,
he said, smiling and tapping lightly on the side of his head. The moment his hand touched his scalp, I saw him wince. His face and cheek were badly bruised and swollen to twice the size I remembered them to be.
And, well, the flowers,
he said, color flooding into his cheeks.
They've got a gift shop in the main foyer. I didn't want to come empty-handed.
I grinned up at him. That's not fair, I said, sliding off the edge of the bed and crossing the floor towards him.
What can I say? I'm tougher than I look. No demon is going to get the better of me.
I stared up into his eyes, and the urge to trail my fingers down his cheek was almost overwhelming. When I'd watched the demon slam its fist straight into the side of his head, I'd been certain he was a goner. Even the way he'd collapsed beneath the blow. Everything about it said he was incredibly lucky to still be alive. The dark thought soured the moment, and I turned away from him, laying the flowers carefully on the table next to the bed. This is my fault, I said, turning away and sliding my arm out of the sling the hospital had insisted I wear. As far as I was concerned, as soon as I was outside the hospital door, the sling would be the first thing to go, so what was the point of delaying the inevitable?
No, it's not. You did what you needed to do,
Nick said, moving closer. I was reckless and stupid summoning that thing, and now it's loose. How am I supposed to track it down? How am I supposed to send it back where it belongs when I don't know the first thing about demon slaying?
Well, that's where I come in, but only after we've gotten rid of the demon mark. With that still on you, there's nothing we can do to that demon. And if anyone else decides to kill it, then...
He trailed off, and I shot a look at him over my shoulder.
If anyone else tries to kill it, then I'll stop them.
It needs to die. I think we can both agree on that, I said.
Yeah, but that bastard is mine,
Nick said with a smile that sent a fluttering of warmth all the way down into my toes. Not if I get it first, I teased. It was the first bit of light-hearted conversation I'd been able to have that took my mind away from the reality of the situation. For some reason, Nick made it easier to deal with, and things weren't as dark as they'd seemed. Maybe he was right. Maybe together we could find a way to put a stop to what had been started in the graveyard. And maybe if I was very lucky, I'd find a way to get a handle on my power before anyone could find out about it. It seemed like a lot of things to get lucky in, but I had just faced a demon and survived. What was a little more danger and disaster between friends? This has been A Grave Magic, The Shadow Sorceress, Book 1. Written by Belinda Sheehan. Narrated by Angela Daw. Copyright 2015 by Belinda Sheehan. Production copyright 2016 by Belinda Sheehan.